Good morning, all.
Hello, Peter.
Hi. But so what is the time in Australia?
Yeah, it's 6 p.m. Actually, good evening here.
Okay.
Yeah, in Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah. It's quite a time difference.
Yeah. Yes.
I think the Zoom link was different today than yesterday.
You should have changed the Zoom link on the LADM website.
Yeah, I will do that now immediately.
That's expired.
Yeah. I'm going to change it now first.
This is LADM. You see over there.
So updated the Zoom link on the LADM website now. I will test it myself. We'll be back for a while.
Good.
That's why it's going to just give Peter, I think, a couple of minutes to get back. He's updating the LADM website with a new URL for the feed. If he doesn't get back, we will start with him. But Chris joins.
Great. Would you like to introduce the day?
Just in case.
upgraded for today.
Peter, would you like to introduce the day?
Yeah, I think welcome. So I just corrected the URL for the Zoom link today. So sorry for the kind of rough start, but it should now be correct for everybody joining via the LADM website. So welcome to the second day of the LADM workshop, the last day. Maybe this day should be called the Anthony Beck Day, because you will see Anthony quite a number of times today in various presentations. But first in the morning, Anthony will be chairing the session on the utility and underground land administration. And I think we start now with a nice session. And we go into the underground. Anthony, please go ahead.
Thank you, Peter. Yes, welcome to the session for utility and underground land administration. I hope everyone's kind of quite refreshed and built up for this after the gala dinner last night, which was quite spectacular. From a personal basis, I'm quite excited to share this session. In a past life, I used to be an archaeologist doing dirt archaeology and remote sensing prospection. And so this is kind of quite close to that part of my past. Also, in another different life, I was the integration lead on a project which took utility data from each of the utility companies in the UK and brought them together into a seamless model. So that is really interesting in terms of this session as well. So there's a lot here that I think is quite exciting. Anyway, on to our first paper. We have development of an LADM-based conceptual data model for 3D underground land administration in Victoria. This is from Bahram, sorry about the pronunciation here, Bahram, but Bahram Sadian, Abbas Rajabfard, Benham Atazadeh, and Mozan Kalantari. Apologies to all of that. The presenter is Bahram, and Bahram's a PhD candidate in the Centre for Spatial Data Infrastructure and Land Administration at the University of Melbourne. He's an experienced researcher with a demonstrated history of working in GIS-related industries. His research interests focus on underground land administration, 3D cadaster, 3D data modelling, spatial analysis, and computational intelligence. Over to you, Bahram.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for the introduction. Let me share my screen. So can you see my screen?
We can, it's not, yeah, we can see it in presenter mode. Thank you.
Yeah, good. Okay, let me remove this. Hello, everybody. I'm Bahram Saidian, a PhD student in the Center of Spatial Data Infrastructure and Land Administration, CSD Lab. Today, I'm going to present a more recent paper entitled Development about LADM-based conceptual data model for 3D underground land administration in Victoria. The co-authors are Professor Abbas Rajabifard, Dr. Behnam Atazadeh, and Associate Professor Mohsen Kalantari. In this presentation, I will discuss introduction, methodology, requirements, the develop LADM-based data model, and finally discussion and future work. First, why we want to study underground? What are the benefits of underground? Let's see some statistics. Development and use of this space is one of the top 10 fronts in engineering development. Today, many cities around the world use this space for different applications. For example, in Australia, there are 740,000 kilometers of underground assets worth more than $340 billion. This space can have several applications. For example, We can use this space for tunnels, parking lots, shopping malls, walkway, utility network, and so on. So management of this space is very important for decision makers. In this regard, underground land administration can help us in registering underground assets and their legal spaces. 3D digital data plays an important role in this regard. From land administration perspective, we have two types of data: physical data and legal data. Physical data refers to spatial and semantic information of physical structures such as buildings, utilities, and so on. And legal data refers to ownership information and the extent of legal spaces. What are the current practices in different countries to manage underground land administration, underground space? In this slide, you can see three examples from Canada, Singapore, and Switzerland. Actually, underground land administration approaches differ from different jurisdictions and countries. It is obvious because land administration depends on legislation, but most of the approaches rely on 2D parcels. In this example, you can see that the utility, the physical model of utilities, 2D physical model of utilities is integrated with the 2D legal spaces. In this slide, you can see on the underground land administration in Australia. On the left side, you can see subdivision plan of and car parks, and on the right side, you can see cross-sectional diagrams and a table showing upper and lower limits of each lots or other legal spaces. So interpreting such subdivision plans and diagrams is a tough task, specifically for those ones who don't have any background in surveying field. In this picture, you can see the subdivision plan of some easements. Actually, easement is used to define legal space of utilities. The information we have here is 2D spatial extent of the easements, the purpose of easements, their width, and the land benefited from these easements. But we have some problems here. First of all, the depths of legal spaces are not specified. We don't know whether these easements are intersecting each other in the reality or not. Even the depth isn't mentioned in the table of easements. The second problem is that physical objects such as pipelines, cables are not registered. We don't have any information about the physical utilities or tunnel. Therefore, they don't have any entity in cadastral maps, and we cannot have query on them. And finally, for every parcel crossed by a pipeline or a tunnel, a reference is made, and it makes redundancy. Therefore, we have current 2D legal model and current 2D physical model. And both of them are 2D in the current practices, and there is no connection between legal and physical model. I will discuss why we want to have a connection between these two models in the next slides. What is the actual optimal solution for us? Having an integrated 3D integrated model can help us to solve the issues I mentioned. In this model, we have both physical and legal data in 3D, and we can create relationship between physical assets and legal assets. What we need to go from the current isolated and fragmented approaches into this a single 3D integrated model. There are several steps, for example, from data acquisition to data validation, visualization. But one of the most important steps is, especially for integrating legal and physical data, is data modeling. We have several data models. Some of them are specific for physical aspects, some of them for legal aspects. LADM is a prominent legal data model at international level. Several countries and studies suggested LADM. Therefore, in this study, our research aim is developing LADM-based conceptual 3D data model to integrate physical and legal data of different underground assets based on the requirement in Victoria. In step 2, we need to actually identify the requirements. We have two types of requirements: legal objects and physical objects. We use literature review, investigation of current practices, and participant observation methods such as visiting companies to identify the requirements. Then in one side, we have LADM conceptual data model, the current version, which is version 1, and we have the requirements. Based on the requirements, we will develop an LADM-based 3D conceptual data model. Regarding requirements, as I mentioned, we have two types of requirements: legal objects, including primary underground parcels, secondary underground interests, and underground legal boundaries. And for physical objects, we define two types of physical objects. The first type is required to define legal space, and the second type the second type is physical objects, which are demands from an integrated 3D data model for different use cases. Primary underground parcels are a base level parcel for forming the cadastral fabric. They cannot have overlap and gaps, and they can be a single part or multiple parcels. Now, in the current practice, 2D cross-sectional diagram and upper and lower limit are used to represent them in 3D, but in a 3D data model, the spatial extent of these parcels need to be a closed volume or volumetric legal spaces. These parcels include underground lot, stage lot, crown, common property, and reserve. In this slide, you can see some primary parcels, underground primary parcels. On the left side, you can see underground lots. As I mentioned, we have 2D extent of the lot, cross-section diagrams, and upper and lower limits, but interpretation of such tables and diagrams is a difficult task. And on the right side, you can see two crown parcel, which are defined for tunnels. On the top, actually, the tunnel, the legal space of tunnel is defined based on the road. It is 1 meter below the road, so we need to have the road, the physical road, because the road may have the slope. And on the top one, we have a tunnel, but the legal space of tunnel is defined based on the physical tunnel. It is a buffer, 2 meter buffer around the physical tunnel. Primary parcels provide benefit and restrictions on or pose restrictions on primary parcels, but they can have overlap with primary parcels or secondary parcels. There are two types of relationship between primary and secondary parcels in Victoria. The first relationship is semantic relationship. Each legal object should have a relationship with at least one primary parcel because it provides benefits or restriction to at least one primary parcel. And we have a special relationship. Actually, each secondary parcel needs to be fixed to a primary parcel, and that's a special relationship. Like primary parcel in 3D, we have volumetric legal spaces for this type of parcels. They are underground easements, depth limitation, and restrictions. In this slide, you can see some underground easements. As I mentioned, we have problem in intersecting easements. And on the right side, you can see some depth limitations. In the middle, the depth limitation defined for each part of the subdivision plan. For example, 60 meters for lot A and easement 5. So depth limitation can be defined for easements as well, but depth limitation can be defined for all lots on the subdivision plan. And we can have unbounded primary parcel, for example, common property or lot can be unbounded. By investigating the current subdivision plans, we identify 4 types of boundaries. Survey boundaries, which are based on surveying measurements. We have building boundaries, which are defined based on the structures, actually physical structures. For example, a wall or a ceiling can define a building boundary, but we should note which face of the wall or other physical object define the legal space, whether it is interior, median, or exterior, or the mixture of them. We have projected boundaries. In projected boundaries, we need to project a line, surveyed line, for example, the center highway center line or a building, and we need to project it, for example, a buffer 2 meters around the highway center line. That's defined the boundary. And finally, we have unsurveyed boundaries. This boundary, for example, a line passing through a building defines a boundary, but we cannot measure it directly, so we measure it indirectly. In this slide, you can see some examples of underground boundaries. On the left side, the legal boundary of a tunnel is defined based on the highway center line. That's the kind of projected boundary. And on the right side, you can see underground building boundaries. We don't have any measurement for building boundaries, obviously. But for underground survey boundaries, we can have line, distance, and bearing for long, and we can have curve and measurement for a curve, for example, radius. For physical objects, we have 2 types of physical objects. The first type is required to define legal spaces. Most studies in Victoria focused on this type of physical objects, for example, building boundaries. But based on our investigation, actually land administration system can have 4 functions: land use, land development, land tenure. So based on those 4 functions of land administration, actually ULA, underground land administration, can have several use cases. For example, planning, design, and construction of underground assets, or utility management. In these use cases, we need to have a fully integrated system, fully integrated model. In this slide, I present a use case to demonstrate why we want to have an integrated model. This is actually, in this slide, you can see 2 plans in the report of Westgate Tunnel in Melbourne. For that plan, for designing that tunnel, they need both physical and legal data, but they integrated to the physical data and legal data, but it's at visualization level. There is no semantic relationship. There is no connection between them. It's just at visualization step. So it proves that we need both data. But the practice they use has some issues. For example, they use different data sources and they are fragmented. In this approach, we need several sheets. For example, for this project, there were 40 sheets. And there is, as I mentioned, there is no connection between legal and physical data. For example, I want to find all parcels passing through, all parcels through which a plant tunnel will pass. I cannot query I cannot query and get the result of such statements. And for what are the benefits of a fully integrated 3D model? It's close to reality. It can solve ambiguity of 2D models such as objects, form, and depth. We can manage both physical and legal objects via a single model. And finally, it can minimize impacts of third-party property and infrastructure. So based on the use cases and ULA functions, we identified the physical requirements for the physical objects requirements. And based on the requirements, we developed LADM-based data model in 3 steps. At the first step, we extend LADM to support legal objects. Then we extend external classes of LADM to support physical objects. And finally, we need to create relationship between physical and legal objects. Based on the requirements, first, we developed a general data model. This general data model can be a guideline for us to extend LADM. In LADM, 2 classes define legal spaces. These 2 classes are a legal space building unit and legal space utility network. It means that in LADM, in the current version of LADM, legal spaces are defined based on the asset types, buildings or utilities. But in Victoria, the legal spaces are not defined based on asset types. For example, easement can use for a walkway or a utility. So walkway is a kind of building, but both utility and walkway can be defined by easement. So instead of these 2 classes, we defined primary underground parcel and secondary underground parcels for Victoria country profile. Regarding physical part, LADM uses 2 classes. Actually, LADM uses external classes, 2 external classes, physical utility network and physical building unit. So we added a tunnel, and for building unit, we need to have a wall, column, door, and slab because they are defining legal spaces. And finally, for creating a relationship between physical and legal part, current version of LADM connects legal space of utility to external class of utility and legal space of building to physical external class of physical building. But we don't have those 2 classes for utility and building. Instead, we defined an abstract class for underground assets, and we connected to a spatial unit. But here we have some issues. Actually, our legal spaces are parcel-based, but or physical objects are object-based. For example, a long tunnel or pipeline are defined as a single object, and it can pass through several parcels. One option is for creating that relationship. One solution is to divide a tunnel or pipeline by parcels, but it makes redundancy, and in reality, it is actually the tunnel or utility is mostly defined as one object. Another solution is assigning unique identity to physical objects and specifying them as attributes of legal space. It can be useful for one physical object with one legal space or several legal spaces. But what about one legal space with several physical counterparts? For example, an easement can be multi-purpose. One easement can define for water pipeline or for communication cables. So in future, we need to investigate that relationship and end-to-end relationship, several physical objects and several legal spaces. Another aspect we can work on it further is actually vertical boundaries. In the current practice, we just have vertical distance, but this type of representation can be challenging when a vertical boundary is not straight. For example, we have oblique boundary or such as parking ramp. Another issue is how we want to define ground surface. For example, as I mentioned in the tunnel, actually the legal space of the tunnel is defined based on the road, so we need to define the road. So it needs to investigate further. In the future, we will prototype the proposed data model in a real-world case study, and we need to evaluate the proposed data model. And finally, this paper did not investigate survey, administrative, and party elements. The first one is very important for underground land administration, the survey elements, because there are different type of data acquisition methods in underground, for example, GPR or geo-based approaches. So we need to investigate survey elements and extend the data model to support those data capturing methods. Thank you very much. I will appreciate any question and suggestion.
Thanks very much, Baran. You kind of clearly described the issues in the utility domain in relation to owned land and 2 and 3D representation. And those proposals for extending the LADM to Victoria are really interesting. Do we have any questions in the room or online? In that case, oh, sorry, Dave, to you, if you'd like to take the podium.
Yeah, sure. I love the fact you control the camera remotely. It's just really good. Firstly, Baran, firstly, thank you very much. That was really interesting. So firstly, my first observation is that was fabulous. I want to learn more. My kind of sort of half question and half statement is, we've argued for ages about whether three-dimensional data has much real value when it comes to land administration, and a two-dimensional parcel plus some kind of strata definition seems to feel like it would be sufficient. I wonder if the registration of underground assets actually makes the case for three-dimensional data much more thoroughly and fully than the kind of the classic problem of registering apartments in a block of flats. I'm not sure whether that's a statement question.
Thank you very much for your question. Actually, we can give two. We can take two approaches. The first approach is registering underground assets, and if we register underground assets, we can connect it to legal spaces easily. That's the first approach. But as you mentioned, it's a challenging task. The second approach is that we don't need to actually. That's just an idea. We don't need to register underground assets in order to connect it to legal spaces. We can have legal data from, for example, utility authorities, but develop a method to connect it in a 3D to connect those data to or legal space to or legal model. That's the issue. For example, we don't need to know who is the owner of this pipeline, but we want to know which parcels this pipeline going passing through.
Okay, thank you.
But I cannot give any suggestion regarding whether we need to register underground assets or not. My actual concern is connecting them to, in a technical part, connecting physical assets to legal spaces.
Bahram, thanks you for your presentation, and I found it very interesting that you made two subclasses of spatial units, so the primary underground and the secondary underground. But I was also thinking, okay, is that not, say, mixing the legal part of LADM with the spatial part? So spatial part, spatial unit, and the boundaries, boundary festering, spatial sources. And there is not so much legal information at the spatial side, and all the legal information is there in the RRRs or the BA units. And if you say primary or secondary, it is already a kind of legal label which you put in the spatial model.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's a great point. Yeah.
Yeah, but I do think it makes sense because you could say the primary underground objects, they should form a space partition. There should be no gaps, no overlaps. Maybe that is not so much the case for the secondary underground objects. So there is a spatial implication there. So I think you have a good point, but yeah, maybe this is not really leading to a question, but then the question is, for the primary underground objects, how do you imagine to represent a space partition?
Yeah, first of all, that's a great point you mentioned. Now, I'm discussing with my colleagues regarding whether we want to have RRR classes in LADM or not, because when we define primary and secondary classes in a special package, it means that we are automatically defining RRR, and we don't need to have RRR classes in LADM, at least in Victorian country profile. So you mentioned a great point.
Yeah, thanks for the answer. Very fundamental discussion, I would say. So
yeah. But at this point, I can say that those two classes, which are defined in LADM underground, actually for building legal space and utility legal space, need to be modified because it's based on asset type. But we have common property which can be defined for building and utility, for example. So my point is that based on my literature review, in most countries we define such legal spaces and they don't rely on asset type.
Thank you, Baron. We've got time for one more question, I think, before the next presentation.
Actually, it's like a point to add in the conversation. So, Bahram, thank you very much for this presentation. Very clear, very interesting. Yeah, I was thinking that you did what you and Peter discussed now. So you add actually legal information, a legal point to the spatial unit, and you add it by saying which is the priority that you should follow. Why not go back to the RRRs and have, because we are discussing that we need a further refinement of this legal model, why not to say that I would be able to give priorities to the rights, depending on some criteria, and then keep again the rights and link them with the associated spatial units. So you still have the rights and then you still have the spatial units without the two subclasses. So to move what you have modeled at the spatial part to the legal part, which can be also tricky because it's directly attached to the right. So maybe it's more, let's say, strong. But because exactly this is legal information, why not to model it? It is an open discussion. I also face those problems and challenges all the time. I think it's another way of thinking how to organize the information. You can do both in the spatial or in the legal part. Maybe it's a decision, design decision, but I was thinking whether you have been going also through that. So to model it in the legal part, because now you say by yourself, okay, I have it at the spatial, so I don't need the RRR. But RRRs are fundamentals for LADM. It's a legal model, okay? So we need them there.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. And now I'm thinking about this issue, whether we need RRR or not. But I can say that in data modeling, we need to have the simplest approach. So in Victoria, the spatial, the legal spaces are defined based on RRR. So if, at least in Victoria, if we want to define RRRs in different classes, it makes complexity. We can just remove the RRR classes and define it as in a special, a special actually unit package. So that's what I'm thinking at the moment, but I need to think about it more.
Bahram, I think it's really the Melbourne school to put it together, the RRR and the spatial unit. And yeah, interesting discussion. So yeah, I'm not sure if we have time for another question. Anthony, is it allowed?
We can, if we've got time at the end of the session, we can possibly have an open forum.
Oh, okay, yeah. No,
okay, thanks very much, Bahram. There's a number of things on there I'd like to pick on a kind of spatially enabled society context as well. But we should move on to our next presentation. So this is towards a Croatian utility registration implementation model based on LADM. And this is, and again, apologies, Gregor, Gregor Jalalica. Yeah. Maybe it's okay. And,
super polite.
And you're right. And so Gregor is presenting. He's graduated with his master's degree in geodesy from the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Geodesy in 2013. Since 2014, he's at the Ericsson Nikola Tesla as senior software developer. He's worked on projects including the Joint Information System for Cadastre and Land Registration of the Republic of Croatia, which we heard about yesterday, the Cadastre platform and systems for infrastructure cadastre within Croatia, as well as others. Thank you very much, Greg.
Thank you. Actually, just to mention, my uncle is actually British, and he says it's as bad as you.
It's bad as me.
Or as good as you. But in return, I butcher the English, so it's okay. So hello everyone. I'm Gergo, and together with my mentor Miodrag Rojic, this is our presentation toward Croatian utility registration implementation model based on LADM. So utility networks were always a valuable resource for humanity, and we can trace first water distribution networks all the way back to the Bronze Age. And since those first historical occurrences, their number has only risen through the years, aided by population growth, various inventions, and especially after the Industrial Revolution, with the rising need of various utilities in a small amount of space. With such growth, appropriate registration of those utilities has lagged behind their development, which led, and in the beginning they were even rarely registered. And with such a growth, that created various issues in their proper management, as well as accidents and damages during, for example, excavation works. From FIG questionnaires on utility registration, we learned that approaches vary differently from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, and from jurisdictions that register utilities as separate objects with unique cadastral identifiers in their land administration systems to jurisdictions that register only easements or tunnel spaces of utilities. Also, we recognize two main approaches in sense of administration, the decentralized and centralized approach, with centralized being more popular in Eastern countries with higher government regulations and utility registration on a national level, and decentralized, which is more popular in Western countries where utility owners are responsible for their registration, in some cases local authorities. Utility networks have legal and physical characteristics. So physical characteristics usually information needed for their operational use, and legal characteristics whether when they affect rights on land parcels, such as easements or tunnel spaces or superficie objects and so on, and their legal characteristics if we view them as real estate themselves with value. With this paper, we're trying to standardize and unify utility registration with the help of LADM. So about utility registration in Croatia, as we said, it's a more authoritative approach with national utility cadaster. Those usually are created with rules and laws or regulations, and with implementation coming years or sometimes decades later. So in our case, the first discussions on utility registration began about 50 years ago, and with the first rulebook on methods and mode of operation and surveying of underground installations and objects passed in 1969. Since then, many laws and rulebooks have been passed, but without much being implemented through both former Yugoslavia and Croatia. The last rulebook on cadastre of infrastructure is passed by State Geodetic Administration last year. The authority for administration is on State Geodetic Administration, and it prescribes modes and methods of establishing and managing utility infrastructure, utility cadastre. So about the data, in Croatian utility cadastre data about electric, electronic communication, heat network, gas, water, oil, and sewage or drainage network is being recorded, and data about the technical information about infrastructure purpose should be kept in the register, about usage, so whether infrastructure is in use, abandoned or removed, about operation, of course, about whether it's underground, overground, underwater, or undersea, and information about managers of infrastructure, so their name, personal identification number, and importantly, information needed for communication, so email and phone number. About technical information, so information about voltage type and number of cables should be recorded for electric, cable number for electronic communication, canal dimensions, type of material, pipe number and profile for heat networks, type of pressure, type of material and pipe profile for gas networks, material and pipe profile for water, oil and sewage, and also for protective pipes of any type of infrastructure should be recorded data about material and pipe profile. So a little bit about the LADM. LADM was first presented in 2002 on a FIG Congress, and later FIG proposed it to become an ISO standard, which it became in 2012. It's organized in these three packages and one sub-package. So packages for parties, for administrative, including rights, restrictions, and responsibilities, for spatial data, and for surveying in representation. This enables it to be implemented independently and flexibly for local needs through national profiles. So national profiles are usually created in three phases, sometimes in iterations. So first they, of course, analyzing the current situation, then mapping current model to LADM, and finally testing implementation of database further. So we are about halfway. So first we analyzed our situation to LADM and possibilities. So here we have an example for Croatian case. We used LA party for both infrastructure owner and land parcel. This is a situation where pipeline is crossing the parcel. So both superficie and ownership of the parcel are represented with LA right. Bow unit is of course used to represent basic unit that is recorded in registers. For the parcel, we use the LA spatial unit on a main cadaster level, and this legal space utility network for representing space of superficie, which contains also the physical infrastructure. On the same way, we could represent the easements and so on. After that, we compared it and analyzed the land infra. A standard land infra is another standard that basically addresses the subset of LADM, and is concerned mostly with the interaction between infrastructure and the land. So here we have again a similar example. Now we have specific classes for all types of objects, types of spatial unit in situation with infrastructure and parcels. So we have special class for easement, which has a spatial unit of geometry. We have a special class for superficie object, which also has a geometry and ownership. We have additionally to LADM a class for representing physical infrastructure with its geometry and attributes needed for describing physical features. And land parcel here is represented through land property unit and land parcel. Land property unit will be equivalent to LA by unit class that has a connection to ownership and to land parcel, which is a special unit for parcel. And then we mapped our model with the help of LADM. So we added the classes and the attributes that were needed to record an attribute that we need to have in utility cadastre. So for the manager, since those contact information can be different in different registers, it was added as a role and extended the LA responsibility with attributes for phone and email. For the physical infrastructure, we added a class physical utility network that extends legal space utility network. Since some jurisdictions view or can view utilities as a form of legal objects that can be owned, leased, mortgaged, and so on. So in addition to the attributes of status and type of infrastructure that we need as well, we added the date of construction, and it's also kept in our register. Additionally, we have two more specializations. for representing utility nodes and utility line segments. So nodes would be, for example, house connectors or poles of electrical grid and so on. There we need to register a type of object. So we have that attribute in the utility line segment. We have attributes for type of line segment type. So is it a cable, pipe, protecting pipe, or cable canalization? And we have optional attributes that are shared between different utility network types. So material type of a pipe, identifying number, canal dimension, profile, and whether it's direct. Usually have troubles with control. So furthermore, we have specializations for recording attributes that are specific to certain infrastructure types. So we have electrical cable, electronic communication cable, gas pipe, pole pipe, heat pipe, sewage pipe, and water pipe. So for the electrical cable, we need to record the voltage and the type of electrical cable. We need for electronic communication cable, we need to record the type of electronic communication cable. For the gas pipe, we need pressure type, gas type, and type of gas pipeline. For the oil pipe, we need type of oil pipeline. For the heat pipe, we need type of heat pipeline and isolation type. For the water pipe, we need type of water pipeline, and for the sewage drainage network, we need the drainage type, network type, and the type of sewage pipeline. Finally, the first example, now we added the role of, how to represent physical infrastructure and the role of utility manager. So again, it's the same example, just added to the part another role of human manager to the same by unit, which is a physical infrastructure with now all needed attributes recorded. Just to mention that in Croatia we have different registers. We have a land cadastre that reports data about parcels. Land registry is responsible for recording rights, restrictions, and responsibilities between physical and legal persons and spatial units, and managers and physical infrastructure is reported in utility cadastre. So to conclude, the idea was to why use LADM because it already describes all other connected registered to utility that are connected to the utilities. So with this, we believe we could close the integration between different registers, and for the future work, we need to continue to collect the data, build the database, test it, and if needed, make certain adjustments. And that's it. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, Gregor. Stop sharing. Someone stop sharing. Yeah, it's nice to see those things being grounded in the Bronze Age. So my archaeological hat on, and it's also kind of the attribute lists that you were showing were very similar to the ones that we were using in the UK for that integration project, which again is really nice to see that complementarity and that spatial overlap relationship in terms of the pipeline and the ownership in terms of the LA. It's absolutely crystal clear. So that was brilliant. Any questions from the room or online?
No questions.
Okay. In that case, I do have a question. In terms of your different utility classes that you were showing at the end for each of the pipes, I think there's probably ways. Do you think you can actually start to collapse those down into a single element? So you just have a single utility class rather than one for each?
Yeah, it could be, but the code lists get meshed for sewage pipes. You have one cordless prototype, for example. We didn't want to add voltage to all of those, but I mean, there's a million ways for design.
But so you can enrich the code list rather than extending your class.
Yeah.
Yeah. Excellent. Because that's the way I would go. And you described the registration laws as well. I think the first one was 1969. And that there had been that the implementation hadn't been as effective as it could have been. Is there any recommendations that you might have for other jurisdictions in how they might frame things if they're wanting to do the same kind of utility cadastre?
And not actually, there was no implementation basically. So some utility owners were having their operational registers. So for the operational use, which are a mess from company to company. They didn't know if there was a pipeline there and so on. And just lately, a couple of years ago, was utility cadastre actually established, which is now also by my company. So.
Excellent. Is that Peter?
Yeah, Grego, a couple of questions about the modeling. You showed an inheritance relation between the legal space of the utility network and the physical utility network. So the physical utility network inherited from the legal space utility network. I was a bit surprised. Why did you do that?
Because we view physical infrastructure as well as a type of legal object that can be owned or leased. That is the idea.
So in this way, the physical utility inherits all the properties of the legal object.
Yes.
Is that what you want?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Then it's correct. And then another question. Yeah, was in the instance level diagram, and there you showed the relationship between spatial units and the legal space of the utility network. And I can imagine that it is very useful, but you did draw it dashed. Does it have a special meaning? Do you remember what I
draw it as because it can be also as a topological relation, and currently it is. But perhaps for performances, it would be better to add also a connection, a real connection between those.
Yeah, so there is an option to derive it, and therefore maybe I thought you were drawing it in a dashed manner, that is not really stored, but a derived relationship.
Yeah, it's not stored currently.
Yeah. So okay, thanks. And then UML, you can show when something is derived by putting this forward slash. It's a kind of a hint to the reader. That's a derived thing. Last question, if there's time. Is there, say, maybe a tendency when going to these legal spaces of utility networks to go to a more general boundary approach of the legal space, meaning referring to the physical object in contrast to the fixed boundary where you have surveyed your boundaries of the spatial units of the parcels? Do you have the feeling that with these underground objects you are moving to the more general boundary world?
I'll pick up on that first. I think it's that element of survey precision, and in terms of how you're articulating the legal requirement of, say, the easement. So from my view of this, what you've articulated really clearly is elements of that spatial and type legal representation. But as we all know, the location of underground assets is at times uncertain. I believe in the UK, the statistic is we know where 90% of our assets are, we just have no idea where the missing 10% is. Yeah. But all of those utility companies have an intrinsic legal right to renew and repair their assets across a whole owner's land without necessarily saying, I only actually have rights over that 2-meter boundary, for example, because we know that the spatial accuracy of the survey isn't always what it should be. And so legally, you can go in and do anything on any piece of land in the UK. And so I think your insight in terms of how that works in Croatia would be very valuable as well.
Yeah, it's similar, but we actually have only 2D data now with just lines and points country, so it's really not very precise. And we record just physical infrastructure at this point. And the legal is recorded through land registry with restrictions on parcel. It's kind of words.
That's exactly. So is that good for you, Peter?
Yeah, thanks. Also, what was nice that you said, okay, there are multiple cadasters or multiple organizations for the utilities and for the parcels and for the buildings. But I think what you're doing, creating a model where you put all these, say, legal spaces in the context of LADM, that helps to integrate all information in Croatia in this case. Last short question is, what about planned utilities? Do you also include them in your model?
Yes. Planned utilities are also obliged by law.
And they also get legal spaces?
Not currently, but the idea is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask something on that? I'm sorry. The legal space that those planned utilities get is directly the schema and the size of the physical part, or there is also an offset of the boundary?
Yeah, that's on level of concept, but currently, in current situation, no.
Okay, so it's only,
yeah, it's just physical.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, so on to the final presentation of the session. And this is mapping ArcGIS parcel fabric to LADM, commonalities, gaps, and implementation. And this is by Amir Barmore, or in fact it isn't, it's actually Catherine, who's stepping up to present in Amir's absence. So Catherine is representing Esri, where she leads a team of solution engineers who support global organizations and geospatial authorities worldwide. Catherine's background is anthropology, and she holds an MSc in GIS from the University of Reading. In addition to geographic information systems, Catherine is passionate about standards and land administration. Come to the right place, and is happy to combine the two in support of this LADM session.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Yes, and so you may have noticed by the title that we're going to switch topics a little bit here. We'll come back above ground for this presentation. I'll be focusing on the parcel fabric and cadastral modeling. So just to give a preface of what this presentation will entail, I am not Amir Barmore, but we do work closely together. And in this case, what he has done in this paper, or looked to do, is to map the parcel fabric to the land administration domain model. And I'll be going through the different ways that occurs, how the parcel fabric can be used to manage cadaster in a real implementation. We've been talking a lot about implementation this week, so I look forward to presenting this topic to you all and putting it forward as one possible option out of several. So first, I'd like to introduce the parcel fabric data model itself. At the top, you'll see the parcel fabric controller model. That enables all of the different aspects of the parcel fabric. So what we're talking about here are a set of spatial features as well as topological rules and attribute rules. Within the parcel fabric, there are records that hold a one-to-many relationship with the fabric. So in this case, for LADM purposes, and we'll go through this in the next slide as well, while I'm saying records, I'd like you to think spatial source. Underneath records hold parcel types. We've chosen the term parcel as an industry recognized term. I'd like you to think of spatial units. Spatial units consist of lines and polygons. The actual measurements lay on the lines, and the polygons are the spatial representation of those lines. So in both of these cases, there are attribute tables that hold those legal, the legal measurements of both of the different types of spatial representations. We also have connection lines which hold measurements, but that are not part of a parcel or a spatial unit. And we have points that can be used to denote a corner point of a parcel, etc. Now, all of those work together and can be impacted by the topological rules that are set within that controller data set. I'll have a demonstration on how that actually works and how you can configure your own topology rules based on your business needs. There are also error features that are created once the topological rules are applied to our spatial source and spatial unit, so that those different overlaps and gaps, for example, can be seen visually. And there are attribute rules that can be set as well on the parcel fabric that can contain domains or code lists, as we may think of them. So just to put a side-by-side comparison up here, on the parcel fabric, like I mentioned, the parcel type would be equivalent to the spatial unit. We have an administrative parcel type as well that would be considered an administrative unit in LADM. We also have a parcel geometry. As I mentioned, I would refer to that as a spatial unit, line and polygon. In this case, I'm specifically referring to the line being equivalent to the LADM boundary, and then our records, which are our spatial source. This is the part where I'd like to pause and just say that in the past, in ArcGIS, we've had the parcel fabric for many years. And this version that I'm referring to now is a new version that was created by Amir and his team with the LADM in mind. And that's what is allowing us this flexibility in the data model. So we're moving away from informing a data model from the Esri side of things, if you will, into trying to make a more global standard that can be applied. And the ontology is therefore flexible. This is powerful because the parcel fabric itself can support any language as well as any data models, such as the LADM. What does this look like in practice? Here you are. I've highlighted administrative unit, parcel fabric source, and spatial unit as our specific feature classes within our geodatabase. You'll see this parcel fabric, the parcel fabric symbol here, that's our controller. And that's what enables bringing this entire set of features into a map. Parcel fabric conforms to LADM in the following ways that we found. Both LADM and the parcel fabric data models are flexible and extendable and can meet unique business needs. We've seen two great examples of that this morning already. Both are object-oriented, both use relationships between entities and account for the physical representation and the legal representation. So we have our geometries that are representing the legal information or measurements that are captured in the attribute tables behind them. and both also support multiple systems of legal descriptions in formal and informal ways. The LADM has been used in the parcel fabric to support both fit for purpose and cadastral workflows. You can also extend the parcel fabric data model. To extend it, you can add additional fields as needed. Domains, I had mentioned, AKA the code list to certain fields. And you can configure those topological rules to model the correct parcel behavior. We also have attribute rules, which I briefly mentioned, that can model the correct parcel behavior as well. Don't worry, I'll show this and it'll make more sense in context in a second. Other capabilities that we have are contingent values, subtypes, and feature level and feature class level metadata, which I know is particularly important in this room with Inspire. Additionally, we can enable versioning to allow multi-user editing. So this parcel fabric using LADM is scalable. You could have a room full of 4 editors managing your cadaster, or a room full of 20, or even 100. We also enable replica tracking, editor tracking, and adding global IDs. And this enables disconnected editing. So the mobile workflow that I showed yesterday, it can be taken offline and into the field, because when that data comes back online, each separate parcel that I've collected or spatial unit that I've collected will be reconciled with the database with a unique ID. All right, let's take a look. So as I mentioned, the base LADM schema can be easily extended. And here we'll start with a Dutch cadaster parcel data set and select a few fields that we'd like to take from our parcel data set and add to our parcel fabric. This is as easy as copy and paste. So here I'm just looking at the fields for both the parcel data set and my spatial unit in LADM. And I put them side by side. Select the fields that I want to copy over here. Copy and paste. So this is one way that we can extend the existing data model. And again, domains can be set for each one of these attributes. So on those attributes, you can also add different rules for validation. And we've created a bunch of these rules that come with the parcel fabric already. These are common ones that we've noticed. So must be larger than, parcels must, the name must be unique. The name must not be empty. Areas must match with it. All of these different attribute rules are based on expressions, and you can create your own to match your business needs. They show up later in errors. We also have topological rules that are configurable, and we've also included a few of those. So here I can see all of the feature classes within my parcel fabric and all of the different rules. So must not self-overlap, must not intersect, must not have dangles, all of these usual suspects that we'll find in a cadaster. Here, I like to add spatial unit and must not overlap. Now, there are tools, quality-driven workflows and tools within the parcel fabric that enable me to apply all of those topological rules and attribute rules and visualize the errors that apply so that I can go in and fix those errors. All right, the parcel fabric also supports, as I mentioned, that unique ID. The built-in quality rules that are part of the schema that I just mentioned, built-in workflows, such as the quality-driven ones. We also have something in ArcGIS Pro, which is our desktop software, called tasks. So you can create these workflows to suit your business needs and have people walk through them. We also support, as I mentioned, feature level and feature class metadata. And that metadata can also be extended to web services. And those web services can be made as OGC compliant web feature services as well. And finally, we have an explicit parcel lineage. So you can trace the history of the parcel through time. Let's take a look at that. So the lineage is made possible by all of the parcels being tied to this source, or spatial units being tied to the source. Here I've selected two spatial units and the source, or the tax record in this case. I can see that two of the spatial units have been retired. And I'm able to see those historic spatial units that have been combined into one by merging them together. And you'll see here in a second, and as well as with the highlight, that every source has this blue footprint. So we may call it a record on our side, but as LADM suggests, this is a spatial source. All right. Finally, we've recognized that there are a few gaps. And from our perspective on doing several implementations of the parcel fabric, when we think about the parcel fabric as compared to LADM, from the spatial perspective, we would argue that while we're completely comfortable supporting the BA unit and spatial unit, everything that I just showed, the parcel fabric does not intend to cover the LA party or RRRs, because these systems are usually maintained outside of a GIS in a registry that we usually integrate with pretty seamlessly. And finally, I'd like to put out a bold statement that is LADM is actually implemented now as parcel fabric in several places. I make this statement based on the work that Amir did putting together the parcel fabric with the LADM in mind, as well as the work that we're currently doing in places like Cyprus, who are implementing the LADM with their country profile currently within the parcel fabric. I've put a few US-based implementations of the parcel fabric here just as an example for how scalable it is. I think our largest deployment is probably Bureau of Land Management. One that may be more applicable here is Harris County, Texas, which is where Houston is located. They have a population of 4.7 million people and are managing 1.8 million parcels daily with a team of about 20 people in that multi-user editing environment. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions, arguments, or suggestions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brent. It's a really thorough overview of the parcel fabric suite, and integration into Esri, the Esri stack is clearly a no-brainer for most organizations because it's so ubiquitous. And seeing how parcel fabric is building bridges into LADM and those kind of standards-based solutions is absolutely wonderful. Do we have any questions? We've got a couple in up online as well. Sorry, sir. Yeah, if you could come to the front, that'd be great.
Can you please stop sharing the screen?
Of course.
Hello.
The podium, that would be, if you go to the lectern, there's a...
Yes. I just have a question. I'm not sure how technically you are involved in this, but how do you control the partition of the correctness of the entire set? So you mentioned that you are controlling the if specific geometry has the angles of overlaps, but how do you what is the concept that you are applying in order to check the planar partition correctness?
Sure. If I understand you correctly, then what I would refer back to is when I mentioned the topological rules in particular. There are different QA/QC controls that I didn't show in these demos, as well as those topological rules and the attribute rules that you can configure. And when this is better shown, and if you want to see it, I can show it later.
Yeah.
But when you apply that, you can apply it to your entire parcel fabric and see those different, the errors align, and they'll show up visually on the user interface. Does that answer your question?
We can.
Yeah, let's
continue
circle
later on.
back.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay. I want to say that it's very, very interesting to see Esri being on board for the implementation. I have a question observation that you saw that Parcel Fabric supports BA unit, BA unit and LA spatial unit.
Mhm.
But BA unit is linked with the administrative part. So I was thinking if it is supported, how much it is supported. It's not something to discuss now. It's an open question. But also, is there a need to support everything through Parcel Fabric, or we can have an implementation solution as a service for all the spatial part and then link it to the database with the legal and administrative information?
Yeah, so when you're referring to legal information, are you referring to party and RRRs?
Yes, but also BA unit, because
Okay.
BA unit is part of the administrative part.
Sure, yeah, and I think I agree with you on BA unit. It can go either way.
Yeah.
I think that the message that I have is that we're flexible.
Yeah.
Right. So I had mentioned that we often integrate with registries and other systems.
Yeah.
It's not just precluded to registries. So if you were managing some of that legal information in like a DBMS, we could connect to that, or even NoSQL. So.
Yeah. I think it's good. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
We have any questions online? Great. Of course. With you, Britt.
Yeah, can I ask a question, Anthony, Katrine?
Please do.
Sure.
Yeah, well, Katrine, thank you very much for this. I mean, it is more than impressive. How do you say that in English? Very impressive presentation. I really enjoyed it, and all the time I was listening in a very concentrated way, and also I was thinking about how to formulate an intelligent question. And yeah, and then you were talking about let's say that RRR and party are not yet included, so to say. And then FTG was there with our question. So now almost nothing is left. But my question, let me formulate it in a very simple way. Suppose you're working at the IT department of the registry, or maybe in the population register, yeah? And I want to use your services, spatial unit data and BA unit data. What do I have to do?
Well, I would say that it depends on how you want to use it, but if you'd like it for reference, we could share that as a web service in an application. For example, that's one way. If I'm struggling to think of other ways, I guess we can provide that the connection to the geodatabase, but what we typically see when we integrate with registries and other systems is just that live link, and it's mainly managed on the cadastral side. Interesting question, Crit. I like it. I'm going to think more about it.
Yeah, so Katrine, what I'd like to know, of course, is do I need your software application in the registry or in the population register, or maybe an implementation booklet, or well, I don't know. It is, I think this we have the idea to talk about implementation during the next OGC event.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is to organize a kind of LADM implementation workshop, so to say. And I think this could be an excellent subject for discussion.
Yeah,
It is really a fantastic development. My compliments. Thank you, Katrien.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to say that most of the credit here goes to Amir. I'd like to recognize his excellent work here, and I'm just his proxy, but I'm happy to be here for it. And just to be totally clear, no, the registry would not have to use our software. We could integrate on an API or another level to bring that in. If they had a database, that would be enough. But let's talk more and figure that out.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward. Yeah, it's a pity that I cannot join in Dubrovnik.
Yeah, I agree.
We have to live with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a question from Peter as well.
Yeah, also my compliments to Amir and Katrien for showing the relationship and the mapping of cadastral fabric to LADM. Maybe a question that fits in this session. What about the underground objects and 3D cadastral parcel fabric?
Oh, I love that question. Yeah, we're working actively to support both. I was excited to see the utility underground implementations. We have a utility network, and one of the things that I'm going to do when I return is apply the LADM to it immediately. I think that's a great idea. And it can be shown underground in a 3D environment. As far as 3D cadaster goes, we've been having the same parallel discussions as, we've been having in this room here in the last 2 days at Esri, which is, what is the value that we can give outside of a simple visualization, right? And we're still working on it. I want to hear more. That's part of the reason why I'm here. So, yeah.
Thank you. Good to hear. Yeah, what is nice in the presentations before was also the connection between the physical and the legal counterparts. And I think also with the Esri utility network, probably more focused now on the physical utilities, but good to also try to include or add the legal spaces there.
Yeah, just like the parcel fabric, the utility network is also being modernized. So I think it would be a good time to start having those discussions with that team. I'll take it back.
Super, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that kind of starts to bring this session to a close, although I would like to give the opportunity for any questions to any of the speakers from the floor, because I do appreciate that our first paper was probably not given the amount of question time that they deserved. So if we have any questions for any of the speakers, please speak now, or if not, go for your coffee. Peter?
I forgot my question. Sorry, Anthony. There was one pending, but I forgot.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'd like to draw this session to a close. We've seen some brilliant presentations on 2D and 3D utility models and particularly their associated semantics, which I find quite exciting. And we've also seen how parcel fabric can be used to model these LADM spatial elements pretty cleanly. It's coffee break now. It should be just under half an hour. So I would like to see everyone at 11 o'clock for the next session on LADM and buildings. See you all soon.
Are we unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome to the second session of today, or the session number 5 of the LADM workshop. We are going to have 2 online presentations and then 1 on-site presentation. The session is about LADM and buildings. And our first presenter is already online. So we are very happy to welcome Benam Adazadeh. Please correct me if I spelled it wrong.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, good. He is a research fellow in the Center of Spatial Data, Infrastructure and Land Administration at the University of Melbourne. He's a leading researcher in the field of 3D land administration. His research leverages advanced scientific approaches driven from building information modeling and 3D urban modeling. He also works as a project officer in the ePlan project funded by Land Use Victorian State Government. Benam, I would say the floor is yours. Please share your screen.
Yes.
For participants online, use the question and answer from the Zoom. You're really welcome to just write in your question and we will facilitate the questions then from here. Okay, floor is yours.
All right, sure. Can you see my screen in full? Is it all
yes,
good?
you can see, but yes.
All right.
That's perfect.
Right. Yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. Today, the topic of my presentation is about the evaluation of the International 3D Geospatial Data Models and IFC standard for implementing an LADM-based 3D digital cadaster. This work is by me and my co-authors, Hamed Olfat, Abbas Rajaifard, and Bahram Saidian from the Center of SDIs and Land Administration, University of Melbourne. So basically, to give a background about this study, as we know, the Land Administration Domain Model, or LADM, is actually a conceptual model, and basically it includes the fundamental entities that are required for implementing 3D digital cadaster. But basically, the standard at the moment, the current version, does not specify any technical encoding for implementing this standard. And this is actually a bit challenging for various jurisdictions around the world with the implementation of this standard, because since the model is a conceptual model, there might be different interpretation of the standards. And that's actually, somehow complicated with the jurisdictions requirements. Basically, in reality, in different jurisdictions, we might have different types of legal spaces, even with different complex geometric shapes. It could be like not only the cubical shapes, but also shapes with curved boundaries or oblique boundaries, which actually makes it complex in terms of using the LADM standard. So this actually results in the different implementations of the LADM standard for 3D digital cadaster. So the aim of this study is actually looking at what are the current 3D data encoding standards and how we can actually identify the relevant entities within this standard to map the concepts from the LADM into the 3D data modeling standards like CTGML, Indoor GML, Infra GML, and IFC standard. So this study will help us to put forward a series of recommendations for further enhancement of the current 3D geospatial data models, as well as the IFC standard to support LADM-based 3D digital cadaster. So as I mentioned, we considered 3D geospatial standards. The first one is the CTGML standard. Basically, if you're working in a 3D domain, CTGML is an open data standard for exchanging and modeling 3D urban objects, whether they are natural or built objects. The second 3D geospatial standard is the land infra, or its technical encoding infra GML. Basically, it's a standard that is developed for modeling the infrastructure objects like bridges or wet infrastructure, but also it includes some survey data elements as well as the land and property data elements. And this standard has some basically overlaps with the LADM standard. The final is indoor GML. It's basically a standard that uses a structured space model for modeling the indoor spaces, and its primary purpose is for indoor navigation. And those standards for the geospatial domain, but we also have the industry foundation classes, IFC, which is basically the dominant open beam data model in the architecture, engineering, and construction industry. It's a complex data model. It includes hundreds of entities to basically model the life cycle of any built asset. And within the IFC standard, we could have like the standard basically includes the spatial relationships between the building elements. So when we're looking at this 3D data encoding standards, whether they are in the geospatial domain or BIM domain, basically they're looking at the physical reality of the built and natural environments. And in their current form, they do not include any cadastral element for managing the right restrictions and responsibilities. So we're looking at that because these standards are already they have like a physical schema. They are like at the moment technical encoding. So we need to see that how we can actually map the LADM concepts into 3D geospatial data models and IFC. When looking at the current literature, we actually see that there is already some investigations around the world that actually looked at the linkage of the LADM with these standards. The first one is like integration of the CTGML and LADM using AD application domain extension mechanism. Some approaches like looking at this integration of LADM and CTGML at the generic level without considering the jurisdictional requirements. But there are some investigations in like China, Poland, and Turkey that have actually looked at the integration of LADM and CTGML based on the specific requirements that are defined in their jurisdiction. Another investigation is about the linking indoor GML and LADM. And basically, there are some investigations that looked at how we can actually put LADM data and basically to support lawful indoor navigation, especially in the airports where we have like restricted zones, and how we can actually apply the different rights, restrictions, and responsibilities in the indoor zones. Another investigation is the integration of the LADM and IFC. Basically, that's about how we can use LADM to support 3D digital cadastre, especially in the multi-story buildings and also developments. And finally, there are some studies that looked at the LADM and land infra GML, and they have identified that basically these standards are complementary to each other, but some functionalities are overlapped between LADM and infra GML. So our evaluation is basically based on LADM packages and the main concepts that are defined within each package. We want to see that what are the suitable entities within each 3D data standard, and looking at basically it's important to firstly identify what are the suitable entities that can be used as a good candidate to map the LADM concept. But basically, since this standard does not include the LADM information, we need to look at that how we can consider the appropriate extension mechanisms that each standard allow within its schema. So I just want to go through each package to see that how each package of the LADM can be supported in each standard. Basically, CTGML and indoor GML, they do not provide explicit attributes or classes for encoding the party package of the LADM. But yeah, infra GML and IFC standard includes some relevant classes and attributes. And And basically, if we want to look at the infra-GML and IFC, they have the mechanism of property set or user-defined values to actually we can bring the attributes from the LADM standard. For example, this slide is about like how the party package is constituted in infra-GML. So for example, the parties can be defined through the attributes of the professional class or signature attribute in the statement class, or we could also have like in infra-GML some specific attributes in some specific classes. For example, the beneficiary party attribute in the easement class of the land infra or infra-GML can be used for encoding parties such as utility companies, or like the ownership class, which basically has is specifying single or multiple owners of a property unit. In terms of the IFC standard, when we're looking at how the parties are modeled within this standard, this picture on the right side is showing the IFC actor, the element, and the other relevant elements that can be used to model the parties. For example, if you want to model the role of the party, we could use the IFC actor entity, or organization parties, person parties, or like a person on behalf of an organization party. There are like this type of entities that support this type of parties. And even for the group parties in the LADM standard, we could use the IFC assigns to group relationship to group the set of actors, and that could be also a good candidate for us to model the group parties. In terms of the administrative package, again, when we're looking at the spatial, the CityGML, Indoor GML, and IFC standard, this administrative package is not explicitly defined in the core part of these standards, but there are some possibilities to encode basic administrative units. At least I will demonstrate this in the next slides. But when we're looking at the infra-GML, because it has in fact the cadastral data elements and also the survey data elements, we could see some similarities between the LADM and infra-GML. For example, the administrative source in LADM could be like as a statement class in the infra-GML, or restriction could be approximately easement class in the infra-GML. Or like, we have the right restrictions and responsibilities. The RRR could be approximately the same as interest in land in infra-GML. So in terms of the special unit package, what I considered here is like I wanted to see when we're looking at the 3D digital cadaster, I consider three important aspects from the special, basically that are related to the special unit: on the boundary face and the special unit itself, and also the basic administrative unit. Basically, the boundary face is for modeling the boundaries, and the special unit we can have it like for modeling the different types of legal spaces, like the legal spaces within the building unit or legal spaces associated with the utility networks. And we could actually group them into basic administrative units when they have the same, like the ownership right or restriction responsibilities. So for each of these concepts, we could find in each standard what are the potential equivalent entities that we can consider to model them. For example, for the boundary face, we could actually consider the boundary surface in CityGML, and in fact, when we're looking at the boundary surface, it has like many subclasses, especially for the physical boundaries when we're looking at in the CityGML standard. For the spatial unit, we could use the room, and also if we want to like group a room of rooms, we can actually group them using the city object group to define a basic administrative unit in CityGML standard. In terms of the infra-GML standard, we could also see this type of the equivalent entities when we're comparing with the LADM. like for boundary face, we could have the bonding element. Those face bonding element can be used in InfraGML. A special unit within the building. So it's like for the 3D cadastre, that's basically the building part could be used as an entity. And it's interesting here that the shape and location is that the InfraGML standard specified that shape and location as a special unit, which is exactly what we've got in the LADM standard. And similarly, it could be like when we group them into a condominium unit concept into the InfraGML, which is actually the same as basic administrative unit in InfraGML. In indoor GML, this is like if you want to use the LADM for basically for indoor navigation. It's like we've got like cell space boundary for boundary of spaces, cell space for the spatial units, and also primary space features, which we can actually group the cell spaces, and that would actually define our basic administrative units within the indoor GML. For the IFC standard, it's similar to the other standard, but yeah, we might have like here when we're looking at the boundary faces, the space boundaries, or call it IFC real space boundary, which actually defines the connection between different legal spaces and also the physical elements. So it could be, if it is like looking at the virtual boundary, it's basically the connection between legal space. If it's a physical, it's like the connection between the legal space and the building element, which could be like an element like walls or ceilings. And yeah, we can also then use I'm sure that if you work with the BIM models, we could use the IFC space or IFC external spatial element to model the different types of legal spaces. Basically, IFC considered this IFC space from the definition point for indoor space, but this one IFC external spatial element for basically for the outdoor spaces that are external to the building. And finally, we can actually group them into the zones or spatial zone, the spatial units, and that could actually define the basic administrative unit for us if we're looking at from the LADM standard point of view. So that's actually a summary of our evaluation of how the different LADM concepts can be mapped into the 3D data standards. But when we investigated these models, we actually come up with some discussion and key messages. So the first point is that that each implementation model or technical encoding that we consider, it should have a specific use case. Basically, we can't have like technical encoding that fits all the use cases. For example, when we're looking at using the IFC for LADM standard, this encoding might be effective when we actually using 3D 3D BIM models for digital enlargement of cadastral data when we're dealing with individual building subdivisions. That's actually from the start of the building subdivision to the certification registration. A BIM model based on the LADM standard could be useful in that case. But for considering the CTGML encoding, that would actually, because CTGML typically deals with the city level as a bigger scale, it could be an appropriate encoding to actually upgrading the current 2D property maps, basically those base maps that we have for a particular jurisdiction to a 3D environment and show the entire underground, above ground space in a fully integrated view, and it could be in LADM compliant. And we could also see that the InfraGML is actually offering more surveying features that are not basically covered in the LADM standard, and that we believe that if we're looking at the connection between the LADM and InfraGML, that would actually add more value on adding the cadastral, mainly the cadastral survey data sets. And finally, the linking the indoor GML data could be also used for indoor navigation, especially when we're looking at the how we can actually have these different types of restrictions, rights, and responsibilities applied into the indoor navigation applications. And this is my final slide. When we're looking at the LADM starting from this standard, it's basically that's the core data model that defines these different types of rights, restrictions, and responsibilities, as well as their spatial dimensions, and also the actors, also the parties that are that have an interest in the land. But we could have like different encodings based on the current 3D data standards. But if we consider the jurisdictional requirements, then each encoding might have many, each technical encoding might be implemented in different ways. So theoretically, there might be many implementation encoding for the LADM standard. And but if we actually address this from the, we have like the technical encoding of the LADM for these standards, we could actually make it easier for different jurisdictions to actually implement the LADM standard and use it for the 3D digital cadastre purposes. Thank you very much. So I'm happy to answer any question.
Thank you very much. And I hope you can hear it. Probably we should at the end also invite the Zoom participants to clap. For the Zoom participants, please use the question and answers. I will have a look in the room. Are there any questions? Yes, please. And Benham, can you please stop to share the screen?
Yes, sure.
Thank you.
Just stop sharing. Yeah.
Hello, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. This presentation made me think about the word encoding. We heard the encoding in this workshop quite many times, but I'm puzzled with what does it really mean? Because if we go thinking about encoding LADM in CityGML, but we can, if we think about CityGML, CityGML has the same problem, it has two encodings now. So what do we mean by encoding? Using the data model or using the file structure or the file type?
What we mean here is like that we looking at the possible entities that can help us to implement the LADM concepts. For example, when we looking at saying that spatial unit, so we want to define it let's say that you want to upgrade your 2D property base map into a 3D property base map. One of the you could actually use CityGML or any schema that you want to consider. But let's say if you want to go based on standards and you want to adopt CityGML and you want to define 3D spatial units. In that case, we need to looking at how we can find the suitable entity first, and then looking at how the standard can allow us to incorporate those attributes from the LADM standard. For example, a spatial unit has some attributes that are not considered in the CityGML schema. So we actually incorporate using the ADE mechanism within the CityGML to actually map that. So it's kind of, because based on my experience, when we want to implement the LADM, it might actually, especially for the jurisdiction, this is one of the experience that we had like in Malaysia, it makes it, when we when the standard doesn't specify the guidelines that how the implementation can be done, it's actually makes it interpret, I mean, the different interpretation from the software developers or like the database developer. That's my view. That's why I'm saying that if we have like the technical, we use these standards, and basically they are common in the geospatial domain or the BIM domain. So we could actually help, foster the implementation of the LADM standard, especially for the 3D digital cadastre.
Is that answering your question?
Yeah, so in the context of LADM, we are most talking of encoding in the sense of using the data model, not the file format, if I understood right. Maybe to start a bit the conversation.
Maybe you can also pose the question that you said before now. You can...
no, we keep them.
Yeah.
Okay. It's all related, that's why.
And I'm very happy because we have one question also in the question and answer from Jaroslav. Shouldn't the indoor modeling be independent from jurisdictions? And
Yeah, it is. It's a bit. I mean, if you're looking at from the 3D cadastre perspective, it's a bit hard to say that how we can make it independent, like from the. I mean, if in terms of the spatial, I mean, if we want to say that we want to consider like a spatial unit generally as an entity for modeling the indoor spaces or indoor cadastral spaces. We can consider that, but the way that the boundaries, the bonding elements of these spatial units that are being defined in different jurisdictions are different. For example, if you look at some jurisdictions might use a coordinated approach, or like they may use the coordinates to define, or some jurisdictions they may use like even different boundary elements. Like I'm just giving my experience from in Australia. Like in Victoria, we define like the boundary element based on internal median or exterior face of a building element. But it could be any other jurisdiction that they don't consider the median face. That's the point.
Yeah. Okay, I think that answers the questions. And probably, do we have a question from the floor still? Yeah, at here, please. We take one more question, and we need to look a little bit on timing as well.
I will be short. Hello, Behnam. Thank you very much for this presentation. It's interesting, and also it is a good overview of what we have today on the literature about the LADM and interoperability or a synergy with the technical models. So I have a similar question, like for CityGML and IFC, for example, for the mapping, did you use the conceptual model?
No, that's not the conceptual, that's their physical schema that we actually consider. Basically, for these standards, their conceptual and the physical, I mean, the logical and their physical model are basically the same. So they have actually looking at when we're looking at their schema, the equivalent entities that are defined in the conceptual or logical model are considered in the physical schema. So we basically look at the physical schema and to see that how, like the potential, and even like for let's say, for example, for the IFC, we looked at that, for example, if we're using the IFC space, how we can use the property set to actually, build the attributes of a spatial unit and basically see it in a BIM viewing software.
Thank you. And about the last two slides that were a nice overview of and recommendations also, what to use where. Do you think that this could be like most fit for purpose, like driven approach? So depending on the spatial unit type that we want to model, we can use specific, I would say, technical model. I'm not sure if I should say encoding. Like the technical model, we should be careful with this.
topics here, yeah, and which one to implement, because I can understand, of course, that IFC better is better to be used for buildings or for something else, or for the spatial planning zones you use. For example, you said the CityGML. Yeah. So you think it could work like that, and then close with
Yeah, I agree that we need to look at, we should actually adopt a fit for purpose approach here, because when we're looking at the cadaster and the issues that we have, like in different domains and areas, we can't have, like, as I said, one size fits all solution. It's not possible to have, like, let's say that I adopt BIM as a, like, to solve all the challenges that we've got for the cadaster. And it's actually looking at that in what area, like, is it like we going to like the subdivision of the building elements, or like we want to manage our 3D property, or we consider any like other application, like let's say indoor navigation. It's comes back firstly to that how we, from different use cases that we might have, like from creation and to the use of the cadastral data.
I totally agree. Yeah, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
And Peter, you have raised your hands. Do you have a question?
Yeah, a bit in the same direction. Would you consider these different models such as IFC, CityGML also for the database schema, or is it more for the data exchange, either data input or data dissemination for a land administration system?
I think for both, I mean, it's up to this is the jurisdictional decision whether they want to adopt which schema first. But I believe, like, when we're dealing with individual, let's say that I just want to consider the IFC individual. In that case, because the surveyors getting the file and from the architect or exchanging it is as like a file exchange data format, it could be an efficient solution. But when we're looking at the 3D property base map, in that case, it would be good to actually consider the database approach, because when we're looking at want to query the entire data, the data file, I mean, a file format approach would not be an efficient approach. But yeah, in that case, yeah, if we're using CityGML, a database approach would be a good solution.
Yeah, but would you use then the schema of CityGML or IFC for the database of a land administration?
In that case, what my view is that, let's say that, okay, we've got in 3D, I mean, let's say that our 3D property map as like in a database and in a database format. In that case, because when we using the IFC, we're using it for the dividing and creating new parcel. When that new subdivision comes to the land registry, and in that case, we might need to have some conversion from the data that we've got from the IFC to CityGML. And in fact, there are like now solutions that how we can map from the IFC data into the CityGML database. It could be here like some conversion challenges we might have, because in that case, we're using BIM data, on the other end, we're using the CityGML data.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think this discussion can go on for a longer time, but it just confirms that your research that you're doing, Benham, is really on the spot, I guess, and is requested by all this discussion. Thank you very much. I would like to give a round of applause because you answered all those.
Thank you.
Good. We are going further to our next speaker. And we do have a presentation of a paper which was written by Hikret, Gürzo Sürmeneli, Mehmet Alkan, and Mila Cueva. And we are welcoming Mehmet Alkan with us. Mehmet Alkan is a professor in the Department of Geomatics, Yildiz Technical University in Turkey. He finished his PhD in March 2005. His PhD thesis is Design and Develop Cadastral Temporal GIS. His research interests are databases, geographical information systems, NSDIs, e-municipality, e-government, and cadastral systems. and he is currently working at the Land Management Division of Department of Geomatics in Yildiz Technical University, Turkey. Thanks, Mehmet, for being with us online.
Yes.
Yeah,
Thank you for the explanation, Chairman.
You're welcome. I think the floor is yours. I think you are able to share the screen.
Yes.
And yes. Perfect. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Is it okay for the presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Welcome for everybody. Hello, saying from Istanbul, Turkey. And I hope the next conference with face-to-face next time. And it is not good. It's my opinion for this presentation, but we cannot do it because of the COVID. I am saying to everybody for a healthy days without COVID. Yes, and our presentation topic is towards investigation of integrating LADM, building information model, and CTGML for cadastral purposes. The case of Turkish cadastral systems. Yes, firstly, I want to give an introductions as a briefly. As you can see from slide that it is important things is for the cadastral management, not only 2D but also 3D and 4D also. The papers comprise of the Hicret Gürsoy Sürmeneli PhD thesis, and the PhD thesis topics is generally design and development for the cadastral systems, a case study of Turkey cadastral system, and we were using with the international standards LADM also firstly, and then the secondly is CTGML, and now we are firstly integrated with the building information model IFC systems. And another thing is, it is important, it was recently proposed for Turkey, a lot of papers and also international conference papers, which is depends on the 3D cadastral systems of the Turkey land register and cadastral systems. And another thing is, the paper first proposed a conceptual cadastral model for 3D delineations of the condominium rights and based on LADM, and it shows an example by matching the features and attributes in this model with the IFC and CTGML schema. Yes, another slide shows that the aims of and summary of this paper. The aim of the current research is to develop a data model that supports the regulation and analysis of 3D land rights, restrictions and responsibilities for the Turkish cadastral systems, which is depends on the 3D information XYZ, and also 4D, as you know, that's the time, and also which are depends on these regulations. We use ISO standards for LADM, as you know that, and also that represents 3R on the real estate, right, responsibility and restrictions, and CTGML that represents the physical side of the objects for the conceptual model of the database. Yeah, and another slides, as you can see from slide, that methodology is consists of from cadastral and land title data, and also we are speaking with the 3D information is generally generated from the condominiums. In Turkey, it is very important things is the base object is parcel for all of the cadastral objects and also cadastral information. Not only owner information, but also ownership information and building informations, and it is registered by condominium. In Turkish land register system, you cannot register with the buildings. Only you can be registered via using condominium. For this, the condominium is very important objects with related cadastral objects, because every buildings with related only one parcels in Turkish cadastral systems. And also every condominium is related with only one building. Furthermore, it is important things for modeling 3D information model for the condominium, also cadastral objects. It is very important things, not only using international standards, but also country profiles. And as you can see from slide that the LADM, CTGML and building information model, it's important things for the design and development conceptual database schema for the Turkish cadastral systems. You can see for the four main objects for the LADM, and also we can use LADM components for designing two databases of the Turkish cadastral systems. And also it is very important things is the 3D schemas and also 3D visualizations for the cadastral objects, especially for the buildings and condominiums. It's very important things we are using the CTGML. And then maybe the next step or next time, it is very important things is using with the building information model and those IFC classes for design and development of the Turkish cadastral systems and also Turkish cadastral objects and its attributes data. Yeah, the other topic is from the our papers, the results. You can see from the slide that Turkish LADM based on the international standards and also relationship with the Turkish cadastral objects and the details with using the LADM international standards. The up level of the figure shows that the LADM and also Inspire and also maybe you can be used OpenGIS schedule, maybe it is possible, but we can use for LADM. And also, as you know, that Inspire is related with the Inspire. And we are using with the Turkish cadastral 3D legal model point based on the LADM. And you can see for the relationship with the LADM building unit, you can see that with the point of the arrows. Yes, the other results is Turkish cadastral systems based on the LADM also, and the main definitions is 3R, rights, restrictions and responsibilities. Rights is definition, it is state of the to make all kinds of transaction on the real estate. It is very important for Turkish cadastral systems for transactions, sales, donations, subdivisions, and so on and so on. Mortgage also. The restrictions is it's very important information about for the cadastral objects. It is rights, liabilities, annuations, and mortgage easements. And the other one is responsibilities. These are the obligations and also an interest holder must fulfill on the real estate. Maybe a parcel, maybe condominium. It is possible to writing on the database via relationship with the cadastral objects and cadastral data. And the other one is integrations of LADM and CityGML model. And for the Turkish cadastral systems, there's a new proposed model. We are using LADM and CityGML and also combining with legal and physical data model. You can see, but I hope it should be readable. Yeah. But I have to show only one figure. Otherwise, it cannot be understandable for the relationship with each other's, not only Turkish cadastral data, but also LADM and CityGML model. And also you can find, we are using search of the Google and for our papers in land use policy and survey review also. And the other figure is, it is very important things, Turkey 3D condominium scope of the 3D cadastre profile based and also international standards. You can see up level of the figures. It's LADM and relationship with the red lines and also red arrows for Turkish GIS, CBC, its meaning is GIS, and also, I'm sorry, but it's Turkish National GIS. Also, it is very important components for relationship international standards. And also, you can see, please follow my mouse, and it is possible to relate it with the Turkish condominium profile with based on the LADM components related with, and also the other relationship with the parcels. Turkish TR is Turkish, and the Turkish parcel, as I can say it before, the main object is parcel in Turkish cadastral systems. Generally, all over the world is the main object parcel, but especially Turkish cadastral system, parcel components is very important things because, for instance, in one of the parcels has one or more buildings in Turkish cadastral systems. But reverse, it is not possible. One buildings on one or more parcels. It is not possible. Only one buildings is only on to one parcels. Otherwise, you cannot be registered for not only buildings, but also condominium. And relationship with the CityGML, with LADM, we are using Turkish parcel components. And also another relationship between and Turkish registration objects with the CityGML city object, as you can see from slide that. And also the other relationship with condominium profile with the IFC standards we are creating with the building information model. It's also parcel is important things, and also IFC classes is very important for relationship between each other that are not only CityGML, but also LADM and also Turkish cadastral profile data and condominium. Yes, the other result is the general semantic mapping of IFC, CityGML and LADM entities in the proposed 3D condominium registration model for Turkey. As you can see from the slide, that the table is refers registration objects, buildings, building units, annex and parcels in LADM. And also CityGML is related with registration object is city object, as you see that. and also IFC is IFC zone. And another information is should be showing in the table. For instance, the other important component is parcels in LADM, in the CityGML land use, and in IFC classes is IFC site. Yes, and the last slide is conclusion. As you can see from slide, that is paper proposes a general framework for integrating cadastral information containing a 3D presentation of apartment rights or condominium rights and update of the city models, and with LADM of the legal objects and CityGML also the next phase related with the IFC on physical objects. Yes, I want to give them point by point of the general conclusion of our paper. Is the first one is particularly it is proposed an integrated model for 3D delineation of condominium rights, scope of the Turkish 3D cadaster. The second one is basic requirement for generating 3D condominium rights, scope of the 3D cadastral model for the Turkish cadastral system, and presented from the current cadastral objects with the legal and physical perspectives. And the last one is further investigation is need to show that will focus on the applicability of the proposed model to fulfill requirements and the general framework in practice. And I want to say the last sentence is we are newly studying integrated with the building information model. We are using Turkish 3D and also 4D information of the cadastral objects. Yes, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we are taking questions. Are there questions on the floor or online?
Yes, please.
I saw Crit waving. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Eva, and thank you, Mehmet, for your very clear presentation, I have to say. But you cannot be surprised about my question, I think. But this morning we were talking about 3D
Yes.
underground objects. So if you compare your model for condominiums with the requirements for maybe for registration of underground legal objects like tunnels and so on, how does it fit? Do you have ideas on that?
Yes, in Turkish cadastral systems, the registration object is for the 3D condominiums, for instance, apartments and the store and maybe deposit zones, for instance. But the tunnels and underground object is not registered in Turkish cadastral systems. We are discussing with the General Directorate of Land Registry and Cadastral Offices in Turkey. How can we do that? And also how can we solve the problems for creating with the database schema, and we are using the international standards. It is a very good questions for the Turkish cadastral systems, but if we cannot give an answer, or we cannot come back to answers from the General Directorate of Land Registry and Cadastral Offices, we will solve it using with the academic side. Otherwise, it is not good going, because related with the international standards and also international studies.
Yeah, I was wondering because of your remark about the relation to parcels, which is a very specific relation, and I can imagine that one tunnel can be maybe related to 1,000 parcels or so.
Yes, it is possible to creating with the database schema inside. There is no problem with it, but legally it it is not important. It is not possible. Sorry, it is not possible to register in Turkish cadastral system because tunnel is not a cadastral object.
Or maybe not yet.
Yes, not yet.
Okay, thank you, Mehmet, for your.
You are welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you for your question.
Is there any other question? Are we from the room here or online? No? Good. Then I would like to give a round of applause again to you, Mehmet.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. And we are now moving into the room and we are welcoming Anthony. He was the chair of the previous session. He's going to present a paper he was writing together with Duncan Moss from the UK, the LADM patterns to support the efficient modeling of cooperative community and strata titles for land registers. And Anthony is a geospatial analytics professional with a strong mix of technical, commercial, academic, and policy skills. I'm not reading the whole thing. He has experience of delivering repeatable solutions using an inclusive and interdisciplinary approach involving GIS science, knowledge engineering, and data modeling. Anthony is fluent, this is a good expression, fluent with ISO, with LADM,
yeah.
and is contributing to the revision of the version 2, LADM revision. And he's interested in approaches that improve registration, automation, and first-order logic modeling of the registration domain. And we found out yesterday that we have something in common. We were both related to archaeological surveying, or yeah. That is a common question. Are we set for the demo?
Yeah, I can share my screen now.
Yeah, let's try. And again, to the participants online, please use Q&A, and otherwise we can always accommodate your questions, of course, also if you just raise your hand. And good. I would say, Anthony, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, LADM patterns to support efficient modelling of cooperative titles for land registers. So I'm going to take a slightly different spin to this session. The other two papers have been about the spatial structuring for CityGML and BIM. I'm looking at it from a registration point of view, transactional basis in terms of elements of the legislation. And I've talked about cooperative ownership. And by this, I mean ownership of associated complex rights relationships with other owners. So we can see here that you've got this conceptual block of flats, each of which has a rights relationship with other owners. However, in order to do that, you need to separate a form of sub-ownership from the principal land. And this is something that occurs in many jurisdictions and has been doing for a number of years. In Scotland, these are referred to as separate tenements and encompass such rights as minerals, salmon fishing, mines of gold and silver, and petroleum. And so these things can be separated out and sold independently from the main body of land. And these rights come with further benefits so that the owner of the sub-ownership rights can effectively enjoy the right they hold. So that, you know, if you've got a fishing right, you need to access over somebody else's land so you can throw in your rod and catch a fish. So, and these are not seen as excessively onerous by the owner of that principal land, which is nice that things just go on. But what about strata? So strata can be used to describe bridges or substrata to define tunnels, and this is really what's been a focus of these last two sessions. And these associated rights for bridges and tunnels are also not seen as overly or excessively onerous. But things change a little bit when you get into flats or condominia. And so a flat is a strata airspace subdivided by reference to structures built in the air. So you build your thing out of bricks, and your flat is a thing which is essentially described by the outline of your bricks, the volume of space. And all of that has been well described in the previous sessions. However, the owners of these flats have these interdependent community cooperative rights relationships, which I appreciate is a bit of a mouthful, with other owners in the flatted building. And these relationships are significantly more complex and onerous than the rights required for these other forms of separated ownership. And so there's this need to determine who owns the property above, below, and around each flat, and the ownership relationships with common or shared areas, these lifts, stairwells, halls, roof. And more importantly, who pays for the maintenance of these shared areas. So other forms of ownership have similar cooperative relationships to flatted buildings. So you can have this vertical element, but equally you can have it horizontally. So you can have that kind of compound. That's the word I was looking for. And we refer to those separately as strata titles and then community titles, but collectively it's cooperative ownership, or at least that's the term I've decided to use. And so this cooperative ownership is defined as ownership of relationships with shared property that usually requires maintenance. So why the emphasis on maintenance? This maintenance requires payment to be legally enshrined in perpetuity so that these buildings can be kept up. And this type of kind of covenant or rights relationship is called a positive obligation. And in general, most jurisdictions have rules that ensure that registrable covenants in perpetuity can only benefit land. Positive obligations don't do that, do not directly benefit the land. So in general, orthodox property law alone is not adequate for cooperative ownership where encumbering positive obligations are required. So how do you solve that? First way to do that is you can't own flats, you can lease them. So you remove the problem by saying there's no in perpetuity anymore. And this is the approach that's adopted in England and Wales. Flats are normally held as leases rather than owned. And that gives you a broader range of options in terms of the encumbering rights you can place over strata. And so you can have your positive obligations. However, I think quite justifiably, many citizens in many jurisdictions value ownership over leasehold. You see, that's a bit of a no-brainer. So the second solution is to extend ordinary property law. And so you produce specific registration law to extend orthodox property law. And this will allow positive obligations under certain circumstances, such as condominium, flats, and community ownership. These tend to include a body corporate, such as a housing association, which manages relationships between owners, including granting easements to shared property, has limited powers to create positive obligations, and levies and administers the necessary finances. The New Zealand legislation is a nice, clear example of this. So Section 3 says, the purpose of this act is to provide a legal framework for the ownership and management of land and associated buildings and facilities on a socially and economically sustainable basis by communities of individual owners. So really showing that kind of collective responsibility element between the different parties. And then subclause 1 is to allow for the subdivision of land and buildings into unit title developments comprising units that are owned in stratum state in freehold or in leasehold, or licensed by the unit owners, and common property that is owned by the body corporate on behalf of the unit owners. So again, separating out that there's holding strata exclusively, but that a body corporate, another form of legal vehicle, can have rights over the whole framework. And that those bodies corporates in subsection 2 comprise all unit owners in a development to operate and manage unit title developments. So essentially it's telling you how, what parties comprise of your body corporate. So it's pretty explicit, it's also very dry. So in terms of general legal concepts, the literature defines 2 general legal approaches to structuring cooperative titles. There's a dualistic approach based on condominium ownership and a monistic approach based upon a user right model. And we'll just unpack those in a little bit of detail. So in terms of the monistic model, the owners of the apartment unit are joint owners of the entire building and the ground below. The co-ownership includes rights to have exclusive use of a certain part of the building, and that would be your apartment unit. And this means that persons do not legally own a separate apartment unit, although the apartment unit itself can be mortgaged. And so what you're doing is you're actually sharing ownership in the building itself, but then you have an off-register contract that provides you with exclusivity for your own specific element. which is exactly what I had on this slide. I don't need it anymore. The dualistic model is defined as follows. So every apartment owner has a full ownership of a part of the building apartment. So you can exclusively own a volume of space and have it registered. The communal areas of the building, such as staircase and elevators, are held in co-ownership, and this can be described as compulsory co-ownership or an accessory restricted co-ownership. An accessory because it cannot be separated from the ownership of the apartment, i.e. your extra ownership is tied in to the fact that you actually own this volume of space, and restricted because during the time the building is divided into apartments, the separation and division of the common area is not possible. So it's restricting the amount of activities that can occur on that area of common space. According to Paulson, who I've stolen those two quotes from, the major distinction between the two types is framed around whether the owner of the land is considered also as the owner of any buildings erected on it. So can you actually separate and exclusively hold this volume of space within your registration framework? And if so, or if not, then a monistic model is used, and if so, then you can pull out strata and use the dualistic model. So, now I've set the scene. How does this work with our data? Right, so let's pull these concepts together and try and ground them. I've got a demo at the tail end of this where I go through a worked example as well. So in broad terms, the dualistic model takes a cadastral unit owned land approach to registration, and the monistic model takes a party approach to registration. We'll initially consider the party approach because it's not hugely exciting. So in terms of registration patterns, parties describe the things that can hold registrable rights defined by land. And so you can have a range of different registrable parties. You can have natural parties, people living, breathing, walking, talking. You can have non-natural parties, businesses, charities, areas of government. You can have trusts, areas that actually act independently on the register, but can comprise of multiple parties who act collectively. This could be your body's corporate, for example, which we talked about earlier, or a cadastral unit. A piece of land can have rights over another piece of land. This is seen commonly in easements, rights of access between neighbouring properties. And these parties can not just hold registrable rights, they can be owning parties as well. So individually, they can hold things in exclusivity, or they can come collectively together and own things in common. So you're just having shared interests over something that you own. So in terms of the monistic approach, it relies on the ability to register a party share in a flatted building, which as we've just described, and that share describes the parts of the building which are held exclusively by the fractional owner. And there's a number of ways in which this can be achieved, and that's very much dependent upon how the jurisdiction deals with its registration law and how those common shares between natural parties and non-natural parties with the body's corporate are brought together. So in terms of body corporate for registration, body corporate can be the formal owner of the register and grant rights of occupancy to residents. Those can be natural or non-natural parties. In such a model, the body corporate will likely take on a role of management and maintenance, and it's likely, as we saw from New Zealand, that the trustees of that corporation will be all of the residents. It should also be noted that ownership is likely to be indirect here. The ownership of your volume of space, because that will be a personal right under contract when you originally buy it, rather than what's necessarily registered on the land register itself. And as such, some of these legal details will be managed off register, but the importance here is the quanta of your interest can be quite significant, because that could play a specific role in terms of your voting rights within the group, and that varies between jurisdictions. Anyway, on to ones that I think are much more interesting, which is the dualistic modelling and cadastral unit patterns. And there's three principal concepts that I want to introduce that support this. There's predial appurtenance, there's ownership inheritance, and there's subjects, i.e. that is the set of ownership rights implied through predial appurtenance and inheritance. So what appurtenance? This is a concept from Scots law, and so go back to the quotes again. A landowner may sometimes hold rights in respect to heritable property beyond his own boundaries. Rights of this kind are known as appurtenance. Essentially, it's it's an approach that indicates that as an owner of land, because you own that piece of land, you have rights in external properties. Now, this could be ownership rights over other bits of land, or it could be non-ownership rights, such as a right of access over your neighbour. So these are pradial, or these are pertinents which have a pradial relationship with the owned land. And so it's a legal shorthand for describing both ownership and non-ownership rights, which automatically pass to successive owners of land by implication. You don't need to do a separate transaction to move them forward. So conceptually, the cadastral unit holds the right as a proxy for the owning party. So you register the right against the cadastral unit rather than the landowner. So in simple terms, pertinence represents rights held by the land, pradial, which benefit the landowner. And this has this emergent property that things can run with the land. So when that dominant cadastral unit is sold, i.e. my flat within the block of flats, all of the benefits that are with that land automatically travel with the sale. You don't need to do that secondary transaction. So that is a way of modelling things that run with the land. Great. We also have this concept called pradial cadastral units, which is just simply where the right which is held by your cadastral unit is over another ownership right. So that's simple. And pradial cadastral units can be used to model a range of different scenarios, including shared driveways, remaining areas of the housing development, platted building, pens, car parking spaces, bin stores, etc. When we bring in this concept of inheritance, and inheritance is an emergent concept which is implied by these chained pradial cadastral units. So if I own a flat, and that flat has an interest in the footprint of the flatted building, that's great. But that footprint in the flatted building might actually have an ownership interest in the grounds that surround it. So what's the relationship between my flat and those grounds? Using this model, conceptually, my flat inherits a beneficial ownership interest in the grounds, and it's proxied through the footprint of the building. This is cool, and it's also theoretically infinite. So you can have this chaining down to any level of extraction. So here we see you've got a block of flats, or you have a flat, you have a 50% interest in the footprint of that flatted building. So clearly there's likely to be two flats in there, but because you're in a flatted building, you have an exclusive interest of the, the flatted building, as it were, has an exclusive interest in another piece of land and 50%. So when you derive title, it drops out an exclusive ownership of strata, 50% ownership in a flatted building, 50% ownership over that exclusive land, and a quarter over whatever the other thing is. Okay, so we're now going to go through to the demo element of this, so we're just running through as an exemplar for this dualistic cooperative ownership. Doing this with code, so the likelihood of this going wrong is huge at the moment. So here's my code, some libraries, creating a spatial database. Some more code. There is nothing up my sleeve. I'm preparing a database here. Yeah, it normally crashes. Brilliant. So what I've done is I've taken an application, I've registered it. I'll go into this in more detail in the presentation later on today as to how this thing is built up. So I now have a spatial database that has its own little world in it. So we've got an area where we can start to register stuff. So we're going to build a development area, and we're going to sell that to the developer. And here we are. So we're going to build some a area called flat grounds. So it's going to be the grounds of this flat, and we've got a thing called a transfer of land part coming out here, where we're cutting away from the principal land. We're giving it to regional development agency is selling it to the builder who's getting 100% interest. We've got the cookie dough of the universe we've just created, and then we've got our cookie cutter, which is saying what we're taking out, and we're giving it its new special number. So, and from that we can create a deed, and I'll go into this more a little bit later on, and then we can register it. Ta-da! So if we look at our land now, we have two cadastral units, 0 the background, 1 the new flat development area, and 1 is owned by the regional development agency, background owner, and Mr. Rival, the builder. who is going to develop this block of flats for us. So first of all, we're going to alienate this building footprint as principal land from our grounds. So we've got our grounds, and we're going to separate out the block of flats. And we're going to use what we call, or what I call the top here, transfer of land part. And so what we're doing is we've got our land and we're cookie cutting out, and it's going to be owned ultimately by the same person at the tail end because it's an atomic transaction. And here we now see that we have 3 cadastral units, C0, 1 and 2. And we see that it's still Mr. Rival, the builder, he still owns it, so it still looks the same as it did before. Fine. So we're now going to transfer the ownership of CU1, which is the grounds, to CU2, which is our flatted buildings. This is starting to build up that pradial relationship. And here we've got a top, which is a transfer of party part. In fact, it's a transfer of party whole, because we're starting all of it. So let's run that application. So because it's not a spatial change, nothing is changing in our cadastral units, but we now see that we have CU2 as an exclusive right holder. So the builder owns a flat and inherits ownership of this because they own the flatted building. And so that's how we're developing pradial relationships, which is great. And from a legal point of view, in general, land cannot own land, but in this instance, it's just a proxy, it's a pass-through. And it's a conceit that gives us quite a lot of power from an automated registration perspective, which is what ultimately I'm interested in. So then we're going to alienate, or build and then alienate each flat from CU2. That's going to result in 8 flats for us, based upon this model here. And this is what we call a transfer of right part. So we're alienating a sub-ownership right from the body of the ownership. This is our bundle of rights model, which I'll talk about after lunch. So here we're going to cut out a conceptual volume of space from our principal land. Now we can do that either as absolute plots, and this is very much where the 2 sessions earlier on are talking about 3D geometry, or you can pull it out as what I refer to as relative plots, where it's grounded. You know, there was a building that has this specific cadastral unit number, and in that building there is a flat on the 2nd floor. That's the one you own. I am interested in legal certainty rather than geometric precision. As long as I can legally understand and define what is owned by the owning party, I really don't care how it's actually defined in geometry. So we're going to create our deeds and register them, and we now have lots of cadastral units. So these flats are no longer conceptually part of CU2, they've been separated out as different volumes. But they're still all owned by the same person, because we haven't sold them. And then we're going to transfer an 8th owned share of CU2 to every flat. So every flat will have an interest in the flatted building. Now, we don't have to do it this way. We could actually build it up through a body corporate. But, you know, we've got flexibility in how we model things. And this is about building in modeling primitives. Okay, and so we can now see that we have a right in common. I'm sorry, but that's really, really small. I can see it, but I don't think you can. There we are. So it's a right in common for 1/8 fraction, 1/8 fraction, all across the board there. For every flat in that building has an interest now in the flatted building footprint. So we can see that, you know, that flatted building is now owned in common by the owners of the flats. And as I said, this could have been held by the body corporate if we decided to do it, but we've done it this way. We're then going to alienate, to transfer interest to the CU11, which is where the lift is. In this instance, because we can do it with the lift, we're giving maintenance issues for the lift to everybody who isn't on the ground floor, because we can segment the model in a really refined way. Most jurisdictions don't do that, but we can. And because this is a proof of concept, why not? So we now see that we've got 1/6 interest, and the ground floor flat owners don't have to pay for maintenance of the lift. And then finally, we're transferring the ownership of the flat to a third party. We're selling it to people who are going to live in it. So at the end of this, the expectation is that the developer has no further interest in that land. And so we can now see that Dr. Black, the author, and Master Chip, the carpenter, all have exclusive ownership rights over different flats in this building. And because they have owned a volume of space which is registered as a cadastral unit, they have interest in both the lift and the body of the building, which in turn, as we already know, you inherit then a benefit in terms of the surrounding ground. So we have registered our flats. We have separated them out in an individual and explicit way with a fine degree of granularity in terms of the process. And we can start to derive title based upon that registered data. So by owning a flat, you can start to then determine a subject associated with it, the 1/8 interest in the flatted building footprint, the 1/6 interest in CU11, which is the lift shaft and lift itself. You get inherited pertinence because you own, this the flatted building has an interest in the surrounding land. So ultimately, you get your collated subjects at the bottom. And we can demonstrate that in terms of deriving title. So let's have a look at one of the upper story flats. And that is owned by Mrs. Hatter, the milliner. I only have limited visualization capabilities in this, but you get what you're given. It has geometry, it tells you what the right is. So we can find out what ownership pertinence are associated with that. So you get 1/8 interest in the flat grounds, you've got you've got 1/8 interest in the building footprint, 1/6 interest in the lift shaft and type of right that you have. I haven't gone in there and done the maths in terms of deriving the entailed ownership for an inheritance right. I do need to do that, so that should actually say 1/8 when it says exclusive, but we can solve that one. But because you've got the spatial extent of the subjects, you can find out what encumbering rights have a spatial relationship with that to find out what responsibilities and restrictions you have as a landowner. I haven't implemented that here because I haven't put any in. It wasn't the main point of this presentation, but that's conceptually how you do it. Thank you very much indeed. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Interesting. I do think we have a question from the audience, or was the hand? Oh, the hand disappeared again. Okay.
Oh, there is something in the Q&A, no?
No, but oh yeah. We have a question from Jaroslav. Jaroslav, do you want to ask the question yourself? Shall we give you the mic? If it's okay with you. Otherwise, I can ask the question for you. Yeah. I'm sorry to put you on the spot. Otherwise, I can ask the question. So Jaroslav was asking, extremely interesting presentation, not the question yet. Which one of these solutions do you think can be beneficial for countries with legal systems based on the Roman law?
All of them. I think at the end of the day, this is not about saying this is the way you have to do things. It's about building patterns to provide you with flexibility to use the things that are appropriate within your jurisdiction. So, if you are able to alienate and abstract a cadastral unit to represent your flat, then essentially you should be doing the duality model. And if your jurisdiction doesn't allow you to do that, and you have to do it through body corporate, then you use the monistic and more dull party-based approach. But it's the patterns should fall out based upon the decisions that are made within the legal framework, rather than the other way around. And that's the kind of flexibility that I'd like to see built in, because it means that you become transactionally agnostic and you're a slave to the legal system, which my feeling is that's how we should be.
Yeah, and it's how the environment we are working in.
Yeah,
it's the legal framework. Good. I think Jaroslav, the question was answered. If you have a follow-up questions, don't hesitate. And we do have one hand raised by Peter. Yes, he's happy. Jaroslav is happy with the answer. Peter, please.
Thank you. Yeah, Anthony, thanks for your presentation. And also, nice to go in the depth of the modeling and implementation of yeah, the rights near buildings, flats, apartments. I was wondering, you explained about, say, the common and the exclusive parts in the building or around the building. In a recent PhD thesis by Abdullah Alatas, he added a third category calling exclusive common. So common is for everybody that has a right in the building. Exclusive is okay for an exclusive part in the building, but exclusive common is what he introduced for, yeah, maybe people living on one floor. They have access to some of the spaces, and not everybody in the building has those rights. So what do you think? Is this specific for one country, in this case Saudi Arabia, or yeah, do you also recognize that from Scotland or elsewhere?
I'm trying not to embed this into a specific jurisdiction, but rather create a conceptual toolkit that allows you to do pretty much anything you want. And what I've presented supports that. The lift example is a perfect example of that. You know, in this instance, the people who live on the ground floor feel that they shouldn't be contributing to the maintenance of an expensive piece of infrastructure they don't use. And so you've segmented that rights relationship between a subset of the community of landowners. So I think, yes, what I proposed deals with that. And I think we should deal with that because we do need to have that degree of granularity and nuance. As to whether that becomes fixed, again, it gets back to the slave to jurisdiction comment, I think. Okay,
thank you. And there was another thing I wanted to ask about, yeah, a term you mentioned today, and which was also mentioned yesterday, that was the developer. So somebody is taking the initiative to start the construction of the flats. And yesterday in the presentation from Malaysia, Farah Liane said, okay, maybe LADM is missing the role of developer. Do you think that role is missing, or can the developer be, yeah, a party that has a temporary right, and yeah, after a while that right is transferred to others after splitting?
Yeah, it kind of depends, and I think this is again, sorry, I'm going to default to jurisdiction level stuff, but one of the ways that I didn't talk about in terms of that process is to ensure that you have a legally valid register after every transaction. And so there is nothing in that chain of sequencing that puts the register into an invalid state. So for example, if I transferred out one of the, if I'd sold a flat to an owner late, an early stage in a one-by-one basis, that would have then limited my ability to transfer out other bits from the block of flats, because there would be a third party who need to agree to get the rights to do to have the powers to do the alienation, if that makes sense. And so in terms of that build, yes, you could see having a developer having a specific profile if you didn't have a transactionally pure sequence that allowed it to flow logically without any break. Otherwise, they're just an owner, and they're working within the powers that any owner has within the legislative framework, I would think, argue.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter, for this question. Do we have a question from the room? No? Another question online?
I have one.
Oh, there. Oh, we have one in the room. Sorry, Chris. You are afterwards.
Okay, thank you for your really great presentation. I don't know if this is a question or more comment, but I would like to know your opinion. Let's say when we talk about these building units, also an important element is the identification of these units. So I would like to know your opinion and your suggestion, which approach of identification of these building units you suggest. For instance, you can have a continuous identification, starting from the parcel ID and then building ID, entrance ID, and then in case of kind of subdivision of the lands that complicates a bit the maintenance, or you suggest specific identification just for the footprint, and then no matter what goes on with the land, so the IDs of these special units are then the same.
Thanks. Kind of worms question. I'm kind of agnostic about the specifics of doing it. There are pros and cons, I think, to all of those, particularly understanding the parent cadastral unit from which a flat has been subdivided.
Yeah.
And that I think is very much around about social dimension, about how new owners want to be able to conceptualize where their things come from. So I think it's partially a visualization problem. Purely from a technical basis, I don't care as long as it's unique. But I do care deeply about the difference between cadastral units and titles, so, which are separate numbering systems. So if you use things like pradial cadastral units and inheritance, there is a potential, and in fact, it's not even a potential, I would say it would be a rule, but something that is a pradial cadastral unit never has its own title sheet, but it appears on the title sheets of other things for which it's a pradial cadastral unit. So if I've got a shared driveway with you, that shared driveway will never have its own title sheet, but it will appear on your title and my title. And so that numbering relationship between cadastral units and titles is important, and most people think they're synonyms.
Perfect. Is that answering your question?
Yeah.
I think you can continue the discussion, Elsa.
Yeah.
Probably we move over to Frit's question. So Frit, please.
Yeah, thank you, Eva. Well, Anthony, thank you for your presentation. Fascinating. Thank you very much. I think what you call body corporate is what we call in the Netherlands association of owners, let's say apartment right holders, so to say. And it is, yeah, the common ownership is seems to be very clear to everyone in the Netherlands. So we say common ownership is the roof, the elevators, the stairs, and so on. And that seems to be very clear to everyone. I know other countries, if I'm not wrong, Denmark, where they very precisely describe who is owner of each individual wall. So you buy an apartment, does that include the walls or not? Or maybe the middle of the wall is the boundary. Maybe the complete wall is owned by one side and the wallpaper is owned by the other side, and so on. So you can go very far in that, which is of course very nice for surveyors. But do you think there is a real need for that level of detail?
Again, I'm going to default to that's a jurisdiction level problem. In terms of registration, I like to view things on the basis of sparse registration. I don't think that information should be held on the register per se. I think that what tends to happen is that your supporting regulations or your registration law sets out the rules around how you might verbalise what is the extent of ownership for your flat. So there's the Tenement Scotland Act and the New Zealand legislation we talked about earlier on. So in Tenement Scotland, which I know better than others, it says, you know, essentially, if you have your verbalisation, you can go to that space and you own to the external brick of all external walls, and to the median point on all shared walls, and to the median point on a ceiling or floor which is shared. And so while those rules are stored within the regulations or the legislation, it shouldn't be a problem to the registrar. And so I see this primarily from a registration point of view, and I try to avoid the kind of worm semantics in terms of what's what.
Are you happy with that answer, Frit?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and in the beginning you said something about salmon and mining rights.
Yeah, salmon fishing. In Scotland, you can sell salmon fish.
Yeah, I was, that bring me to the idea, we talk about all kind of underground constructions. We had fantastic visualizations. I think the foundation of an apartment building is also such a construction. And then the question came to me about groundwater and groundwater flow and circulation and so on. Do you think that could be related to a restriction? So that you say, we have a groundwater flow here, so it is not allowed to build an apartment building over here.
I don't see any reason why not, if that's what you want to do. I mean, it'd be an overriding interest like any other overriding interest, and that's at the behest of a planning department to build any form of constraint. You know, for example, you've got an aquifer that you don't want to pollute by any form of invasive process. I don't see any problem in doing that at all. You know, as long as your planning law allows you to put on that kind of constraint, it's an overriding interest, which would limit your ability to build.
Yes. Great.
Yeah, thank you. This is always fascinating. Thank you very much, Anthony.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think we don't have any questions, but we still have to give you a round of applause for an excellent presentation. And with this, I basically already want to close the session. If you saw the camera moving, it's because of Yusuf, so he also gets a round of applause, please. I would like to thank all the speakers of the session. And yes, and then I think we are breaking into the lunch break. Thanks also for the question and participation online. And we are meeting, so we are moving from the buildings, as we have already focused a little bit in the last presentation on the legal background, and we are moving from the buildings really into the legal aspects. So at 2 o'clock we are back here, and yeah, thank you for the session. Great, Peter, anything to add, or we can go? Yes, okay, good. Thank you, everybody.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, thank you.
Joseph.
Well, Peter, can you hear me well?
Empty at the moment.
Sorry, can you repeat, please?
Is the room still empty, or are people getting in?
Almost.
It's almost empty, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will be your eyes here. If there are any questions in the room, I'll point out they are, but you will manage everything else. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is the first session where all the presentations will be in the room, so that is nice. There's
Yes.
no remote presentation, only now the chair is remote.
It is what it is.
But we managed. I think if we saw how well the other sessions went, there should be no problem now. And I think, Joseph, that you are taking a good care of this hybrid setup, which is, I think, part of the reason why it's going rather smooth during the event. So really thank you for that.
No, thank you. It's an honor.
Very important. And yeah, there are quite a number of people online. So otherwise they could not have been. I have to,
Later, Peter. Without Joseph here, we couldn't work it out.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, I'm really happy.
He should know. He cannot see. He cannot see. So he should know. Yeah.
Yeah, really deserves the credits for making the event run smooth.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so many people online, and they now have the opportunity to participate and interact.
Yeah.
So after here, you are between the two presentations of Anthony.
Yes,
Yes.
he's setting up his laptop. Let me just switch.
Yeah, Peter.
So you are in between the two presentations of Anthony.
Yes.
Yeah. So good. And,
why this light closes all the time?
Sensors for the moon, I guess. It is the new system, but nothing understand. It's 100% sure why this is happening. But we can also manage that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Beck, you know the procedure, so.
Yeah, you need to give me power.
Yes, I know. You joined on the Zoom or?
do you have a book or proceedings ready?
Yes.
Yes.
Are they in the room? Good.
Okay.
Hi, Anthony.
Hi. You have to accept the promotion.
He cannot. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Nice. It's thick.
Yeah.
Together with the Croatian Cadastre conference.
And we have a nice bag.
Yeah.
And what you have here always is the best pen. Also from last time, I was super excited. It's very, very handy.
Well,
Yeah.
do you want to maybe pick the accreditations for the
Yes,
Peter,
for Peter, Crete, and Abdullah.
Yeah, I can go ask
Yeah.
for that.
Or maybe the bags, Peter? Should they take the bags?
Yeah, it depends on how much luggage you can take after here. That is.
I think I have.
I always
think I
like
can-
bags. Yeah. And
I can
so-
take. I know that they want it, so yeah, I will take the three of them. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session about the legal aspects in land administration.
Peter, I'm sorry. Can we wait 2 minutes for Joseph to come back?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
And also good, maybe for people in the location to arrive back from lunch. So Anthony, you ready?
Oh, I'm good.
Always.
Always.
Sure.
Yeah. So gradually also a bit more people online again. So please let me know when I can start with the introduction.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Then, yeah, welcome again. Session number 5 on legal aspects. Yeah, maybe the LADM workshop, there is a lot of attention to the spatial sites, the geometries, the parcels, the buildings, the utilities. But yeah, the spatial site is only there because there are reasons to have these geometries. And yeah, therefore it's very important that also there is sufficient attention for the legal aspect. This afternoon we have 3 sessions which are all on site in the location in Dubrovnik. So it's the only session where all presentations are on site. Only the chairman is now online. Also the presenters have been presenting before, so I can do rather short introductions and not repeat the earlier introductions. So the first presentation is by Anthony Beck on developing the Hoffeldian theory of real rights to support LADM modeling. Anthony, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Peter. And I think I probably need to start off with an apology. I'm in the after lunch slot with a session on rights theory. So it's hardly a roller coaster, but please, I hope it's exciting. So I'm going to start with defining ownership. And this is a quote from 1899 from Bell and Guthrie, which is the chief attribute of property is the right of deriving from land and its accessories all the uses and services of which they are capable. This right may be considered in relation to others as exclusive or in relation to the subject as absolute. So we have these concepts of exclusive and absolute. So ownership as absolute. You know, once you own the land, you have absolute dominion. You have the right to do anything. Really? Except by the jurisdiction, ownership of land is never absolute. And this is well described in the Dutch Civil Code, Article 5.1, paragraphs 1 and 2. Ownership is the most comprehensive property right that a person, the owner, can have in a thing. The owner is free to use the item to the exclusion of anyone, excellent, provided this use does not conflict with the rights of others and restrictions based on statutory regulations. So clearly, ownership is subject to rights and duties which are held within a jurisdictional framework. And so the reality is that once you own land, you have this kind of effective absolute dominion. You have the right to do anything subject to social norms and legal restrictions. And these legal restrictions reflect the power of the legislature to hold rights over land that you own through common law or statute. We also described ownership as exclusive. So once you own the land, you have exclusivity over the land. Trespassers and others who interfere with this exclusivity may be restrained. And this exclusivity is good against the world. You have a right against everybody. You don't need to know who they are, but it's good against the world. An owner also has a discretionary power not to exclude people from their land by providing them with rights. And so by varying this exclusivity, the owner can actually confer rights on others by licensing them to use his property or her property. And so you have ownership as a power to vary. So property is like a gate, not a wall, because the owner may open the gate selectively, allowing certain persons to enter, while at the same time leaving everyone else who is outside in the same position as before. So here you start to see this contrast between things that are good against the world and things that are specific to individual people. So I'm interested in rights registration. I'm interested in automating rights registration and doing it digitally. And so in order to do that, I need to understand a range of rights which are available within a legislative framework and defined through the legal instruments that are used within that jurisdiction. And this range of rights is referred to as numerous clauses. And numerous clauses is a principle that posits that the universe of property forms is closed and should remain so because of high information costs that would be imposed if parties were free to create just any kind of property interest they might desire. Essentially, you can only register a small number of things because the cost of in rem good against the world implications is quite high. And so the numerous clauses has this element within the jurisdictional legal framework through which you start to formalize the rights you want to legally understand. And this will come from traditional customary practices. You frame your jurisdictional law around that. You provide property powers that allows you to vary and alter and transact on some of those elements. And specifically for land, you're dealing with real property as a specialism within the general property law. And that creates your limited set of real transactional rights. Within this set of numerous clauses, we've started to break things up into what we've called reserved incidents and conventional incidents. And so reserved incidents are the rights and powers reserved by the jurisdiction, which can be defined by legal instruments or other forms of statute. So reserved property, ownership rights that are reserved, and these could be granted to private parties using an express grant. So this could be coal, mineral, petrochemical, gold and silver rights. And these could be expressly granted to individual companies so that they can then own the rights to exploit those minerals. And then restricted rights and non-ownership rights reserved by the jurisdiction acting as restrictions on landowners. These are described as public law restrictions by Kitsakas et al. And these can temporarily be eased by the granting of a license. So if a part of a jurisdiction is dealing with planning, and within an area you're not allowed to do building, they can grant you a license to undertake some building for a certain period of time. And what remains is what we call conventional incidents. And this is private property and the abstractable rights and powers that are available through the conveyancing process. So these are the sets of ownership rights that are seen as absolute within that framework. These can be held by private parties. And within the conveyancing process, you have the ability to start to separate out and transact on non-ownership and ownership rights. So as an owner of land, I could grant an easement to my neighbour, for example. Or, as we were describing in the previous session, separate out the strata right in terms of building a block of flats. So we're just going to drill into these rights a little bit more. So we described rights in rem earlier on. We're just going to go into a little bit more detail. So rights in rem are characterised as those rights which bind all the world. That is, rights which must be respected by all or virtually all of the subjects of the legal system. For example, everybody must refrain from trespassing on my land. And so in terms of a right in rem, and this respects the kind of conventional instance and reserved instance we just introduced, everybody has a duty in rem, for example, not to trespass on owned land. And land owners have a duty in rem to abide by the planning and environmental regulations which are reserved by the jurisdiction. Now, the jurisdiction doesn't know who the landowner is specifically. It's not a direct contract between the two. It's defined by this kind of spatial relationship and a spatially enabled society element, if you will. And these universal duties are broadcast to the world through the thing itself. There is no formalized contact between the owner and the duty holder. So we'll go into a little bit more detail on the conveyancing rights now. And these are referred to as rights in personam, sorry. Principal land and expressly granted reserved property can be varied using the private conveyancing process. And this ties in with contract law and conveyancing. So contract law is used to legally transfer private and reserved property. This occurs between a granting party and a grantee party as part of a legal instrument, a deed, if you like. All parties within the contract are known, and therefore it's referred to in personam. So you have this contrast between known contractual relationships between known parties in personam, and then general good against the world relationships which are in rem, where the parties aren't necessarily known but can be defined. They can be resolved. So Penner says that the better view of contract law is that it's the law governing the power to rearrange or create rights, duties, and powers by agreement. So we're moving this beyond it being just about rights. It's about duties and powers implicit with those rights themselves. So owners of conventional property can use their powers to alienate the legally permissible use and service rights, i.e. grant access to my next door neighbour. All of these are defined in numerous clauses, and grant them in persona to third parties. These separated real rights can represent ownership or non-ownership. And this diagram is trying to articulate that relationship in terms of a transaction at a party's rights and land level. So in terms of party change, you're dealing with sale, a direct transfer. In terms of a land transaction, you're looking at a subdivision or a merge event. And in terms of the rights, you're either dealing with an alienation, you're separating out a strata, which you're going to sell as part of the blocks of flats, or you're separating out an easement to grant to your next door neighbour, or a subsequent variation on that deed. So someone separated out security, you've taken out a mortgage, and that mortgage is going to be discharged because you paid it off. So we're framing those transactions at a transfer of party, transfer of right, transfer of land level. And so these rights transactions have a close relationship with what's referred to as the bundle of sticks model, or the bundle of rights model. And the bundle of sticks model allows us to describe numerous clauses, rights transactions between parties in persona with quite fine granularity. And that specificity is essential for some of the complex governance relationships we were describing in the last session in terms of dealing with cooperative ownership, flats and compounds. So how does this bundle of sticks model work? And we'll summarize it as follows. Ownership is a bundle, and the owner can distribute sticks from that bundle, and the owner can create a new bundle by separating a sub-ownership right out of what they have. The number and identity of the sticks varies from thing to thing, place to place, person to person. Different jurisdictions have different numerous clauses requirements. And so it's primarily determined by what the social need is within each jurisdiction. And sticks can be separated from the bundle and distributed in different ways. They can be held for different periods, and when that period expires, it returns back into the bundle, and they can be held by different parties or even shared between different parties. And so here we're looking at a number of those rights transactions. Here we're looking at alienating a strata ownership from a piece of land. So we're cookie cutting out a volume of space from what would be a freehold or principal land. Or we could take out a security. This one is covering the whole. So there's a piece of land, it has a security over it. This is granted to the security provider. Or it's a subdivision of part of the land. There's a right of access that's been granted to a cadastral unit in this instance. But rights represent relationships. They're given meaning when they're used to describe relationships between parties framed through land. So as an owner, I'm granting rights to somebody, but it's about the land that I own. And this is a quote from Williamson et al. In 2010. So a right is not a relationship between an owner and land, it's a relationship between an owner and others in relation to land, backed up by the state in the case of legal rights. So again, where numerous clauses comes in. Each restriction / responsibility involves a duality that imposes obligations on owners in relation to the land for the benefit of others. An administrative framework is robust and successful when it takes its duality into account and also identifies the appropriate managing or implementing authority. So again, these reserved incidents where your jurisdiction has granted these rights to government agencies. But we started to introduce duties again. So Penner, again from 2000, says a person is the bearer of a right when a duty is imposed in order to serve or protect his interest. So if such a position is true, then a right holder must invoke a duty on a third party. And in this instance, that third party is a landowner. So that means that for every party that benefits from a right, there must be a different party who holds a corresponding correlative duty. Oh, that's not a sentence I want to repeat too regularly. So in terms of these concepts, land and the owner of land can benefit from a right or be encumbered by a duty. And this feeds into a seminal paper from Wesley Harfield, who formally modelled rights, duties and powers as reciprocal implications and relationships. I'm going to use Harfield wrote this paper in 1917. It's been very important. It's reused and reinterpreted by a number of different people. I'm going to take the interpretations from Singer in 1982, which refers to 8 basic legal Hofheldian incidents. So these are split into 4 primary legal incidents. So these first order incidents that describe the right holder's relationship with the thing. Actually, it's that typo, sorry about that. There's the rights. These are the claims that are enforced by the state, but others act in a certain manner in relation to the right holder. There's the privileges. These are permissions to act in a certain manner without being liable to damages to others and without others being able to summon state powers to prevent those acts, i.e. what it means to have absolute dominion. You can do what you want as long as it's allowable by the state. And then there's the second order incidents, and these describe a party's ability to alter the rights and the privileges. And these are powers, these are state-enforced abilities to change legal entitlements held by oneself or another. I can transfer my right, I can vary my right, I can discharge my right. Or immunities, security for having one's own entitlement changed by others. FIG is trying to sell my land, I own it. I should have an immunity about that because you cannot sell what you do not own. Numerous debt. So this is how those kind of first order rights come together. And these first order rights are your legal rights directly over your property. The privilege and this first level entitles you to use your property, and the rights correlates to a duty in every other person to refrain from using your property unless you've granted them something. Second order rights are your legal rights concerning the alteration of these first orders. So you can have the powers to waive the claim, annul the claim, or transfer the claim. And finally, you have your immunities, preventing others from waiving, annulling, or transferring your claim over your property. And so in addition to those primary legal incidents, there are 4 opposites, 4 negations. There's no right if one does not have the power to summon the aid of the state to alter or control the behaviour of another. There's a duties. Duties are obligations to do or refrain from doing certain acts, the opposite of privilege. Disabilities, absence of power to alter first order incidents, and liabilities, the absence of immunity from having one's own first order incidents changed by others. And so we can see these second order elements as correlatives. So if I have a claim, some person B has a duty. If I have a privilege, some person B has a no claim. If I have a power, some person B has a liability. And if I have an immunity, some person B has a disability. We're interested primarily in that relationship between claim and duty and how those enact through land. I have much more on that, but life is too short and it is just after lunch. So, rights are given meaning when used to describe a relationship between parties flowing through land, which I think is quite a powerful statement. And here I'm trying to kind of start to model that duality within a single graphic. So we have our absolute dominion, but within that you have your ownership, which is in rem, you have your non-ownership, and the way that those elements are taken out is whether they're reserved incidents that are taken out by the jurisdiction in the creation of numerous clauses, or it's conventional incidents which are taken out using the conveyancing process with you as an owner of land. And we can see those in rem and in personam relationships all coming together within this model, or I hope you can anyway. So we've talked about rights, powers, immunities, and duties. So right holding party has immunities, and the principal immunity, as we discussed earlier, is that immunity from transfer. You cannot sell what you do not own, nemo dat. A right-holding party can expect duties from third parties. These third parties can be named if it's in an in personam contract, i.e. an easement between neighbours, or not named as part of an in-rem relationship, which is good against the world, i.e. I can't build here because it's a planning constraint set up by the local council, which is held at the jurisdiction level. When a right is alienated and granted to a new right-holding party, these third parties can expect a duty from the landowner, and the powers and immunities held by those third parties may be limited. So, for example, you may not have the power to transfer an easement. You shouldn't have, independently of the neighbouring property, for example, if it's titleable property. And so not every right has the same number of powers associated with it. So I've gone all of the way through this presentation, hardly using the words responsibilities and restrictions. And that is by design. I haven't really discussed them. It's principally because I see restrictions and responsibilities at a conceptual level as rights which encumber owned land. They're representations of actuality relationship. They represent the impact of a right over owned land. So in terms of LADM, both are defined as follows. A restriction is a formal or informal obligation on the landowner to refrain from something. Note that it's on the landowner to refrain from something. And responsibility is a formal or informal obligation on the landowner to allow or do something. So both of those frame restrictions and responsibilities as encumbrances in terms of their impact on the landowner, rather than the right, which could be considered to be independently registrable. So it's not about I am the right holder of this right over this piece or these pieces of land. It's actually the other way around. It's described on the basis of I am a landowner and that person over there has a right over the land I own. That's a subtle but important distinction, because from a registration point of view, I'd like to be a registrar of rights. So I'm reflecting the rights that you have over land, not just the rights of the owner. Because if you are disempowered from being able to enjoy your right, part of my responsibility is to ensure that you can take that landowner to court and you can then say, they're not letting me access my land. There's a right of access over there and it's for me. So part of our responsibility is to ensure that we look after all right holders, not just landowners. So getting back to semantics, rights, things a landowner can do. The owning party has been granted an ownership right in personam. All ownership rights have in rem effects. You shouldn't trespass on my land. The owning party may also have beneficial rights over other land granted in personam, what we referred to earlier as pradial rights. So you've got those pradial elements, but it could also be held directly on a personal contract. So when I sell my land, the pradial rights go with the land, but my personal rights will remain with me. There are restrictions, things a landowner must refrain from doing. Jurisdiction has a reserved instance with the spatial relationship with the owned land. The owner has an in rem duty to abide by that restriction. The owner can request a license to release him from that obligation. And the third party has been granted a right in personam over the owned land that provides exclusivity. So this could be a lease or a life rent or a sub-ownership. And then such rights tend to be time limited and revert back to the owner on expiration. However, if it's a sub-ownership, you have an in rem relationship with the owner. So we've only introduced a small number of concepts here, but you can see that they can quite quickly produce quite complex relationships. And then responsibilities, things a landowner has to do or allow. So a third party has been granted a right in personam over the land. This results in an owed duty. The duty owed by the landowner can either be passive, i.e. negative duties, allowing a third party to do things on the owned land, or it's a positive duty, enforcing the owner to do things to or on behalf of the owned land. This specifically could include maintenance and paying of fees, as we described earlier in the cooperative modelling. And so, this is my last slide, I believe. Wrapping this all up, you have some interesting relationships between party and spatial indexing. So in terms of pradial relationships, and rights that are held between ownership rights, you're using party indexing, i.e. cadastral unit indexing, to start to understand what is held in terms of the ownership implication of a piece of land. And once you understand your subjects, you can use that from a spatial basis to understand what your responsibilities are to other right holders. So by combining all of these rights together and articulating them with party indexing and spatial indexing, you can determine rights relationships based upon your owning title. Oh, no, I've got my wrapper on. So LADM allows a right holder relationship to be clearly articulated. It's less clear about how that right holder duty owing relationship duality is expressed. I find the way that restrictions and responsibilities are described doesn't really help. Although that said, what I put here is a completely idealized, conceptualized approach to land registration. And we need things like restrictions and responsibilities in the model because we don't have perfect data. And I think we never will have perfect data.
So Smith, 2012, argues that in general, legal property theories are weak, and that's something the legal community need to improve on. This paper is attempted to provide a background architecture to the representation of real rights in land, and I appreciate that's quite dry, and I do apologise, you get it straight after lunch. But we're using a bundle of sticks model for representing in personam rights, and a law of things model for representing in rem rights. And yeah, none of the things that are discussed in this paper require a change to the LADM architecture. But for me, the important thing is it supports automation and automated transactions. It's also quite tentative, so I'm going out on a limb a bit because this stuff hasn't been fully grounded, but I'm hoping that we can start to conceptualize and model rights relationships in new ways based upon core LADM primitives. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, for taking us back to the fundamentals of the legal aspects and discussing the rights, restrictions, responsibilities in terms of LADM, putting that into the historic context of Hofeld, the paper of nearly a century ago, or even more than a century ago. Let me ask the audience in the room if there are any questions.
We have one question from.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, should I go? Okay.
Yeah,
I'll go up and be on camera. This is maybe an interesting question and maybe a dialogue for later, but I'm curious what, after going through this presentation, it seems to me that we're responsible in some way for representing the RRRs in general in this room. So we've been discussing different ways of doing that, spatially, non-spatially, joining two things together. In all fairness to land owners and those who have rights to their land, what is your perspective on how that should be accessed by others? Does that make sense? So I'm talking about, do we take a registry and join it with spatial components? Do we somehow express these things spatially in a better way?
In some elements, it's kind of implicit. It's there already. The principal problem there is things like overriding interests. So planning constraints that aren't registered but are important to the jurisdiction. Now, clearly, you can cross-reference those by spatial indexing if you so desire. And there'll be some issues of uncertainty in terms of geometry that's used, just in case it has a sliver over something else. But ultimately, it's about how you end up building that overarching mechanism, which has been called a spatially-enabled society, but ultimately I see it more as a linked data paradigm in terms of where things are now, where you're using, in this instance, spatial indexing to leverage the power of the spatial predicates to start to understand third-party rights over land that you own are held off register. In many respects, that's what solicitors do or notaries do in a conveyancing process, but it's part of their remit to unbundle that one. But we can start to do some of the heavy lifting to support that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there other questions online or in the room?
Questions in the room?
Please come to the front.
No questions in the room.
No question? Okay, then online, Chris, you raise your hand.
Yeah, Anthony, thank you very much for your presentation. A real high information density, so to say. So thank you very much. And you said no changes are required in LADM, but do you think improvements are possible?
Yeah, well, my views on restrictions and responsibilities, but
yeah, the right holder duty, so to say.
Yeah. Well, again, though, I think there's certain elements where I think where we can start to understand the semantics a little bit more and get grounding. I think that the difficulty with dealing with it from a rights point of view
is it's not as easy to grasp as the spatial problem, because the spatial primitives are global in nature, pretty much, and everyone uses the same or very common language to express it, whereas rights problems do hit that jurisdictional barrier, and I think that creates a real inertia to start to look at it from a more global and standards-based point of view. And I think that's one of the great opportunities of the revision, which is to start to open that particular issue and find out how we can improve it. About specifics, just everything on paper really, Craig. If we could start to embed that in the model, that'd be great. And most of it is actually there implicitly. So it's, I'm not sure, it's hard. I think it's one of the bigger areas of improvement. Unfortunately, a vague answer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Kurt. Yeah, Anthony, the theory you presented, is that related to some kind of law family, or do you think it could be so generic that it could serve multiple or maybe all law families? And then about terminology.
I'm trying to pull something that's generic, and I think it is broadly should be applicable to any law family, but with tweaking. But I think that's where I'd like to see the challenge come in, and collectively as to stabilize this and turn it into something that is generic. Because I see those concepts happening, even in a communist scenario, where actually you don't have that private conveyancing element. It just means that jurisdictions retained more reserved incidents, and what it's doing is granting licenses for usufruct at a general level to harvest this or plough that or do whatever. And so I think it is feasibly generic, but I don't have that legal background, enough of that legal background to demonstrate that.
Oh, okay, thanks a lot. And you put it up for discussion and published now formally. So let's see if we can get feedback from the legal experts or community. I'm not sure if there are any more questions in the room, or
there are no questions.
Okay, then Anthony, thanks a lot. We'll see you back in a moment. And let me now start by introducing the second speaker of session 6, Eftigia Kalogiani, on behalf of a whole team of people that worked on the legal aspects in LADM. The co-authors are Abdullah Kara, Anthony Beck, Jesper Paars, Jaap Zevenbergen, Evi Dimopoulou, and Dimitrios Kitsakis. Eftigia also presented before. She is now PhD candidate at TU Delft, so you know her well. And she is heavily involved in refinement of LADM during this revision. Yesterday you saw refinement of the surveying part. You saw also new parts such as valuation. So a big question on the table is, should we also refine or extend the legal model? Eftigia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think I already skipped the first slide. So hello everybody, good to see you back. I hope you are a bit refreshed after lunch now, because I will keep talking about the legal part, more light version than the previous one from Anthony, but very much related, because it's good to see, we talked, as Peter said, about the spatial part, mostly the surveying part that needs to be revised yesterday, and now we should also examine the legal part. So with a quick overview of the presentation, I will introduce why we are posing this topic now on the table, see what has been done as a related development of the legal aspects of LADM since its vote as ISO standard in 2012 till today,
I will give you a short update where we are today with the revision, and then put on the table the aspects to consider for the refinement of the legal part and open it for a discussion later on. So you're all very familiar with LADM. What I wanted to say with this slide is, like, at the first edition, we had the administrative part, where we have all the legal information being stored, very much associated also with the party packets. Through its development from 2012 till today, with all the country profiles at the conceptual but also at more implementation level being developed, there are several questions that pop up also during the revision cycle of LADM. For example, are all the land systems or the land families, as Peter said before, being supported efficiently? Do we need something else to further support informal and customary tenures? Should we have a further hierarchy, so a hierarchical structure in the RRRs, etc.? So the first edition of LADM, apart from the administrative part that it also has an annex fully devoted on the legal profiles. I would say it's not that popular like the rest, because we haven't seen it being really used on the country profiles being developed. And this is also another way to really question if we have to change or refine or update something so that this is being used. Actually, those legal profiles are three, each one devoted to rights, restrictions, and responsibilities accordingly, and provided back then further insights on the legal part and the rights, restrictions, and responsibilities that were described in the core model of LADM. Since then, we can see that there are several developments. I would say that if you go back to the paper, you will see also the literature, because there is literature there. I just took here the most important parts to present you. For example, there are extended profiles for both private and publicly imposed restrictions. So Jesper Pask, who is also one of the co-authors of this paper, has been further refined these legal profiles, providing more information and creating two subclasses about the private restrictions and the public restrictions. This goes also for ontologies with further semantics, also the social tenure domain model to provide further insights or informal rights, etc. In the restriction part, we also have, I would say, a good activity in the research domain from two of the co-authors again of this paper, Professor Efi Dimopoulou and Dr. Dimitrios Kitsakis, about the public law restrictions. So the restrictions that are imposed by the rights that the state or the related to the state organizations have and overlap with our rights. And you can see that there are many. And there is a question, do we need to model them specifically in detail? And how to organize them. Also, literature shows that they can be registered and organized in multiple ways, either embedded to cadastral systems or maintained individually, either as standalone themed cadaster or by specific authorities. So we do have good, I would say, material, sufficient material in a broader range of topics in the legal part to rethink in this revision process. And I think you have seen this slide also yesterday. What I wanted to show with this slide, and I will move to the next one, is that if we want to add anything as a further refinement or improvement in the legal profiles, this fits better to the second part of LADM, to the land registration. And you also saw this slide yesterday, but today we would like also to update you also timely, let's say, where we are today in the process of the revision. So for part one, the new working item proposal has been accepted and the committee draft has been already distributed. For part two, which is also the one that we focus on this presentation, the new working item proposal has been submitted and the comments were received this January. Part three, we are at the same stage, but we wait for the comments by the middle of this month. While for part four, the comments will arrive in June. For part five, we have submitted the pre-new working item proposal, so a draft with the basic concepts included. and it is expected, the comments have been received and consolidated, and it's expected that the new working item proposal will be submitted in June. While for part 6, we discussed it yesterday, the whole implementation aspect, that we need also feedback from the community, the users, and the industry. The new working item proposals should be prepared. Okay, and then we talk about the refinement of LADM in the legal aspects that can fit conceptually into the second part. What to consider there, based also on what we have seen till now as developments in the related domains. We can group, let's say, those considerations in two main parts, model-wise, so designing decisions on the modeling part of the UML, but also organizational. At the modeling part, it is a mandate, I would say, that we should be backwards compatible with edition 1. So whatever we do as an improvement should be compatible with the previous version of the model. However, we should keep it simple, so to avoid to make it more complex, which means that we really want to avoid to add more classes only if it is very necessary and we cannot do it in another way. For example, to enhance the semantic support of the model via the code list values, and we will see at the end of this presentation how this can be done. And a very interesting topic, for me at least, at the legal profiles is that the legal parts, so the legal aspects to consider, can be modeled either at the spatial part, the package of LADM, but also the administrative package or the legal profiles. We also had a very short conversation at the very first presentation today from Melbourne about this one. It's a matter of design decision where you want to model those aspects. And if we move to the organizational ones, which is not the focus of today's presentation, but we should have into account when refining the legal part, that this should be helpful and supportive both within the jurisdictions, but also across them, and also should be well aligned with the information systems, the governmental ones that are being updated, because we keep seeing that many countries really modernize their systems. So I think that this conversation should start with the super basics, I would say, so the deeds and the titles, so the definition of those systems and how they are related with LADM and the support of LADM to model those. So deeds, which are actually the legal facts of the transaction, they're originally being registered in land registers. But their purpose is not to fully describe these people-to-land relationships, as we say, but to describe the transaction chains to this state. So actually they are a legal instrument. While we can say that titles really represent the consequences of the legal facts that are represented in the deeds and can be framed by three main elements. So who, so the party who benefits from, what, the ownership right, and of course where, so the plot of the land where this ownership right is referred. And if we want to describe the registration of the rights as a process, we can say that it represents how the registrars implement the relationship between the state chains, so the deeds, and the state, so the titles. I really like this sentence, and I have been discussing also with co-authors that if we see it from this perspective, so deeds and titles are not competitive systems, but they actually reflect from different positions on the representation of the party-to-land relationships. So there is a requirement for the land registers to articulate both state changes, so the deeds, and state, which are the titles. But in this discussion, we haven't talked about LADM. Where is LADM into that? So the first edition of LADM, we can say that has been proven that state, so titles, are clearly and efficiently being supported in the first edition, while state changes, which are supported in the LADM edition, maybe are not that clearly stated. So we need to further improve them a bit to provide a more efficient framework to be modeled. So we can say that from a conceptual perspective, it is possible to both base deed systems and title systems to LADM and model those systems based on LADM. And this is something that has been proven also from the multiple country profiles that have been developed till today, that are from various legal families, also from deed and titles, and they behave very well, they are functional. But we can say that, for example, the deed systems may not be LADM compliant, in which sense that they will use the concept of LADM, but maybe they do not use all the classes, the associations and the cardinalities to achieve the compliance of LADM as it is now being defined at the first at Annex A of LADM. Then, yeah, I think that the second topic has been more than efficiently covered by Anthony about the detailed classification of RRRs. What I want to point out here is that this is a big topic, and of course, yeah, to underline that this is fully jurisdiction dependent. So we should have in mind some main topics, for example, that RRRs are implied by both private and public law. And we saw that this has already been taken into account from the very beginning in 2013, where they started further refining the legal profiles based on that. There are differences in the categorization and the organization of the RRRs. Depending on the view of the jurisdiction, a right can be a restriction or a responsibility. We can see it also the next slide. Until today, there are various models that have been designed to represent the rights, but also the relationships between them. And we should be able to provide a wide, generic framework through LADM that can support all those differences in the further classification of RRRs. Now we come to this question. So can we model the restrictions as rights? Or maybe someone can say that we haven't heard about the responsibilities and the restrictions till today in this presentation. We keep hearing about the rights, which is true because there is also discussion being held that those ambiguous terms, so the responsibility and the restriction, can be the same with a right. So for me, something is a right, but for Anthony, it can be a restriction or a responsibility. So LADM provides a framework to model them differently in 3 subclasses of the abstract class RRR. And this is something that we saw that has been used for many country profiles. So yeah, it can be further documented that a right can also perceive, a restriction, can also perceived as a right, but maybe it's better to explicitly model differently. I know that Ant does not agree with it, but I think it's a fruitful conversation, this one. And talking about the restrictions, as I said before, specific attention has been paid on the PLR, so the public law restrictions in the 2nd edition of the LADM. Various modeling approaches have been tested, let's say, developed to see how we can efficiently model PLRs, even at the legal or at the spatial part, by introducing new classes or subclasses or code lists. Everything is based on the categorization and classification of the PLRs that has been developed by the co-authors till now. And I think it's a topic that we should consider if we should include it in the LADM edition 2 as a more specific category of restrictions. And I think this is the last aspect to consider during this legal refinement, and has to do with the semantically rich code list. So the 1st edition provided a wide range, I would say, of code lists and code list values, representing most of the well-known and used rights, restrictions, and responsibilities from all the legal families that we can find all over the world. However, we keep seeing that there is really a need to have a structured way of the code list, and I think there is a presentation at the last section that will be fully devoted on this one. But I will just introduce the topic that the provision should be made through the 2nd edition of LADM, and this is what it is planned, and there is a team working on it, to have hierarchical code list values, to also have version code list values. And the solution that is being proposed and is under development today concerns a meta model for the semantic description of the values of the code list using SCOS, the Simple Knowledge Organizational System notation. And it is further extended to also support this versioning functionality, the hierarchical relationships, and also the definition with source references. And this is really important because I think it's a very handy problem when you want, for example, to build your country profile. For me, it was always a question, okay, what to do? Do I say LA right or GR right for Greece, or should I introduce my code list value for the rights? Or how to do it if I have multiple, like private rights or the common rights that we were discussing also in the morning. So I think with the hierarchical structure, this can be much better addressed. So one slide before the end, I think that having all those aspects now in mind, we can question ourselves, do we really need the refinement of the legal part? And if we need, how this refinement should be. Answering from the author side, I would say that we do need the refinement in order to clarify and report better some topics in the legal part of LADM and provide further functionality on specific ones. For example, there is a suggestion in order also to address the deed system functionality better, to add an extra attribute at the administrative package to support the good root of title that Anton will talk later on about, but also to add the link between the IDs of the deeds, to provide also explicitly relationship down with the other. Yeah, I think it is quite clear that code list should be extensible, should be able to have a version history and also parent relationships. And the solution here is to use the semantic technologies. And the PLRs came up as a topic that we have it every day. Maybe there is no much attention on it, but we keep seeing that many countries try to organize them with different ways. So it is good to see how this can be efficiently addressed at the second edition of the model. Thank you.
Yeah. Now it's time for the questions from the audience, either on site or online. Is there anybody having a question in the?
Do you have any question in the room?
No question yet. Okay, I'm a co-author, so I should not ask questions. But Chris, maybe you are not a co-author. You are heavily involved in LADM development.
No, I'm not sure. Maybe I am. I'm not sure. Prescription. So let's say there can be initial data collection, and then you try to identify the object, you try to identify the right and also the right holder. And then you say we take a period of 5 years. And if nobody claims the land or the right on the land within those 5 years, then the land is available to the right holder. Do you think, FTG, because maybe you have this type of processes in your country, that this could be a functionality that could be added to LADM?
Thank you, Chris, for the question. Maybe I can also ask if Professor Epidimopoulou is online as a co-author, but also as a professor in Greece, to share her opinion. I think that it happens in Greece, indeed. So in a matter of we have to support all the various systems that exist, it's good to have this provision. However, yeah, and now I'm thinking loud, I can imagine that we can also model it in a way with constraints or a time frame on the rights or something like that. So in the versioning of a right, to really have a constraint or an attribute there to really say that for this time, till this time, this is the owner, otherwise it passes to the other.
Yeah, okay, so it will be an item for discussion. Because it is, by the way,
yeah, could be.
It's not only in Greece, it is, I think, in many other countries.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine.
I think in Scotland, that right is registrable on the register, and it would get struck off if the owner lodged a dispute against that right.
Yeah, but what would it mean for the LADM functionality? One attribute extra?
It's another right held. It encompasses that land, and at some point in time, once your period of preemption has passed, you then gain ownership over that land. So if it would either be a full parcel or a split, a subdivision over an existing parcel, based upon the boundaries that you submitted in your original application.
Yeah, if the, let's say, if the maps are there, but I talk from a situation where there are no maps, so the object is not really identified by surveys or observations.
You just made it more complex, Chris.
No, that is the simplicity that, well, simplicity is not a good term. It is not complexity. It is, let's say, the status of development of a land administration in a certain country. And I think this is how we started also in the Netherlands and many other countries some time ago, maybe even in Scotland.
Yeah, but I think that's the evolution of any jurisdictional system. And over time, you know, things start to crystallize as your registration systems and your social need is extended.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, FTG. Sorry for this difficult question. Thank you.
It's food for thought, of course, yeah.
Yeah, Chris, sorry, you are co-author, so sorry for overlooking that.
Yeah. I have to be careful. I have to be careful.
Yeah. Then I'm also allowed to ask a question or put things on the table for discussion. FTG, do you think that we could avoid model changes? Say same question basically as yesterday to Dave Stowe. Avoid all model changes, but be flexible with the code list values and make them semantically rich. Would that be sufficient if you now listen to Anthony's presentation about modeling the rights?
Yeah, I think that I totally believe that code lists can fully support and make the model less complex in some topics. For example, in the further classification of RRRs, for me, it seems to be a very good option to have a more semantic via hierarchical and versioning code lists. I'm not sure if we can avoid all the new classes, for example, but for sure, I think it's a structured way to organize the information and make it more less complex. Maybe somebody would say, okay, but I'm not familiar with it, because I think that this will come up. But I think it's a matter also of familiarity of the users with this one, because at the end, it should work better, both at the conceptual level, so to be able to map the needs of a country into an LADM country profile, but also at the implementation side. I think that this will really help a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I very much agree with that. Last check if there are more questions either on site or online.
I have a philosophical question.
Okay.
Sorry, I know, and we don't have to, maybe this is for offline, and I think it's just for my own edification. Maybe you all are beyond this. But as we talk about RRRs in, inclusion into the LADM, is there a consideration that you're making for how what you include may inform how rights are represented? Like in terms of, if I'm a country and I'm looking to the LADM to form my own system, and maybe I don't have a full system, then what's included in the LADM may inform what the choices that I make, right?
Yeah, if I understand well, I think that this is a matter of, this is design decision. So I think that the LADM, and I personally believe that the more you are familiar with the LADM, capabilities and how flexible it is, the more you can think about design solutions. So for countries that do not have systems that are fully operating, like Greece, it could be a challenge also to make your system based on a LADM. But I totally think that it provides many opportunities to try to model your needs and the rights and the parties and all the transactions in different ways. This is my personal opinion.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, for the question. Yeah, indeed, we hope that LADM has the kind of role of showing a good way forward when starting with implementation or doing maintenance and doing upgrading. And I think there is the tendency, if you see in a class diagram a refinement of the legal concepts, the rights, you recognize them. Okay, this is important. Yeah, that's important. But all these refinements with the new classes would also make the implementation more complex. And also, maybe less generic if you keep on adding your own classes. And that's what I think is nice of the code list solution. The structure of the solution stays the same, only the content is adaptable by the local needs, but giving explicit meaning via semantic technologies. Okay, let's not go too deep in this topic now. We have still some other presentations. If there are no more questions, then I really like to thank FIG one more time.
Thank you.
And then we go back to Anthony for his second presentation in this session on the legal aspects. And there we have a very intriguing title, the effect of indivisibility and error correction on the registration process. So some things are not, so in LADM, some things are not versioned, to put it in context, like the source documents, you cannot change them. Other things you can change them, but what if you make an error? So Anthony, please take us along and show how we should proceed.
Thank you very much, Peter. I don't think I presume quite to go that far, but yes, effective indefeasibility and error correction on the registration process. And this is kind of quite timely because I want to pick up on the last slide from the last presentation was talking about good root of title. And that's going to be important in terms of this presentation. So what happens when things go wrong? What happens if one of these transactional instruments is registered and subsequently determined to be defective? There is an error on the register. And there's two broad categories of defective instrument. There's errors that when detected result in a void deed, i.e. fraud. So that deed is just struck out from the system. So Geodesy did a review of land registration in Scotland and said in void deeds there is usually no consent from the grantor. And once this is discovered, it is voided and overturned. So it's generally interpreted that the void deed never existed. So it's not about this immutability thing, but that transaction is always there. It conceptually never existed. Then there's errors that when detected result in a voidable deed. So this is registration error or malicious tampering. So in a voidable deed, either the grantor gives their consent, even if in some cases that consent is induced by unfair means, or the legal instrument is tampered with, or the registrar introduces an error during registration. It's a human system, humans are frail. So if you have a transactional error, there's an element that could come in called competing ownership. So competing ownership refers to a legally incorrect transfer of ownership results in two different parties, the original owner and the purchaser, believing they're the legal owner at the same time. And clearly competing ownership arises with defective instrument, registration error, malicious tampering, or fraud. So that brings in this concept of indefeasibility, indefeasible. And according to Reed in 2020, a title is indefeasible if it's immune from competing claims, whether from a competing owner often the holder of some derivative right, such as a mortgage, i.e. there is a restrictive right on there that might inhibit your ability to transact, either because somebody else believes they own it, or because someone has a specific right that might allow them to take possession. And defeasibility is where the chain of title has the potential to contain legal ambiguity. There may be competing. So whilst title and defeasibility is important, a registrar needs to master the legal processes that are deployed to resolve defeasibility issues in the chain of title. So according to Reid again, the truth is that while a system of land registration can allocate defeasibility, it cannot eliminate it. It's a human-based system, people make mistakes. Instead, it must deal as best it can with the instruments served up to it by fallible human beings. Defeasibility is caused by human error or fraud, and no legislation can prevent error or fraud, although it can and should put systems in place to discourage them. So, you have an issue. What do you do to resolve it? There's two logical outcomes to resolution of defeasible title: deferred indefeasibility. The original owner is preferred, and the invalid registered legal instrument, once detected, is overturned. This tends to be the solution under a common law deeds registration system. Or immediate indefeasibility. The purchaser is preferred, and the invalid registered legal instrument is upheld. This tends to be the solution under a torrents or an idealized torrents title by registration system. And so where the purchaser is preferred over the true owner, compensation may be paid. That's why torrents has an insurance principle associated with it. And the labels focus on how long it takes the register to either resolve or embrace an invalid legal instrument. It should be stated that the vast majority of registered legal instruments and their associated titles are good. And so what happens in those rare cases where the legal instrument is defective and results in a title that's not good? First of all, we should determine the type of system we're working with. Is it monojural, i.e. the deed system, or is it which works on the general property law, or is it bijural, which also works on the general property law but is extended with title by registration law as well? So first of all, we will look at monojural registration. Okay, monojural or negative registration reflects the ordinary rules of property law. According to Geodesy, a negative system operates within the normal rules of the law of property. Registration, although usually necessary, is not a sufficient step for creation of a real right. There must also be a valid deed granted by a person with title to grant, i.e. you can only sell if you are the owner. So a person acquires ownership if and only if the grantor owns the land and the transfer was carried out properly. And title flows from the register only in the sense that registration marks the final stage of the process of transfer. And the registration of a conveyance which is forged or granted confers no right at all. So the title is relative title as it's derived from this chain of legal instruments. If you're correcting under a monojural system, there is only one option. That's the view based on the common law. You cannot sell what you do not own. If you have an invalid deed, it is voided. Or you correct it. And so within this idealized register of deeds, what you can do is you go back to your good root of title, which is followed by a whole list of transactional deeds. And if any one of those transactional deeds has an error, which we can call a transaction error, this can be corrected. And the next time that title is derived, back to the good root of title, these corrections will be reinterpreted. And this reinterpretation has been perceived to be costly. This comes from Matt from 1978. The virtue of common law was it provided security of ownership to a very high degree. And the advice was that it did so at the expense of the facility to transfer. It's difficult to sell things because of the checks associated with it. Although I would argue that situation has changed. So this led to, in many instances, the thinking behind torrents and registration by title. So in positive registration, the ordinary rules of property law are set aside. Title flows from the register rather than the transferor's conveyance. And a person entered as owner on the register is the owner. There's no need to interpret the chain of title. If the conveyance was good, the title so conferred is absolutely good. If the conveyance was bad, the title is good but voidable. So as a general rule, a positive system does not admit the possibility of void titles. This is an idealized way, and I do appreciate that in many jurisdictions it is not quite this refined. The majority, but not all, of registration systems are positive. But it can start to introduce a thing called a bijural inaccuracy. So you can get two views on how to resolve an invalid legal instrument. You can have a view based upon the common law, you cannot sell what you do not own, and a view based upon a registration law, which may override the common law. So this act of registration makes it a defeasible title. And when you have this conflict, you have what is called a bijural inaccuracy. The challenge is which takes priority, what is redress. So in a bijural system, you need to frame two issues: who to protect, and that will either be the person seeking to acquire the property right, or the person who owns the land, or how to protect. And that lies between protection which is deferred or protection which is immediate and indefeasible. So who is a matter of policy and how is technique? So in this instance, we're going to argue that the who takes precedence. So under general property law, security of ownership is preference to the grantor. So the traditional answer, as we've already seen, is not in doubt. So a defective transfer is not a transfer at all and would be voided. Under positive registration and an idealized torrent, the facility of transfer gives preference to the grantee. And so we see here now that we have a point of indefeasibility rather than being with the original grant in this idealized register of title at the last transaction. So in such a scenario, good root of title is not followed by any transaction deeds. All of these deeds now are classed as registered deeds. So when a registered deed has an error, a register error, this cannot be corrected. So title by registration is indefeasible, always providing a good root of title. So we've introduced register errors and transactional error. So the transactional error is occurring after the good root of title, and this can only be resolved under general property law, and a register error occurs before good root of title, and this can only be resolved under property registration law in the way that we've defined it. And so we have these two elements. So where we have transactional deeds and we have registered deeds, and different places for our good root of title or point of indefeasibility. Now these are clearly quite polarized, one at the beginning, one at the end. Does that mean we can have a third way? We move that point of indefeasibility from the poles and place it somewhere in that transactional chain. So if the deed is in error, then the approach to correction is dependent on whether the error is a register error, i.e. where error correction is not allowed and compensation is the only redress, or a transactional error, where error correction is allowed and resolved under general property law. And so we can have the choice as a jurisdiction to move that anywhere up and down that chain of title. And this is exactly what happens under the 2012 Act in Scotland. Scotland has got this hybrid register, where instead of having the point of indefeasibility at the poles, it's at the N-1 transaction. So the last transaction is always a transactional deed. That means it can be resolved under general property law. So according to Reed and Breton, who are the legal architects for Scotland, they state that the land registration requires three registers: a register of plots of land, spatial index of owned land, cadastral unit register, or a uniform system for identification of properties, a register of deeds to deliver transactional change and store non-ownership rights to the register. And as these non-ownership rights are either described using geometry or as verbalizations against a cadastral unit, a spatial index can be used to cross-reference between the two, so the indexing becomes very important. And a register of title that articulates the parties who hold owned land, this is records indexed against kind of registers of plots of land and a register of deeds. So in terms of the hybrid register in Scotland, this allows significant flexibility for the creation of variation of discharging rights. And it's especially important for securities and mortgages, as all of those deeds are still in use and you can access element through the deeds register as well as through the title. And it also provides quite a novel approach for error correction. So by placing that point of indefeasibility prior to the last transaction, they also have a statutory time limit of 1 year. So if there is a transactional error and it's detected, it's corrected under property law because that favours the true owner. So, if someone has committed fraud and tried to sell my house from under me, I can reclaim it. That is a socially acceptable response. If that registered transactional error has been undetected for over a year and then is further transacted on in good faith, so there is a good faith acquirer in the mix, then that transactional error becomes a register error. And as soon as I find out about it, I can raise a dispute, but I was clearly not in possession when that fraud took place, and I can apply for compensation. And then, which is what I've just said here, I've got the wrong one, but you get the point. So we then get to determining interfeasible title. So to be sure of an interfeasible title, the register must be checked to ensure that the seller is named on the register as a proprietor, but also that the seller has been in possession for a year. It's not that difficult. Further checks are required if you haven't been in possession for a year, but it's not a hugely onerous process. And so resolves some of those issues that MAP recognised in 1978 and ultimately underpinned one of the reasons why title by registration came into play. So these hybrid approaches in digital registration, I'm looking at this because I care about digital transactions. So hybrid and digital registration fully acknowledges core components, fully acknowledged core components of digital registers, and that a register needs to represent state in terms of title or state change, so a deed, a request, or an application, as we heard about earlier on. So one of the problems here is there's a certain amount of register uncertainty. So registers have been described as deed and title registers, but since the 1990s, there's been a rise in identity fraud affecting registered systems. So in a number of jurisdictions, Pamela O'Connor has looked at how these things have responded to error. And the unfortunate thing is that in some of the jurisdictions, statutes which had long been assumed to incorporate either immediate or deferred indefeasibility have been judicially interpreted to embody the opposite rule, i.e. the jurisdiction thinks it's got a register of title, it actually has a register of deeds, or vice versa. That's quite a serious problem, because if lawmakers can't predict the type of interfeasibility their laws represent, one, there's significant uncertainty, but two, when you're building that register, you're building it based on whether it's a title or a deed register. You're not necessarily building flexibility in, so it can resolve to all types of circumstances. However, in the way that we've described things, by focusing on change and error correction and good root of title, I think you're in a position where a jurisdiction can build a more resilient register that can change with the needs of society over time, because you're embracing a whole range of different components in terms of both a deed and the state change element. So according to Dixon, in terms of the land registers in general, the key is surely to have a system that works in the social, economic and political climate that it governs, rather than one that cleaves to preconceived principle. And the traditional view is that a land registration system is either a deed or title system. I think that's unhelpful, and it's an unhelpful simplification. We've argued that the critical issue is where a jurisdiction places the title, and that point in the chain of deeds between original grant and current transaction at which the jurisdiction deems the right to be indefeasible. So by recognising that a register needs to represent state and state change, we see that a register requires components that are equivalent to traditional deeds and title registers and actually works in harmony together rather than as opposing systems. We also believe that this allows policymakers the flexibility to adapt their legal process to reflect social need without changing the registration systems. And ultimately, that's how land registers change. They are social systems reflecting that social need. By adopting this middle ground, we believe that you're providing greater resilience to the system. Thank you. Yeah, so should know that by now.
Okay, Anthony, thanks again. What an achievement! So many presentations in one day.
I'll bill you for the throat swings when I can't talk.
Yeah, your throat must be getting really challenged. Any questions from the audience or from online?
Well, I do have a question. One. Do you think that these hybrid models, hybrid systems that use both title and deed system together as a state and for a state change, could they facilitate the blockchain technology to at least eliminate human errors?
Okay.
As the blockchain is complete for a digital environment, which you are aiming to.
Absolutely. I'm somewhat agnostic about blockchain because blockchain is ledger-based, and so by definition, it should be dealing with change. And so if you have a register of deeds and state change element, that is, to me, and I'm by no respect an expert on blockchain, so I'm going out a bit on the limb here. So if you have a register of deeds element, then to me, that's where blockchain should sit. And that works well. I have probably a bit of an issue with blockchain in terms of title, because what change are you dealing with? It's just putting a hash function on top of the materialized state. The other side of the coin there, though, is that blockchain is intrinsically immutable. And as we discussed in the presentation, if you void a deed, it's not about mutability, it's legally never existed. And so you can't deal with immutability. So I think there's a potential role for blockchain, but in terms of state and state change and transactional registration, the processes should exist, and it's more of a syntactic sugar, but the immutability point I see as an issue.
Yes, but if we develop smart contracts on the blockchain for those transactions, we shouldn't be having void deeds.
You shouldn't be having,
because if I am the owner, I can sell the property to you, let's say. But if you do not have the money, you won't be able to complete the transaction. That transaction is automatically deleted and non-existent within the blockchain.
Build your fraud-free system and we can wrap blockchain around it.
No, I'm just saying these are the ideal cases.
Yeah, absolutely.
For the blockchain.
Yeah. As soon as you get rid of fraud demonstrably, then blockchain will sit in, and then you'll have no need for a void deed.
Fraud and corruption.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Are there more questions? Good.
No questions from the room.
Chris, you have a question?
Yeah, I also have the question about the blockchain, because I think it is very participatory and completely transparent, and everybody can know everything what is going on the land market, and also the, let's say, the latest status. So I was wondering, this case by case conversion from one model to another that was introduced yesterday by Dave, I think. If that could fit very well to the introduction of this blockchain system, so that the final model is that you are in this blockchain environment, completely transparent, and as I said, everybody can know everything, which is maybe not the case in a normal registry.
Yeah, I think there's certain elements about where the register or the registry puts itself in terms of public access and transparency. You know, if it is a public register, it should be nominally available. And so there's issues of, again, falling back to the jurisdiction, even jurisdiction profile in terms of how they set that up. But my view, I think, is ultimately that I'm agnostic in terms of the use of blockchain, because many of its attributes should be built in to the whole registration process anyway. Dave, do you have anything to add? Because I'm definitely not on my territory here.
Well, no, because it's like 3:25 in the afternoon and we'd be here at about 8 o'clock tonight. The technology you use to represent the register is a separate question from the legal aspects of the register that you're trying to enshrine by use of that technology. You could do everything you say using blockchain, or do everything you say using a classic database. Blockchain gives you some interesting new tools.
Sorry, I missed that last part, sorry.
Blockchain gives interesting new tools.
Yeah, I'm always looking, there are many countries with large areas off register. And there is a very popular game called land grabbing, which is not legitimate, but in a title system completely legal, because the title system represents the latest status, which is correct by law, even if it is not legitimate. So I was thinking if you introduce blockchain, maybe, let's say, combining coordinates with biometric information, then you have a more transparent system. Or maybe at least you could have a more transparent system compared to the situation as is.
Partially, I think the problem isn't a technology problem. I think the problem there is a legal problem, in that you are fudging the situation by giving a guarantee of title on a transaction, apart from when you don't. And England, for example, will reverse on a fraud, but it's not logically consistent in terms of the way that it does it. And I much prefer what is actually postulated in Scotland in terms of that one, on the fact that N-1 transactions are reviewable under general property law. And it gives complete clarity, and it actually brings possession into the loop as well, which I think is very good, and it just makes absolute sense. Whereas titling systems, in terms of pushing it all the way to having complete interfeasibility at the last transaction, are ripe for exploitation if you can commit fraud within a jurisdiction, which is ultimately the thing that we would like to limit.
Okay, thank you. By the way, I agree with you that this is a legal issue, of course, but maybe a better technical implementation is possible in some cases where this is needed. Okay, thank you.
Anthony, one question from my side. How do you see the relationship between the error correction and, say, versioning, and maybe specifically, so in the new edition of LADM, this bitemporal model is proposed. And so if we think of an example, in 2018, something was registered. Maybe 2020, it was discovered to be wrong, and then also corrected. And then, okay, would you still like to remember that in 2019 you were thinking, or you are aware that the system was giving a wrong impression, for example, that may influence the tax that had to be paid back then, or?
I think that comes out at a structural level in terms of how you're representing your country profile for LADM. Now, I try to articulate title as a derivation of different indexes. So indexes between plots of land, indexes between encumbering rights, which are spatially articulated or verbalized or articulated through a party index. So if you have well-structured indexing and you decide to void one of those deeds, it just cascades through the process. If you do not have well-structured indexing, then you've got to manually get your hands dirty in the system and put it right, or apply subsequent legal instruments to revert it to its process. And it's then an issue of, are you following the spirit of the law in terms of voiding something, or are you being pragmatic in just saying resetting it to a previous period of time?
Is it really fair to void completely? So if in 2021 you discovered at 2018 registration was made an error, all decisions made in 2019 are based on this error information and done in good trust. So sending tax bills, for example. So if you just correct it, that is then removing that knowledge. And so therefore really voiding is not really, okay, it's an option, but you are losing some important legal information, I would say. Even if it's wrong.
Voiding it doesn't mean removing it from the transactional sequence. It just means avoiding its effect within the register. So if I was voiding a deed, I would mark it as void. And it would mean that it has no legal impact. It had a legal impact when it was first registered, but it no longer has legal impact, and it's still part of that transactional sequence, but it's meaningless.
Okay, thanks. Yes, I did not understand that. Last check for the last question in this session, either on site or online.
There isn't any.
No? Okay, then I think it's really time for the coffee break. Let me ask you to join me in giving Anthony and also FTGA one more applause. And hope to see you back at 4 o'clock for our last session of today. And enjoy your coffee break.
Yeah,
See you.
a second.
Maybe just maybe you ask Peter to, if you want something.
I believe Peter isn't here anymore.
Peter?
Peter?
So
Yeah. Just information regarding the.
Nicola, yeah, I can see you here. So thanks for sharing the last session today.
You're welcome.
And yeah, I think it will be really a good conclusion of the workshop. We had a lot of topics. I think really the implementation is also key to the future. Also, can we learn from each other with respect to implementations? Can things be standardized with respect to implementations? And so we've been discussing a lot about the conceptual modeling stuff. Very important, because that's kind of the foundation, what we want to do, what we think is important. But I think also how to realize working systems that serve the society, that is crucial. So yeah, I think presentations in the last session will go in that direction.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe because also the last session, it is nice if we conclude it at the end. And,
okay. Concluding of this session of
no, the whole workshop. So after the last paper in the session, so we have 3 papers by Sasha, by Anthony, and by Abdullah. And after the questions, and yeah, probably everybody is very tired by then, but it would still be good to somehow thank everybody and conclude the whole workshop, and not only the session. But maybe you could conclude the session 7, and then at the end of that, then Chris and me could say somehow conclude the whole workshop. Do you agree with that?
Can I just say something about the closing of the workshop? When we are done, Professor Roy told me that we won't be having a joint closure of the Congress and the workshop. So one of you 2 organizers, you will be closing the workshop, and then we are done with both workshop and the Croatian Congress on Cadastre.
Okay, Joseph, I think that is very fine. I think we do it like that.
But is this a special session or?
No. I mean, you will be closing it here, and we are separately closing
Okay.
Different than the start, where it was together more or less. The closing will be in the 2 different rooms.
Yeah.
Yes. So you are closing the workshop. They are closing separately the Congress.
Yeah.
Just as you told previously.
Okay, and I will close this session of 3 paper. Say some few words about these 3 papers, and then I will give the word to you and Mr. Kritlemen to include.
But Nicola, you I think of course you will do the 3 papers and the conclusions and discussions. But then, because you are in the room, maybe we continue your session with some remarks from my side and some remarks from Peter's side.
Okay, good.
But we would be very happy with your support, Nicola.
Yeah, of course, no problem. Okay. Okay. How are you?
Time for a coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee. How are you, Chris?
You can just tell the girls. And
I will tell
provide-
them outside. I just want to say, Peter and Cree, should we just take somehow a group photo at the end?
It's a screen.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's
You
nice
can
to do
also
a
see the
photo
people
with-
who are here, but some people left now. But I mean, also for the participants online to ask them to open the camera and just take a group photo. We
Good,
have
good.
photos like random here, but it would be nice.
We had a photographer.
Yeah, there was also a professional photographer here taking photos of all the people presenting.
Yeah.
Just to have some.
Yeah.
FTG,
We'll organize it at the end. Yeah.
maybe you can organize it together with Nicola.
Yeah, I will organize it with you. Yeah.
Top.
See you in a while.
Okay, bye-bye. See
Yeah,
you.
I'm muting the microphone
yeah.
until the session starts.
I think we can start. Peter?
Yeah, I think so, Nikolai.
We can start?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Christian Lemon? Good.
Yeah, thank you, Nicola. I think that's a good idea to start now.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nikola Vucic. I'm working in the Croatian State Geodetic Administration. I will lead this final session, and this session is implementation and innovation. The land administration domain model is gaining recognition in many countries. 10 years after the publication of the first edition, there are already country profiles from many countries, of which a large number have implemented or are implementing LADM. The first paper is paper of 4 authors from Croatia, Mr. Saša Vranić, Mr. Hrvoje Matijević, Mr. Miodrag Rojić, and Mr. Vlado Setl. The name of paper is Increasing Fairness by Sustainable Modeling of Interactions of Parties with Land Administration System. First author, Saša Vranić, will present the paper, and I will say a few words about him. Saša Vranić graduated at University of Zagreb, Faculty of Geodesy in 2009 with the diploma thesis interface of cadastral database. In 2018, he received a PhD from the University of Zagreb for the thesis Modeling Transactional Workflow Management System over Spatial Component of Cadastral Parcels. After graduation, he worked in Croatian geoinformatics company Geophoto for several years as guest consultant on project of implementation spatial information systems. From 2012 to 2018, he was employed at the University of Zagreb, Faculty of Geodesy as University Assistant on Chair for Land Surveying. Since 2018, he is freelancer GIS consultant programmer, working mainly as a project manager for a Slovak-based company, Kajo, on several European Horizon 2020 projects. His main research interests are geospatial web applications, spatial databases, geospatial standards, and land administration system. Saša, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Nicola, for the introduction. So, as Nicola said, I'm a geospatial developer and project manager on different Horizon 2020 projects. And so basically what I will present today is something that we have been working on in recent time, and we will present this from very practical side. So with me, my co-authors come from private companies and universities, so we cover a wide range of work. So let's hope that all of this will be interesting for you. So basically, recently web applications and mobile applications are gaining quite a lot of interest, and users are so they are being used for very different things. One of those is interactions with geospatial data. So here first we will define what do we mean by interaction, and then after that we will classify just to give a basic division of these interactions. Here in the title of the paper, but also throughout the paper, if you read it, we are mentioning fair data principles, which is basically a set of principles that were being defined by a group of scientists in 2016, but it is intended to increase the reusability of digital assets, and this is also being employed by OGC, and it is in their mission and vision statement. So it gives an we wanted to give a larger overview of what we do, and after we define the interactions and explain these data principles, we try to fit those interactions into LADM. Then we skip topic a bit to give a technological overview of related to web applications from 1990s till today, when web APIs or application programming interfaces are basically the backbone of web applications. This is followed also by OGC, and they have a set of emerging new standards, OGC API, which we have used to implement these interactions with land administration systems. In general, land administration systems are basically public registers, so this means that everyone can have the right to check the data, inspect the data, and this usually meant in past that people go to Cadastre and check for, ask for cadastral maps and everything, but today when we have so many web apps, users just go on the web and find their parcels typically on some geo portals and find information they need, maybe even submit some requests and like that. So in order to define what do we mean by interaction, let's start from the bottom of this diagram. So basically we start with data manipulation operations or process. So basically these are complex processes, because if you are working with or updating cadastral data, you have to satisfy a series of integrity constraints, as we saw today. So basically this is a complex process, and it is somehow separated from our other types of interactions. Also, we have, for simple interactions, we have raw data retrieval interaction, which means basically that users might want to get entire data set or predefined data set. So if I'm, let's say, utility company, I want to get all the parcels for one municipality. I don't want to click 2,000 parcels. I just want to fast FTP or API, which would allow me to get everything, make my calculations in test.gis, and that's it. So maybe I will do it again, maybe I will not, but I still need to have this type of function. Process data retrieval is basically maybe which is most commonly used. So this means that users would like to see or visualize parcels in specific format, like INSPIRE compliant format, or maybe in a native national format. So this is most commonly used. Besides these interactions, we have a simple process, because they can include several steps in order to obtain the final result, but they are not changing the data. So this usually would mean like asking for a cadastral map excerpt or maybe ownership excerpt and similar things. And also interactions can be classified by read and write, but this is also already being mentioned. So okay. As we heard several times before, in today and yesterday, LADM is in the process of revision. It has a wider scope and all other things, 6 working titles of the LADM parts. So I will not go into these details, but I would say that one of the most very important changes is the link between version object and LA source, because it supports modeling of complex processes that I mentioned in the slide before. So read-write operations. So if in one process object is being created, then it gets begin association. If it is being destroyed, then or let's say archived, then it gets end association. So this is now in the current version of LADM edition 2. I would mention that in 2018 we defined these associations in our paper for previous workshop in Zagreb, where we didn't have so generalized approach, but we defined the link between the spatial unit and LA source, but the concept is the same. So yeah, and the important thing is that all other LADM classes inherit these associations, because version object is the parent class to all of them. And here lies the challenge that we are trying to address. So only read and write operations are handled with LADM. So other types of interactions are not, it is not possible to model them with the current version of model, so not in LADM 1 or 2, so it is the same. And it would be very beneficial to track these interactions. So maybe we would want to keep track how many users are querying certain types of data, which area is more active. Maybe we would like to calculate some indicators for different land administration systems, and we heard yesterday about LGAF, so we want to compare administration systems. So maybe this would be the way to collect this information and use it for extracting some knowledge about behavior within the land administration system. Okay, so now we want to fit our newly defined term of interaction into the current version of LADM. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel and create LADM profile with support for interactions, but we want to change as little as possible, but to support modeling of these interactions. So we already said that LA source is basically a complex process. So we just added generalization association between LA source and interaction. And in order to model interactions and their association to instances of version object, we just added one optional association between them. And other 3 descendant classes of interactions are the same as in the slide before. So basically with this, we allowed modeling of interactions of users with land administration system data, and didn't change too much. Okay, So let's now skip the topic and just to give a brief overview of how did we get from 1990s to till today, and in regard with web applications. So in 1990s, you had static web pages. So basically very simple content, you click and everything is being reloaded. Then sometime by end of 1990s, Ajax paradigm was defined. So asynchronous requests have been made possible. So this allowed to load just pieces of website, not entire pieces, not entire website. And in 2004, this maybe is a, let's say, turning point, and this Gmail and Google Maps have been published, and this is one of the first web applications which have been used quite extensively. I'm not saying it, Google invented the modern web, but basically other things matched, so like 3G and stronger phones and everything. So the quantity of users has dramatically increased, and of course this started the whole new market. So after that, since then, web APIs have gained quite a momentum, and up to till today, they are basically the backbone of all web applications and mobile applications. So basically, we have, this is one way how to implement a web and mobile application. So you have a backend, which is basically the server, database, and it has some business logic. You have a front end, so browsers, mobile phones, tablets, and all other clients, and you have API, which is sending the data, which is used for communication between server and the client. So you have one API which can serve both for mobile and web applications. So it's quite simple architecture. Just to give you an overview, I got this yesterday from one application which is used for working with APIs, and you can test and design APIs. And according to their statistics, so you can see that in 2016 the number is quite low, and in January 2020 it's 35 million. So it's quite a lot. Today it's maybe even more. So you can clearly see the trend of and importance of web APIs in modern web applications. And OGC is, of course, following these trends. And in 2018, they started to work on new set of standards which would follow these trends. But and they are building them on top of OGC web standards, so WMS, WFS, and all other standards that have been they created since the 2000s. These new standards provide resource-centric APIs. By adopting the modern web development practices, they are not making any references to existing web technologies, because in 2000 when they created, for instance, standards for web map service and other standards, they heavily depended on GML and those complex, let's say complex things, which today, from practitioner point of view, are not heavily used. So now emphasis is maybe more towards JSON and those lighter formats that allow faster communication. These standards cover different domains like features, maps, processes, coverages. So here are the links to previously let's say, previous versions of these standards. As I said, the important thing is that these standards don't have any reference to existing web technologies. So in this way, they created similar what LADM is doing right now. So they provided different requirement classes. So the core class doesn't impose any specific encoding or format. So they just provide very general, well-established web recommendation standards, and that's it. Other requirement classes define how this should be presented in HTML, GeoJSON, GML, so this leaves a lot of space for creating new specific requirement classes for any other format. So as I said, today geoportals are usual way of making available of process data retrieval interactions to general public. They are quite complex. Not everyone can implement their own geoportal. They're quite expensive probably to implement and also to maintain. On top of that, usually geospatial services are implemented to make available both these processes but also raw interactions. And here we come to alternative. So we could also use OGC API-based services because they provide very simple hierarchical structure of API endpoints, data sets. So for instance, if we take HTML representation, so you have a very simple website where you can find which is conformance references, what is being served, so as a collection, so you can have parcels. You can have parcels in different collections. So let's say in native format, in Inspire compliant, in any other format. So you can have buildings, you can have processes, and this is all presented in a clear way. So if you click on the collection cell, let's say parcels, you get the list of parcels. If you click on one parcel, you get the details of these parcels. So it's very intuitive for I'm looking at the developer point of view. It's very easy for a developer to understand this kind of structure. And here I will show now the example which we had with Python Geo API, which is one of the implementations which are implementing these OGC API standards. It's quite interesting, and as you see now here, so you have link to available collections. You have a link to processes. Each process can be run, and then you can and this is in jobs. So you can even get the list of running jobs. So it is in very early stage. So it's not fully implemented, but they are getting somewhere. This is another example of presentation how this content can be presented. So this is if you're in a developer domain, then you know about Swagger Open API specification. So here you can see a list of API endpoints. If you click on any of these items, you get which parameters you need to enter in order to work with this endpoint. You get the structure of the response, which should be returned in case it is a successful request. If it is an error, you get the list of possible errors. And it's quite easy to use API if you have this kind of documentation ready. So this is one example of how interface could be implemented. So this is provided by default by Python Geo API, but also OGC API allows you a regular user with basic knowledge of programming to implement, for instance, in JavaScript, you can implement your own website, which would allow you to just to get certain part of a data set in specific geographical area. So it's very easy to, not just for big companies that have series of experts in various domains, but with basic knowledge of programming. This, you have here a good documentation. You can fairly easy to implement a simple web app, which might not be used maybe by entire world, but it would help you to resolve your problems. And so in this paper, we wanted to provide a generic framework for modeling interactions. We didn't go into systematic review which interactions are possible in land administration systems, but rather just given a rough classification, and this can be specialized further on. As we see, OGC API provides modern means for a standard-based dissemination of land administration data, and it is suitable for implementing interactions. It provides simpler methods for using and exploiting data sets, and it is OGC API and LADM are compatible because they follow the same base standards of OGC and ISO family, and these interactions also, as we saw, can be introduced in LADM edition 2 fairly easy. Yeah, so OGC API and LADM are in early stages, so I guess it's a good time to, maybe if you want to change something, it's a good time to introduce something new. What I like about OGC API standards is that OGC is organizing different events like hackathons and other activities where not only scientists but also practitioners, developers are participating, and so they are covering this problem from various domains, and this definitely can increase the usability of these standards and practical implementation, and not just pure science, and then when we get to implementation we stop because it's too complex or it's not possible to work. So with this I would say thank you, and yeah, if you have questions.
Yes, first I would like to invite people from this room to take questions, and then I will give a word for online questions. Any questions? Yeah.
I'd just like to voice support for participating in OGC hackathons.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, and then online people, do you have questions? Mr. Krit Levin?
Yeah, thank you, Nicola. Sasa, thank you very much for your presentation. And I have a question which is maybe easy to ask, but less easy to answer. We did see the presentation from Katrien Smythe from ESRI, from ESRI. And I wonder if Katrien is with her approach in one organization and you are with your approach in another organization, if you can establish interoperability. So in other words, the question is, are you happy with Katrien's approach? And maybe the other way around, if Katrien is in the room, so.
Well, I would just say that, so they are using, okay, they are developing their own solution, but more or less it's very similar concepts, and they are using web services. So I guess even if now they are not exposing maybe data in specific form, I would say that it is not a problem to establish some services to enable communication and then exchange of data.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. I think that, and Crit, what you don't know is that we've already talked. So yeah, I would agree with that. I think that, you know, part of what we discussed over coffee was how Esri can be more interoperable, but also about how, you know, we can provide OGC, WFS, and things like this. We also have an API. So it's all about, you know, learning everyone's APIs and figuring out where the commonalities are and how to best integrate the systems, I think.
So this is really fantastic. It is the first time after many years that I hear that, let's say, interoperability is more or less, let's be careful, but
yeah,
more or less established. So Katrien, you say that you are happy with Saza solutions, and Saza says that he is happy with your solution. And you did talk already, and you think that interoperability is possible. So I really hope that both of you can join in this workshop with OGC in June, during the next OGC event. I think it is in June, I'm not sure, so that we can discuss this solution. Thank you very much.
Any other question? Peter?
Yeah, Sasha, thanks for your very nice presentation. And I was wondering why you used UML class diagram to model the interaction. So I would have expected maybe use case or activity diagrams, because they are more on the processes or the actions, and class diagrams are more on the data or the information.
Yeah. We wanted to model. We just wanted to express how the association between these interactions can be stored within cadastral database. And we wanted to show this aspect. We didn't want to model use cases or let's say some specific cases. So just wanted to show that interactions are not currently handled by LADM, but they could be easily introduced. And this is the way how they could be included. So it is the same as the link between LA source and version object. So this is to show, just association between objects. But of course, for modeling the processes, you would use other types of diagrams. So that's why we wanted to just show this.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, clear. A very different question is, what you presented with the OGI APIs to get access to collections or processes. I think that could very well fit a proposal like that in part 6 of LADM, so how to implement it as a kind of recommendation. But when you are retrieving collections, how do you make sure that people are not retrieving millions of records? If by mistake they forget to provide some kind of selection criteria and say, okay, retrieve boundaries and then get all boundaries of the country.
In requirement class core, as I said, there are some basic web standards, and part of them is from W3C consortium, and there you have defined properties for pagination. So I'm using, for instance, start and rows. You are using first, last, and end. So it defines how attributes are defined, so that we all are on the same page. Then it is set by default, this pagination. So of course you will not allow also now on, if you take for example GeoServer, you have max features to retrieve on one request. So you don't want to, users to get by WFS or OGC API features 10 million records. So you would like to keep this in some reasonable amount.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. And about processes, do you think the APIs could be used indeed for tricky processes, such as, say, map editing, creating a new boundary, splitting a parcel?
Yeah. So here we have shown example for OGC API features, which is currently in most mature stage. Processes are not so mature. This is the, let's say, first problem. The second problem, they cover the same domain as web processing service in previous standard, which is basic operations with geospatial data. So no support for long transactions and all other things that might be important for land administration systems. There are on GitHub some ideas how to extend OGC API processes to allow workflow modeling, but this is all on very, very early stage. So there are some initiatives, but by default, processes would not probably support. Maybe some subsequent parts of this standard, but what we have now, they don't support it.
Thank you, Sasha.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I have two little questions. Sasha, you and me live and work in the Republic of Croatia. You see that the Croatian Parliament changed the law about real property cadastre and estate survey, and a lot of cadastral data and topographic maps data and a lot of geodesy data will be free of charge from few days in the future. From 10. Okay, and the processes of your work can help in to the state geodetic administration to solve this problem, to disseminate our data free of charge.
Well, I would say it like this. So the greatest benefit of this approach and OGC API is that it provides very clear instructions on how to organize data, how to document data. We had, even before metadata standards, we had GeoNetwork, which is used for, describing data, but it is quite extensive. And in my work, I'm working on a daily basis with APIs, and you have API endpoint, but you're not sure which parameters it accepts, how to use this, what should be the response. So I guess it can help, of course, to simplify the process of communicating with this data and to retrieve it. Yeah, it does not require change of entire infrastructure for working with data. So
okay,
definitely yes.
And the second question is very short. We have in public procurement, for example, for making big new land administration application or maintain existing land administration applications, and we usually ask to obligation of, for example, ISO 9001 and ISO 27000. And that's it. About implementation of LADM in practice. So what do you think about asking something like ISO 19152?
Like to make it mandatory to...
Oh, yes. What do you think about that?
well, I'm not sure if this is really needed, but it would definitely help if State Geodetic Administration would follow more closely developments of international standards. Maybe not to respect them, blindly, but definitely to respect some general recommendations. And LADM certainly is such. So I would say that maybe not mandatory, but yeah.
Okay. Many thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the second paper of this session is paper 2. This paper contains also a demo, and Mr. Anthony Beck is author, and he will present the paper, the use of LADM primitives and structure indexing to support automated registration using submitted applications. I will say a few words about Mr. Anthony. Anthony Beck is geospatial and analytics professional with a strong mix of technical, commercial, academic, and policy skills. He has experience of delivering repeatable solutions using an inclusive and interdisciplinary approach involving GI science, knowledge, engineering, and data modeling. One of Anthony's key skills is demonstrating the link between concepts, data, policy, and practice. Anthony is a concept and data architect. He is a lead author on many academic journal publications that cover different domains. These include land administration, utilities, heritage, smart cities, and addressing. He holds a PhD in heritage, remote sensing application, and advises specialist policy and standard bodies. He is interested in approach that improve registration automation and first order logic modeling of the registration domain. Mr. Anthony, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Next time round, I'm going to make my bio a lot shorter. I apologize for that.
No problem.
For those who've seen some of the other presentations I've given today, I've been promising things about digital transactions, and it's a thing that I'm interested in, and this is a presentation which will talk about automated registration, which is great. So according to Dale and McLaughlin, land registration systems provide the means for recognising formalised property rights and for regulating the character and transfer of those rights. It is part of a formalised process. And throughout today, we've talked about these fundamental primitives in terms of LADM, the parties for rights for land, the outputs that come from that. So you have a deeds register and a title register. And now I'm going to go into how we can how party right and land relationships change through a transactional process that describes what rights can be created, varied, or discharged by parties who have the appropriate legal power, with the support of legally competent stakeholders who submit change requests to the registrar, who uses rejection rules to determine whether the change can be registered or not. This work has a focus on digital approaches, and we're using what I refer to as the application record, which is borrowed from Holland. And it's a vehicle which conceptually presents a legal instrument for consideration for registration. And we'll use this summary of that legal instrument for the application. We'll use that to create both the deed and to render the change. So rather than in most jurisdictions where what you'd have is a deed, which is your true legal instrument, which is then summarized for presentation, we'll use the application itself to render both the deed and the change. And I appreciate this again makes it idealized because that will need a change in your law in order for it to work. But on we shall go. But as part of that transaction, the transaction should be logical, and it represents a change to this party right land relationship. And so theoretically, a successful transaction should be both logically valid and logically sound. So the slots in terms of a valid transaction should represent the respective party right and land change and filled with valid entries. And the transaction should be sound in the fact that those entries should make sense. So for example, a grantor on a transaction must have the power to authorize that transaction on the register. So in this instance, you cannot sell do not own, for example. So I want to kind of get back to this issue of state, this register of parties, rights and land. So each jurisdiction has its own legal framework that defines the fundamental primitives, that define the nature and representation of parties who hold rights which are defined in land. And from these registered legal facts, we can determine legal impact. We can understand who owns the land, what that owner must either do or not do on that land, what benefits that owner might have in terms of other land, and then what benefits the third parties have over that owned land. And we've talked about that kind of duality of rights relationships in earlier presentations. And these are a reflection of these kind of first order Hofheldian rights incidents. So sorry to bring Hofheld back in again. However, we haven't really discussed in detail how we change these legal facts. And we use, sort of changes to party right and land relationships are represented using transactions on a register. And this uses that second order Hofheldian instance, the immunity and power. So where a right holder is empowered to actually change and vary those rights. So that tends to be this kind of deed of creation, deed of variation, and deed of discharge, where you're abstracting and alienating rights, or you're transferring rights, or you're varying those relationships. And so yes, we see this as variation, rights alienation or merge, spatial subdivision or merge, or detail change, transfer and discharge. So getting back to this conceptual transaction element, Henson in 1995 described 4 general principles that underpin transactions within land registers. There is the booking principle. That implies that the real rights transaction has no legal effect until the change is registered. There's the publicity principle, implies that the legal registers are open for public inspection and that those published facts can be relied on in good faith and are protected by law. There is the consent principle, which implies that the registered party holding the real right gives their consent with the transaction. This one is critical. Again, you cannot sell what you do not own. So the party that is registered as holding the real right is generally the only party with the powers to change that right. It's not completely true. Jurisdiction has powers as well, but we'll keep it there. And that right holding party has an immunity against third parties waiving, annulling, or transferring their registered right. And this is particularly important for those owners because, as I've said multiple times now, you cannot sell what you do not own. And if land is sold without the consent of the landowner, then there's been a registration error or fraud, which we talked about again earlier on. And then the specificity principle. And this implies that the transactional subjects, the parties, the rights, the land, must be unambiguously identified. So you need to clearly identify the things that you're changing on the register. And we described the title as being framed by 3 key elements: party, the who, the benefits from the ownership right, the what, over a plot of land, the where. And then it is extended by party right land relationships which further benefit or encumber that land, including non-ownership rights as well. So party verification and designation during this registration process allows us to uniquely identify the who. The legislative framework, in terms of how it defines numerous clauses, allows us to identify the what. And what is missing, broadly, is that mechanism to uniquely identify the where. And this is where your register of owned or possessed land come in. So that's the spatial extent of that plot of land. And again, as we've talked about in earlier sessions, you can use absolute or relative plots, i.e. the geometry or verbalization, to define the cadastral units, which themselves become indexed as part of this registered sequence. And the set of cadastral units represents all of the registered plots of land, and the spatial representation of those cadastral units is the cadastral map. And so as much as I labour these points, it's kind of trying to define that all of these terms, we start to ground in data so we can effectively model them using LADM. And so part of that specificity means we have to have a way to index things so we can uniquely identify them. So a digital land register consists of relationships describing parties, rights, and land. It's core LADM components. And the 2 principal indexes which are required to efficiently structure most land registers are the party index. So you're identifying pertinential or pradial benefits, as we talked about earlier today, and a spatial index, which can be used to identify encumbering third-party rights.
Okay, we'll now start to talk about how we describe that change. So transactional instruments are jurisdiction dependent and used to legally instruct registrars to make changes to the register. These are normally legal instruments, a deed or a contract, but can be less formal depending upon how the jurisdiction frames it. So a transactional instrument for a land register describes specific rights relationships between the granting party, normally a right holder, normally the owner, and a grantee party, the benefitor, over an area of land. You can represent multiple rights granted to multiple parties over multiple areas of land within a single deed, as long as the grantor has the power to make the right changes which are being granted. So, and it doesn't matter in many respects, particularly in terms of this, because it's a proof of concept, so like huge freedom, what you call these things. It could be a deed, it could just be an application, it could be a request. Very much depends upon where your jurisdiction decides to formalise things. The key element of this is that the transactional instrument is a vehicle for change. And so as we'll hopefully see through this, the change drives everything, and we're going to articulate change in a manner which is machine readable, human readable, and legally competent evidence. And rather than me belabouring the point, I'll just call them deeds from here on in. So these transactional instruments or deeds as changes as APIs. In the previous presentation gave a really good overview of what an API is. And so we see deeds as a way to define change, where you can create something, you can vary something, you can discharge something. And that thing is what's of interest to the parties and to the registration organisation. For us, it's a registrable spatial right, something defined in numerous clauses. And depending upon the jurisdiction, is executed, witnessed, and delivered. So these transactional instruments can produce create operations, where you create a new party right land relationship by alienating rights out from the body of the owned land, and multiple party right land relationships can be generated with a single instrument. You can vary an already registered rights relationship. Now that variation doesn't need to affect all rights in an instrument, and some rights can just be discharged. And so these variations allow nuanced changes to occur to an instrument over time, or discharge. So you can discharge an instrument that's already been registered. So you see that most commonly in the kind of addition of a security or a mortgage, but once it's been paid off, that mortgage subsequently becomes discharged, or it should be discharged. So we have these transactions, they also have a life cycle. Deed doesn't appear fully formed, it's part of the process. So first of all, you have your draft applications. These are yet to be submitted, and this is where essentially your conveyancer or your citizen, if you have a very trusted citizen relationship, starts to create the change that we want to see enacted on the register. Some point in time, you submit this, and this application is then submitted to the registrar for acceptance. And again, following on from the previous presentation, there are rejection rules, which tend to be defined within your jurisdiction. And so within your registration law, it will say, you know, if it's not signed, you reject it. If you aren't the owner, you reject it. Okay, if it's not rejected, you've got to accept it. If it's accepted, you register it. And then you get your registered deed. And so this application is accepted by the registrar. And once registered, it can be varied, discharged, avoided using the same kind of tools as we just discussed. Or it goes to, ultimately, once it's served its life and it's discharged, it's archived. So you have this archive record. So rejected applications and deeds to avoid, discharged, or no longer active. A right holder can undertake a range of different primitive operations, provided that they have the right power. So you can do a sale, a transfer of party, a rights alienation, a transfer of right, and that could be ownership or non-ownership, and an ownership's division, the transfer of land. And so as you see there, what I'm trying to do is to frame the transactions in terms of LADM primitives. So parties as a transfer, land as a subdivision, merge is also included in that, and then rights alienation, leading to here, you know, alienation of sub-ownership rights from the main body of ownership to create flats, or alienation of or abstraction of an access for a neighbouring easement or a mortgage for a security right. And so in terms of this, I'm starting to frame up kind of the general primitives associated with this. You have a transfer of party, a transfer of right, and a transfer of land. You can have a transfer of party part, but you can have, you know, transfer part of your interest in that land. I'm selling 50% of my land to Effie, Dave, whomever. Or transfer of whole is 100%. I'm really going to put in my whole interest. A transfer of right, here we see a transfer of right part where I'm abstracting a spatial subset for the flat block of flats I'm building on my piece of land. Or a transfer of whole where I'm granting the security across all the land to the mortgage agent who is lending me lots of money. Transfer of land doesn't have a part, it only has a part because that's about kind of subdividing your land. You could do it as a whole, but that might have indexing implications, but it could be a conceit for renumbering. That's all of my background theory, and I'll get into the fun of giving you the demo. So we've built up all of these concepts. We've got parties, rights, land, legal instruments, relationships. I've built up a nice little idealized nodding world, and I've got 5 tables. Within that, I have my applications, and I've got parties that hold rights, where they're defined in land and in the land model. So it's loosely based on LADM. In fact, it's more than loosely based on LADM. And what I've built is a conceptual proof of concept, where there is some state who've got a regional development agency, and they've got a piece of land that they manage. And then they're going to subset it into a couple of areas which are going to be redeveloped. And then someone's going to build a load of houses and garages and a bit of communal access. A couple of big flats down here, some communal land which is shared between multiple owners, some houses, another flat with a private garden. Highly complex verbalizations will be in there. And we're going to automate it all. So strap it. So, right, so initially I'll take it reasonably slowly and go through this relationship between the deed and application element. So this is our first digital transaction exemplar. So we're demonstrating first registration. There is nothing in our register at the moment. We need to have that piece of land from which we can start to abstract things. This is what we call the first registration. We'll follow up with the transfer of land part and the transfer of party whole. And then we'll see how versioning works within that and how we become masters of space and time. So we'll be bringing our blank sheet and ultimately leading to this. So I've got some Python libraries, code, there is nothing in my sleeves. That UML model you saw earlier on, I can build up a SQL to actually create a database directly from that because open source software is cool. And we prepare a database, so we delete the existing one, create a new one, use that SQL to populate it. Goes on in here. And then we'll do this first registration. So the state decides to provide land to a regional development agency to build some stuff. So let's bring that in. Yes, it always does that. Right. So we can start to look at what goes on in our application record. So this is what we class as a disposition. It's not one of these tops or tops because it's first registration. But it's some principal land the state is giving as a granted regional development agency. It is a 100% transfer, so numerator to denominator is 1/1. It's coming from nowhere, as it were, so it has its own geometry, and we've given it a special number. And this is our application record. This is what's been submitted. And from that, we can wrap some boilerplate around it in the back that takes all of those little submitted data elements and goes, well, actually, there you are. There's a deed there, and we can put a digital signature on the bottom. I'm from the UK, so I've managed to grab the Queen's signature from Wikipedia. So this is all legit. So we're using the core elements within the application to actually create our deed for us. Now, I appreciate this is not currently legally valid, but by a shift in the legislation, it can be, if you believe. Anyway, registration. More time passes, registration can be automated. However, this is the first registration, so someone actually wants to go and have a look at it. So the details is that the state has an exclusive 100% ownership of Solum, principal land, over the land defined by the geometry. And it's the first registration, so it's not this top we described earlier. So we can start to create the following. I'll show you now, there is nothing up my sleeve. But what we're doing is we're just using SQL here to just insert everything from our application record. So we now have a party. We can, nothing in our database, insert the information for our land. We can tell it what the writing land is, there it is, and its special numbers.
and we can link through to the party that's interested in underwriting land. Brilliant. And then we've kind of, this application as an ownership and land transaction has completed its purpose. So we now kind of essentially give it its version of death, as it were. So we add the metadata in that says that this record that's been submitted, it has now completed its purpose. As a deed, it's complete because we hold this information in our cadastral index. And so we're seeing here that that one table is representing the application record, the archive record, and the deed register, all in the same thing. It just has different life cycle elements associated with it. We can do some database magic in the background, so we can just query this data out more effectively, which is essentially what the slide is telling us. And so let's have a look at our cadastral map. So it's telling us we have an exclusive right to the Regional Development Agency. No one's told it's an exclusive right. It knows that because it only has 100% interest in it. It's given it the special numbers at its principal land, which could be freehold or solum, depending on what your jurisdiction calls it, the centre of the earth all the way up to the skies. And it's got all of the metadata associated with it. So we've got our piece of land in there, brilliant. Now the Regional Development Agency, now that they own it, decide they're going to sell a development plot to the developer, miss the money for developer. This is a transfer of land part, followed by a transfer of party whole. So we're cutting out land, and then we're transferring it to a different party. Talked about those earlier on, so I won't belabor them. So we're going to create a transfer of land part, view that application, and here we are. So here is principal land. It's a or transfer of land part here. So it's been flagged, and it's going from Regional Development Agency to miss money for developers. So what we're seeing in this deed is taking those two atomic primitives and running them together. It's cutting the land out, and it's saying transfer it to this new person. It's 100%, 1/1. You have a cookie dough, the parent cadastral unit from which this right is being abstracted, and then the cookie cutter that defines how it's being abstracted, and then the new number it's going to be given. So all of that is in our slightly noddy application. We have our new deed based upon our application, and we can update the right register. So I'll just run through and do exactly the same as before. This is using real spatial predicates in it, so it's doing proper geometry, proper cookie cutting. And we see that our land has been versioned. So LRC 001, our bit of rubber sheet that's in there, had this geometry from when it was created to when this deed came in. Once this deed has come in, it has a different geometry. So I'll add in the new land. We'll see that that's in our table. Add the rights in. We will just complete the whole process. I believe this is the last time I'll go through this in such detail. Now we'll complete the application, tell it that it's all been accepted and completed. We do the metadata close, and we can see now that we have two elements in our application record or our deed register, and we can see how they look within the register itself. So here we are, LRC 002 now has an exclusive right to miss money for development. All is good in our land register. However, we can now be a little bit like Share and show how we're mastering space and time. So we have two records for LRC 001. We have this pre-transfer of land part and post-transfer of land part. So let's see how that looks. If we look at our current version, it's got a hole in it. It should have a hole in it because we've got a hole out of it, so we could sell it to miss money for developer. If we turn back time, this is the real Share bit. I got ahead of myself. Now we're turning back time to 1991. It doesn't have a hole in it. So we've got that all versions within that database, which is great. Bearing in mind, this is running on SQLite 5 tables. So we can see that between the two within that environment, we have our version database. So we are masters of space and time. This is Doctor Who, for anyone who's seen it. The guy at the bottom is from the 1970s, Tom Baker, my favourite Doctor Who. Okay, so that's the general principle of it. I'm now going to batch automate this and build that landscape that I showed at the very beginning. So, good, here we are. So we're going to use these applications to register these legal instruments and update the register. We're starting off with our rubber sheet at the back. We're going to generate this. You should keep this image in your mind's eye, please, because the visualization elements of this are not great. Because ultimately it is just a bit of Python in a Jupyter notebook.
So we're bringing in our code again. So just again, show there's nothing up my sleeve. There's currently nothing in the cadastral map. We will bring in our register, as you can see, we've got our deed, and we're now batch processing it, so you don't have to go through all of those slightly annoying updates. And we can see that now we have our background cadastral unit. We've got about 60 or 70 new transactions in here. And so we're putting on a deed of real burdens, and we're doing a disposition for his terraced community development. We're taking out a mortgage. We're putting on servitude. So that kind of is, in this instance, a community servitude, which provides both encumbers and provides benefits to a party. So it's so that you're sharing your wall with your neighbour, and then you're selling loads of stuff. Loads of things are going on in here. So we start to process those applications. We get a bit of metadata that's telling us what's going on as it's going through the process, which is lovely. And then once it's done, yes, there we are. So if you can cast your mind's eye back to that earlier element, I appreciate that the color rendering is not fabulous, but it shares most of those characteristics. We can look at it by party. So here we are, we've got, most of these are kind of pradial relationships at the moment because it's only built on a subset from where we are now. You can see that it's all got proper geometry in it. There's holes where holes should be in that process. We can start to derive title from this. So what we currently have is a nested set of indexed and cross-referenced rights relationships. Let's have a look at this one, I think. So flat with the garden pertinent. So this is LRC032 or title number LRC032. It is a strata right for the ground floor flat. And because you own that piece of land, you have interest in these other pieces of land. So LRC027, 028, 034, and 031. And the fractional interest you have on that, and some of these are inherited. You can see here that, you know, that's the grounds for the land. There's your own private garden. Very nice. Shared driveway, and then shared interest further on. So for those who are here earlier on, we talked about pradial rights and inheritances. That's how that inheritance concept is working. We see, right, there is a beneficial right, so there's an allowable access over exclusively held land. So this is, you know, around the ground, so you can get workmen in or whatever. Who owns it? Miss Widovian undertaker. And there's no deeds on it. I don't believe, oh yes, there will be encumbrances on here. So that allowable access is actually an encumbrance to you as well, because it's a community deed and it's in a smokeless zone, so we're dealing with some overriding interests. Before I wrap this up, I will show you what goes on with the other story flat, because you again see that there are some really nice elements that come out of this because of the granular way of recording. So this is the upper floor flat in the same building. And because you own that flat, you have all of these other interests. You'll notice here that you don't have interest in this bit. This is a private garden, which is held by the ground floor flat. It's been cut out and it's exclusively held. You don't have it. But what you do have is a right of access over it if you need to do something to the outside of your building. So the way that we've structured it allows you to deal with quite nuanced relationships and rights element. And this is held by Dr. Banner, the strongman. You can see where I'm getting influence. And again, he has it with no securities, and you have the same encumbrances. That's me. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Anthony. First, I would like to hear questions from this room. Then online.
Nicola, maybe I can make a comment.
Yeah.
Well, Anthony, thank you very much. Thank you so much. This is, let's say, it was a presentation, but I'm very happy that it is recorded on video, because it will be useful for professionals, but also for students. willing to learn the LADM. It was about land administration. It was about land administration systems. It was about land administration processes and transactions. And it was about land administration data. And you did bring all this together in 4 lectures, almost 2 hours. As I said earlier, with a high information density. But the video can be stopped, especially when the source comes in. It was sometimes a little bit fast, but altogether this is about land administration knowledge, and I think this will be very useful for many students. So once more, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I really like the Doctor Who example in time traveling, and especially also related to your previous presentation, and when trying to correct maybe errors. And that's really what you feel like doing. If you go back in time, change some old record, and it's very elegant to see how it all fits in in the whole system that developed, because it's really more than a presentation with the live running of the example. So I add my compliments, Anthony. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you. Any other questions? No?
We have one from the room.
Yeah.
So I have the advantage, I've seen that before. So, so Ant, what happens if the geometry isn't very good?
Yes. There is an intrinsic element where I am lucky enough to live in this idealized world where all of my geometry is perfect when I decide to use it in that way. And the reality of the situation is life is not perfect. And this gets back to some of the awkward questions I've written down and had in my head for all those 3D geometry things from yesterday, and how things are being extruded when actually you're introducing a possible spatial relationship issue where you have uncertainty about that geometry, and that might have a legal impact on somebody else. And yes, it can do. To me, yes, that is, it's in principle an issue, but I think it's equally that element of seeing it within the context of fit for purpose land administration, which is if you know you have problems with your register, you do have the powers to change them over time and to change that data, as long as, one is being aware that they're there, and 2, ensuring that you have the powers to effectively make those changes to have a kind of confidence. That's a difficult question.
I've got another one. Well, perhaps an observation. So it struck me that at the point where you were drafting an application, it would be possible to test whether that application would result in a successful registration.
Absolutely. I would like to see in this that you see rejections disappear, because part of the implication of this kind of approach is that the APIs to the land register are exposed in a way that the person who is creating their application or request, for those of you who can remember this 20 odd years ago, Microsoft had Mr. Clippy that came up and said, oh, it looks like you're writing a letter. Let me help you. And it could be, well, it looks like you want to sell your land. Let me help you. And you could have a structured approach that gives you a guided view that supports your transaction creation. But because you're working with the land register and land registration data at that time, you should be able to logically test it. Because the point of having an automated system is you deal with automated rejections as well. And so you can test that before you submit. So ideally, 0 rejections, because you'd be an idiot not to press the test button. Completely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
And on the end, we go to the third presentation. This is the authors Abdullah Kara, Alexandra Roland, Peter van Oosterom, Erik Stutjare, Volkan Čardaš, Erwin Vollner, Christian Lehmann, Wilco Kwak, and Laura Megiolaro. The name of this paper is Formalization of Code Lists and Their Values, the case of ISO 9152, Land Administration Domain Model. This presentation will be presented by two authors, Mr. Abdullah Kara and Mrs. Alexandra Roland. I will tell you a few words about these two co-authors. Abdullah Kara holds Bachelor of Science in Geomatics Engineering from Istanbul Technical University and Master of Science degrees in Geomatics program of Yıldız Technical University. He worked as an engineer in the development of geographical data standards for Turkey national GIS infrastructure. He received a PhD from Yıldız Technical University in 2021. During his PhD, he visited GIS Technology Section Department OTB, Delft University of Technology as a guest researcher in 2018. Currently, he is postdoctoral researcher at the Delft University of Technology. Alexandra Roland obtained a Master of Science in Geographical Information Management and Applications from the University of Utrecht, the Netherlands, in 2021, based on the thesis proposing a methodology for automatic GIS workflow generation using semantic technologies. Following graduation, Alexandra joined Cadastre, the Dutch land registry and mapping agency, as a PhD engineering student, and is currently supporting the ongoing development of the Cadastre knowledge graph. Her research investigates the role that this knowledge graph and other linked data developments within the organization could play in Cadastre's future data platform. Abdullah and Kara, the online, Abdullah and Alexandra, the online floor is yours.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you for the nice introduction. So we are here for presenting the formalization of code lists and their values paper. Before starting the presentation, I would like to thank all the co-authors. I really think that this unofficial working group could be one of the best groups for this topic. For example, Alexandra is currently working for Cadastre and supporting the ongoing developments of knowledge graph and link platform. We also have Erwin Vollmer. He is leading the developments of the linked data platform for open geographical data in Cadastre. We also have Erik Stutjare and Volkan Čardaš. They together developed the Cadastre and Land Administration Thesaurus, and they have been working on semantic web, linked data, and land administration topics for a long time. We also have Wilco Kwak. He is working for GeoNovum. GeoNovum creates data standards, including spatial and linked data. We have Laura Megiolaro. She is a team leader at the Land Portal Foundation, where the linked land governance thesaurus, which is called also Landwalk, is created. And we also have Christian Lehmann and Peter van Oosterom as co-authors. I will not introduce them. So I think this is a great group for this paper, and I would like to thank again for all co-authors. And I should start the presentation. You can see the overview of the presentation. I will start with what is code list and the code lists in LADM edition 1. Then I will continue with the sum of the thesaurus developed for the domain of land administration using semantic web technologies. Then I will briefly mention the requirements we specified for the semantically enriched code list values. Based on the specified requirements, we prepared a meta model. Alexandra will present the developed meta model, and she will give us a live demo about the implementation of the meta model. So what is code list? As you all know, ISO TC211 standards and OGC standards generally uses the UML class diagrams to represent their models. UML class diagrams basically consist of classes, attributes, operations, and relationships. And in this way of modeling, data types are assigned to the attributes in order to specify the allowable characteristics of the attributes. One of the options to determine which values an attribute can have is to utilize code lists. So you can see below the LA party code list, LA party class. This class has association with two code lists. First one is party type and the second one is party role type. So a code list can be defined as a simple list of values without any structure. Code lists and their values can be considered as a supplement to the classes and association within a standards, and they provide initial examples for further structuring the domain. When modeling for actual systems to be implemented, typically the half of the efforts are devoted to the creation of the UML class diagram as a backbone of the structure, but the other half of the efforts are generally spent on specifying the actual code list values. However, the code lists in international standards are generally just mentioned in the diagrams, and they present only a simple list of values without any definition, without any reference to the source of a definition, without any alternative term supports, and without any semantic relationships such as hierarchical and associative relationships. So this situation is also true for the LADM. LADM specifies a number of code lists in the informative annex J. The LADM code list only include example values, and the specification of code list is left to the user communities who have to define and manage their own values when implementing these standards. On the other hand, the LADM is also about semantics of land administration. So adding more content, meaning, and structure to its code list values has been considered for a long time, taking a step forward in the development of LADM. So as you all know, the LADM is now under the systematic review of ISO, so this could be the best time for this development. So there, as you all know, there is a growing interest in representing the terms belonging to a particular domain using the semantic web technologies such as RDF, OL, ESCOS, and Sparkle, and making them available on a registry on a web. There are a number of registries. For example, ISO TC211 have a registry called Multilingual Glossary of Terms, which is also called GeoLexica. This register includes all the terms from all ISO TC211 standards. OGC is also have a register for the terms of its standards, which is called OGC Definition Server. Inspire also has a register which is called Inspire Code List Register. And we have one more register which is called Bartok, Basic Register of Thesauri, Ontologies, and Classifications. This interest is also the case in the domain of land administration. In recent years, a number of thesaurus were developed. One of them is the Cadastre and Land Administration thesaurus, which is called Calate. Calate developed using the extracted terms from the LADM, OGC Land Infra, and several existing thesauri, for example, GEMET, Agrovok, and STV thesaurus for economics. The Calate encoded with ESCOS. The last version of Calate includes the code list and code list values of ISO LADM and OGC land infra that is made available through the Bartok and OGC definition servers. One of the other thesaurus developed for land administration domain is the linked land governance thesaurus, which is called LandVoc. LandVoc includes concepts related to the land governance. It is designed as a part of food and agricultural organizations, AgroVox linked open data sets, and it is maintained by the Land Portal Foundation. LandVoc is based on RDF, ESCOS, and doubling properties, and it can be consumed through the Sparkle endpoint. It can be consumed through the Sparkle endpoint and RDF formats. I would like to note that LandVoc does not provide a specific solution for representing code list values. Also, Inspire has a register for code list. The code list values defined in Inspire data teams were structured in RDF format and made available through the Inspire code list register. The RDF representation of Inspire code list values does not include hierarchical relationships between the code list values, and they do not include references to external code list values. So the aim of this study is to add more meaning and content to code list values, and we thought that the semantic web technologies can be used that. However, the code list values can be structured in a number of ways within the framework of semantic web technologies using various formalism. We can use various formats to structure code list. We can use RDF. We can also use ESCOS. We can serve it as GeoSparkle. We can use several vocabularies. We can use ESCOS vocabulary, doubling core vocabularies, and we can serve it via using various registries. To overcome this issue, a joint understanding in structuring, extending, and maintaining code list values is required, and we thought that it may be achieved through an agreed meta model. So our aim is to create a meta model for structuring, extending, and maintaining semantically enriched code list values and implementing the proposed framework. To achieve this aim, the requirements for the semantically refined code list values should be firstly collected or determined. So we start with the search. We start with searching the ISO TC211 standards, because when you developing a new model, the existing standards should be reused maximally. So we found one standard which is called ISO 19150-2, rules for developing ontologies in the web ontology language. This standard defines the conversion of the UML static view modeling elements used in the ISO geographic information standard into OVL. So this standard proposes the use of ESCOS for structuring the code lists and sets a number of requirements for the conversion from UML code list to ESCOS. For example, a code list shall correspond to a class, a concept schema, or a collection. Moreover, a class shall be a subclass of ESCOS concept. These standards also recommends to use ESCOS broader, narrower related properties in order to specify the hierarchical relationship between the code list values. This standard is also recommends to use broad match, close match, exact match, narrow match, and the related match properties to represent the relationship between the values of code lists. But the ISO 19150-2 only focuses on the conversion from UML code list values to ESCOS, but it does not specify requirements for structuring semantically enriched code list values, such as versioning, localization, alternative values, and maintenance are not addressed in the standards. So to identify for these requirements, several expert meetings were form a group, and we made several expert meetings. After these expert meetings, we identified 13 requirements. And the selected Tesaro and registries are evaluated against the identified requirements. So here you can, left-hand side, you can see the requirements. According to determined requirements, a code list should have preferred and alternative labels. A code list value should have a definition. One can search which code list a code list value belongs to. Hierarchical and associative relationship between code list values should be defined. Moreover, the relationship to other standards code list values should be identified, should be mapped. Code list and their values should be versioned. Multiple languages should be supported, and the meta model should support the national extensions. So based on these requirements, we propose a meta model. Alexandra will tell us about this meta model, and she also give us a live demo about the implementation of this model. So Alexandra, would you like to share your screen?
Yes, thank you, Abdullah. I will take over the screen share. Hopefully this works. Yes, please let me know if you can't see my screen. Yes, so based on the requirements that Abdullah just listed, we defined this meta model. So this is the visualization of the meta model. And as you can see, we have two main classes that we defined ourselves, and there's an extensive reuse of SCOS in defining these two classes and the relationships between them. So the first class that's really important is the code list itself. And then within the code list, you have a number of attributes, namely the identifier of the code list, the labels, things related to who the code list was defined by, the attributes relating to version, for example, with modified and created dates, and invalidated at time. So in this way, we sort of try to capture the history behind the code list and be able to query this history and see how often it changed, when it changed, whether it's been invalidated, what was the party that defined the code list. And within this code list, we also have a code list value. So this is now sort of a separate class from the code list, where the code lists themselves are defined as concepts. Code list values are defined as concepts. Code lists are defined as concept schemes. And within a concept scheme, you have a number of concepts, namely a code list. And again, each code list value has an identifier, and these identifiers are of course persistent in line with linked data principles. The idea is that they remain available, they remain persistent, static, and that a number of attributes such as labels, again, versioning attributes are all related to this code list value. Like I said before, code list values are collected inside a code list itself through the concept SCOS in scheme. And on the left-hand side, you can also see that code lists as an individual entity can also be mapped to other code list values through SCOS narrower, broader, and related relations. And this allows one of the key requirements was allow the flexibility for country-specific implementation. So of course we have LADM code lists that are, well-defined. We have a list of what is included in our code lists, but countries may want to use a value that's not quite the same as the value in the LADM code list. It might have a different definition, it might have a different way of being implemented, but still be able to relate these code list values that are implemented to code list values that exist in the LADM, and therefore the code lists of the LADM. And this is done through the broader, narrower, and related relation. So once you start implementing this, you start to get a sort of semantic hierarchy of code list values within code list values, and also sort of external to LADM implemented by country, country-specific profiles. The mapped relationship that you see on the top left-hand side, this is to relate code list values that are external to the LADM or the land administration domain to, for example, code lists that are associated within a different domain. So let's say an environmental agency code list, for example, that can be related through the mapped relationship, say a close match related, maybe even a law, for example, with mortgages. You can now, through this mapped relationship, you can now relate code lists external to the domain. So that was the intention with this mapping. I completely appreciate there'll be a couple of questions. So what I have done is try to summarize all of this complexity within this document. If I go back here, I've created 2 document links. So the first is a summary implementation document. So with all the rules that I just sort of discussed. That's all summarized in this document, so please feel free to go through that slowly. We also I'll show you in a moment, but we also have RDF representations of this meta model available in this document, and this is a summary of what is contained in our paper that we published for this conference, and then the demonstration environment can be found at this link as well. And I'll go through the demonstration in a moment. So this is the summary document. Again, the overall meta model, and then the list of sort of rules related to the 2 classes that I just presented. For time purposes, I won't go through each of these rules individually. I sort of covered them briefly as I just explained. But what's really important here is that you can already see RDF representation. So these you can implement yourself, test them, do country-specific implementations, and see if it works. So this is the RDF structure as well. Please feel free to go through this. So to the demonstration. This looks very similar, but this is a different, say, document for the live demonstration. So what I have done here is I created a implementation of an LADM code list, or a couple of them actually, based on the meta model that I just explained. There, of course, it's all defined in RDF, and I upload it to the Triple Store. This is the environment that I'm using, and I'm now querying the data using Sparkle to show that the meta model answers or fulfills some of the requirements that Abdullah went through. The first of which is, let me see all of the code list values in a code list and its definition based on the RDF structure that I defined. And as you can see here, I now, for the code list called LA mortgage type, I can now see that there's 3 values with these names. So level payment, linear, this is a live query, linear, micro edit, and the value definition. Again, you can try this yourself. You can go to the data set, the underlying meta model implementation, and here you can see the live Sparkle query that I defined for this purpose. Let me go back one. The second live query is if I want to do a country-specific implementation. In this case, we use Mongolia. They have a code list related to LA administrative source type, but it's a country-specific implementation with slightly different values in their code list and slightly different definitions and also definition sources. I should say here that whilst I found the value names, so the code list values, the definitions are completely fake data, because at the moment it's not common practice to define code list with definitions. So these sources, this definition source that you see on the side, as you can see, example source, it's fake data at the moment, but this is just to show that this implementation does work. So for the country code, at the end, you can see the country code Mongolia. For a country-specific implementation of administrative source type, we have a list of code list values. You can see their names here and their definition sources. And again, this is a live query based on a meta model implementation. So that fulfills the requirements related to country-specific implementations related to LADM code lists. Also related to country-specific implementations is how do I see where the country-specific values are related to values contained within LADM code lists. Here you see code list values. So these are Mongolian-specific code list values with a narrower, broader related relation to LADM-specific code lists. So now you start to see how the code lists are starting to get higher, or code list values rather are starting to have some hierarchy between country-specific implementations and LADM code lists. And then one of the all-important requirements was the ability to trace versioning on code list values. And here I will show you, based on a specific code list value. In this case, it's LADM mortgage type linear. This is the code list value, and it has two versions in my fake data set. The first being, there's two versions. You can see the dates are 1 day apart. They have different definition sources. If you scroll here, you can see the definition sources are slightly different and the definitions themselves are different. But the identifier for each code list is different. So here you can see that the identifiers are persistent. So one country can implement version number 1, one country can implement version number 2. They still both remain valid. Both you can trace what they are related to in terms of the LADM code list values, and therefore also how they are related to code lists themselves. And you can also see the definition. So what are the nuances between two implementations becomes very clear here. That was very brief. I'm sorry, the time is a little bit short, but please feel free to ask me any questions. I'm happy to help.
Yes, like Alex. Yes, like Alexandra said, just ask.
Is part of a domain-specific OWL ontology going to be built as part of this? So you're extending the SCOS to a domain ontology?
No, not at the moment. So this would not be the implementation of a new ontology. This would be a complete reuse of existing standards. So SCOS, OWL, and RDF sort of underpinning that as well. We use DCT and PROV ontologies as well. So at this stage, no, I do not expect that we'll implement a completely new ontology.
So we can't expect any automated reasoning elements out of this at the moment?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Online people, do you have questions?
There are no questions.
Okay. No questions. Then I will close this session with few words about these 3 papers and about the theme of the session. The authors demonstrated a wide range of knowledge and skills in the implementation of LADM. Computer programming stands out in particular. This session shows that implementation and innovation in LADM area is on a very high level. Authors show how their solution can help in a real practical implementation in everyday life. Implementation in practice is very important. like good law, which is not completely implemented in practice, this law becomes bad law. That is also risk for the standard, possible risk. Implementation on practical level is equally important as scientific level. Official translation by national standardization bodies is a good way to increase implementation in real life and in land administration. Now I give a word for the Professor Peter van Osterom and for Mr. Chris Lemon to close completely workshop.
Peter, shall I start? Yeah, thank you, Nicola. Thank you. I think we had an international experience and expertise sharing during the last 2 days. And I think that is the main goal of the LADM. LADM provides a shared ontology, enabling communication between involved persons. And that is exactly what happened. We learned about the LADM progress in its development, edition 2. We learned that there will be a workshop with the Open Geospatial Consortium, together with Trimble, Leica, and Esri in June. But I did not see the final planning yet. We will bring a small report to the FIG websites. I hope that can be done next week. And I think we had an excellent documentation, not only in a fantastic set of papers and proceedings, but also the videos and the video lectures, because they include the question sessions related to the presentations. So I think it is a real good result. I'd like to thank Rinaldo Paar, Professor Miodrag, Roig, and their team for the excellent organization. And of course also FTGA, Eva, Josip, and all others who did bring support. And I would like the audience and the participants for their enthusiasm, inspiration, and contribution to the development of the LADM. Thank you very much and have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, 4 years ago, we were also in Croatia. That was kind of aligning with the start of the revision of LADM. I think these 2 days you could witness the progress. Yeah, it has been great that this was a real meeting, and not for everybody. So it was a hybrid meeting, but for sure this is for the next couple of years the future where we have to live with. Chris already thanked the local organizers. I think they are really brave in setting up the meeting in this way, being on site and also online. The fact that it worked so well, I think we have to thank Josif Krizanovic again for his effort to be our linking pin between the on-site and online people. So I would like to conclude now by thanking again the authors, but also the reviewers for their very important work in giving advice and helping us to select the good quality contributions. I hope you had a pleasant and also inspiring conference. And with this, I would like to close the workshop and wish you a really good, well-deserved rest in this weekend that will now come. Bye to all.
Bye-bye.
And maybe a group photo for the people that are still here.
Almost there.
So
will the presentation upload on the internet website?
Yeah, all the presentations will be added to the website. The presentations of yesterday are already there. Today, after the workshop, the other presentations will be uploaded.
Yeah.
So I've received nearly all of them. only Anthony, could you please send them? And I think Abdullah. Then I'm complete, and it will be put online this evening.
Maybe
Shall we do
also,
the group photo?
yeah, maybe also the people that are online can open the camera so we can somehow be all together in a way.
We're just waiting for camera.
We wait the camera. There are many people that they should open the camera. There is a process.
Thank you very much. We hope next time we see it all together in a real, without camera.
Yes.
Maybe the zooming gallery that we can see all people indeed. Now people are running away.
No. It's 2 moments.
Yeah.
We told them to open the camera.
I cannot see the people in the.
Then we move here.
They are coming.
Yeah.
They're
on
see
the
me,
way.
so
We
you
are waiting for the camera.
Yeah,
Just need to avoid
but they
pulling
haven't
away
seen you
from
at
the-
all, so please.
From the beamer.
Some people already went.
Just make sure that the beamer is not. No, it's for the photo. So we are not in the camera, but we are on the. But they would like to see us.
Abdul, camera.
Oh, they.
Yeah, no,
They would like.
sorry, Abdullah.
This is a real hybrid world, huh?
You've got to go.
Proof of it.
Okay.
Može stanete, super.
Well,
We are off, right?
hooray.
Thank you.
Nice, thank you.
Great.
Bye-bye. Congratulations to all of you for this excellent work.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Have a nice weekend.
Right. Okay, so I'm ending the webinar.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ciao.
Joseph, end it.
End it.